macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun berlakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisnawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
Jahat lah.
Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi.
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu
kepada watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-plan untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Zik, Iqmah dan juga Fauzinawi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisnawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okey, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So, saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okey, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim. Saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Red Giants, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Tak lah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu.
Faham.
So, kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Red Giants dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Red Giants dekat tempoh hari, tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Red Giants sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzinawi, Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright.
Okay, bye.
Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang ni saya bersama dengan SRG untuk main game Siapa Dalam Team. So, on my hand, kita ada a series of questions and bila I tanya tu, korang point and then cakaplah kenapa orang tu paling dalam team. So, siapa dalam team paling kelakar? Yums. Why Yums? Why Yums?
So loud.
So loud. Wow. Bising. Wow.
So cutesy.
So demure.
It's overload.
Who likes to do weird things in the team? Weird. Innocent. What do you do?
Nothing, I just play.
Dia buat apa?
Sorry, personal.
Who's in the team that's most fierce? Garang.
Yo, stop. Oh.
Coach, okay. Coach paling garang. Who sleeps the longest?
Yum.
Sleeps
Alat
the
yum.
longest. This one I can agree. Gorgeous. Who eats the most?
Yum.
What do you like to eat?
Rice, cereal.
Wow.
One pack one
Lately.
day.
One pack one day. Who in the team is always late?
Segis.
Why?
Because they always wake up late to the training.
Oh?
Sometimes. Segis number 1.
Oh, okay. Who gets angry easily? Angry bird of the team.
Gram.
Crap. Why are you the one who gets angry the most?
Pag may nangyayaring pangit sa laro.
Oh, dia cakap kalau anything bad happen in game, dia cepat marah. Betul.
Strict.
Okay, last question. This one very fast one, You guys will point to the person. 1, 2, 3. Who talks the most? So who's the answer? So, okay, I'm pretty sure we got it. Everybody talks a lot in this team and they're all very, very cutesy. Thank you very much to Selangor Red Giants. Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang I dengan Monster Vision sebab kita diorang nak main game. Okay, game yang kita akan main, bukan nyanyi So, kita akan main game Siapa Dalam Team. So, I akan cakap satu ayat, lepas tu korang akan point orang mana yang selalu buat benda-benda macam ni, lepas tu explain lah kenapa. Ready? Siapa dalam team paling kelakar?
Ni.
Kenapa dia kelakar?
Bagi kau kenapa tak? Sebab dia badut. Sebab tu dia selalu jadi penghibur orang.
Siapa tidur paling lama?
Rock.
Oh, kenapa?
Kalau boleh straight seminggu tu dia memang nak tidur.
Siapa makan banyak?
Ada 2 kat sini.
Okay. Siapa?
Nama dia Nova Escobar.
Dengan?
Uni.
Oh, okay.
Soalnya kalau makanan tak habis kat J tu, semua dia orang yang habiskan.
Siapa cepat marah? Cepat goyah?
Amar.
Sebab dia budak baru.
So, dia marah sini lah? Siapa yang daydream banyak?
Tam. Zeno.
Selalu?
Dia banyak main game.
Dia nak cakap.
Dia selalu ten scream, dia suka termenung. Lepas tu dia lupa nak band.
Jangan buat ni dekat MPL. Alright, terima kasih kepada Monster Vicious.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-14 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan hari ini kita sudah masuk ke minggu ke-6 regular season, which is the last week of regular season. pada minggu lepas kita sudah tahu 6 pasukan yang akan layak ke playoffs, tapi minggu ni akan jadi minggu yang kritikal untuk 4 pasukan yang tak dapat layak masuk ke playoffs. Dorang akan fight to keep their slot untuk musim depan. Tapi somebody will be dropping down to MAL dan juga nombor 9 untuk regular season akan lawan dengan nombor 2 daripada MAL. And speaking of MAL punya season 2 regular season just wrapped up minggu ni dan kita dah tahu pasukan mana akan masuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. Maksud tu, musim ke depan kita akan welcome Miracle Gaming di MPL Malaysia. Dorang, alright, berjaya mengakhiri regular season di Challenger Conference dengan 19 mata di tangga pertama. So we hope and we are ready to welcome Miracle Gaming pada musim depan. Now kita dah tahu pasal musim depan, tapi apa yang akan jadi hari ini, we're about to find out. So with that, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pertama, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Monster Vicious menentang Selangor Red Giants. Perlawanan di antara dua gergasi. And of course, match terakhir hari ini, RSG MY menentang Team Vamos. Now, ini adalah perlawanan sangat penting untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Vamos nak dapat slot ke upper bracket, tapi RSG MY perlu menang untuk save slot mereka di musim depan. So kita nampaknya semua match hari ini, there is a reason for it. Monster Vicious nak juga dapat slot ke upper bracket. Selangor Red Giants nak continue win streak mereka untuk dapat the perfect storyline for this playoffs and potentially M6. Alright guys, so I nak tanya, I nak dengar the crowd. Kita hari ni ramai orang yang hadir ke MBSJ walaupun first match, tapi level 1 dah full house. So guys, Stadium MBSJ, are you guys ready? Alright, I love the energy here. And of course, kalau korang tengah tengok dekat rumah, jangan lupa to join the fight now by scanning the QR code down below ataupun isikan kod ni dalam MLBB anda dan dapat peluang menang skin legend. Alright guys, so watch MPL MY and be the pro. And with that, mari kita start match pertama di minggu ke-6. Casters, take it away.
Welcome to MPL Malaysia Season 14. It's week number 6 and that means we have reached terminus for the regular season. And by the end of this weekend, only 6 teams will remain as they proceed to the playoffs. My name is Husky and alongside me is going to be Gideon Q to kick off week 6.
Now this is the very final week of the MPL, so a lot of teams have basically already been confirmed for playoff. It's just a question of seeding and maybe a couple of momentum boosters before we get to the playoffs, because keep in mind, once we get into the playoffs, teams will start to get eliminated.
Absolutely. And for those who didn't get to catch up on week 5, we've already locked in our top 6 and also our bottom 4. So none of the series across this week is going to determine which slot changes in playoffs, right? Again, it's all about the seeding and who gets to keep their slot for MPL and who gets relegated. That's all that matters this week.
Yep, absolutely. And more so, this week, Suyo is now available to be played in competitive. So here at MPL, we are at least excited to see maybe a couple of change-ups in the draft and overall, based on the evolutions that we saw the previous weeks of, High Loss and Fovia, sometimes even Drawhead, now might start rotating out.
Yeah, and I do wonder if this would also affect how that red side is, because they have been put in a pretty tough position, right? Chip has been 100% banned, only picked once, and that game was a victory for Chip. So we'll see if Suyo can shake up the ecosystem, just like how Hotlink has been absolutely dominating and killing it with their lightning fast 5G internet speed. You can enjoy unmatched 5G network, low latency, and improved gameplay only with Hotlink, and on top of that, enjoy 20% off in-game items to get the best MLBB gaming experience.
With Hotlink, at the very least, you guys can start bragging to your friends who probably aren't using it right now. When you're out and about and you're the only one with good ping, you know why.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the standings right now for the regular season. In case you guys have missed out some of the action, Selangor Red Giants still on the run to complete another perfect regular season in first place with 20 points, essentially guaranteeing them first seed for the upper bracket in playoffs. But everyone else is still on the table. Vamos second, Ready Sports third, Monster Vicious, JP9ers toed up tied with 12 points. Team Ray 7th place, Homeboys 8th. Team Hawk 9th place, and RSG MY right now at risk of losing their slot.
Now, as you can see, there are very clear distinctions between the teams from upper and as well as lower brackets in terms of echelon, in terms of like power ranking, depending on how you guys want to see it. But for me, between 4th and 6th, all of which have played 8 games, well, except for Monster Vicious, who have to play here today, currently at 12 points. If Monster Vicious can beat Team Vamos right now in a 2-0 fashion, that's going to at least put them in a spot where they can contest for 2nd place. If Vamos drops it, then it's an open field for any one of these teams to overtake.
Yeah, both teams are going to be playing today. Team Vamos obviously wants to keep that upper bracket slot. You know, you want to get that bye. But if in terms of head-to-head against Monster Vicious, they actually lost to MV. But MV have to beat SRG, which is probably the toughest challenge of all. Not only would they guarantee, or not only guarantee, but give them a good chance of securing top 2, but at the same time completely break the streak of SRG. So they can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but it's a pretty hard bird to kill.
It's a big ask. It's a big ask. This is the second job advancement in any MMORPG, right? To get to that next level, you got to beat some of the best. But let's look at MV's lineup right now, because their consistency has been put to the question, especially from Martisi, Zeno, Uni, Nova X Kobar, as well as Ruff.
Yeah, we looked at week 4, week 3, pretty abysmal. Week 4 was a recovery, and then week 5 rolled around. That question gets kind of resurfaces again, right? Where is MV actually is? How do they perform? And is this really the full power of our local lineup? Can they reignite the dynasty? And against SRG, it really puts all those fundamentals to the test, right? If they can even put up a decent fight against SRG.
Yeah, I do think that, MV is facing a bit of a crisis of their own, realizing that there's actually a skill cap. Not only a skill cap, but also when you're coming into professional play, the cohesion of your team matters so much more than individual skill a majority of time when you're looking at the bigger picture. And I think that MV, if I were to compare them to some of the power levels of like Orange, for an example, during Season 7, Season 6 even, that's where I would kind of place MV in terms of strength. Yes, they are explosive, but they need to find a level of consistency where they don't hit the bottom 2 levels of just, I don't know, running it down, not having clear ideas of what their win conditions are, and most of the time, it's communication.
Yeah, I think so too. And thankfully, they still have RTZ somehow holding them together, like super glue, but they need a lot more than that, right? They need to be able to find their way, especially when they go up against a team such as Selangor Red Giants. The embodiment of perfection. I don't know what else to say. They have been looking stellar so far. You compare them from the last season to MSC to now, they are ever growing.
I think the big problem with SRG right now is what mistakes do they need to fix, right? Half the time we're seeing that the games are very lopsided, and even the games that go the full distance, you can see that SRG are really just holding themselves back from trying to look for, 60-40 plays. They listen to the philosophy of Coach Arcadia, look for the 100%. Even 90% is not bad, but even if it's 80%, we got to give respect to our opponents.
And we can kind of draw that example from their match against JP9 last week, right?
Yep.
Plenty of opportunities to go for heroic plays, but no. They clear the whole base and then they retreat for the 3rd Lord of the game. Very disciplined, but that is what makes SRG scary. Once they get you in a chokehold, breaking free of it almost feels impossible.
It's tough. And I think, they've learned a lot from MSC that there's always going to be a better team out there or a team who just happens to be playing super hot that day itself. You got to be prepared for those moments.
Let's take a look at the headlines for this series because, again, we got 2 superstars and the Monsters' final push to top 2 up against the Flawless Giants. And I gotta say, this is one of my most anticipated matchup because we've been talking so much about Monster Vicious and them being the 2nd full local team to kind of bring back the dynasty from M1. But after what we've witnessed in the past few weeks, this climb just got harder.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of these players kind of understand that this is technically, still part of their quote-unquote up-and-coming amateur career. They haven't reached an international yet. They're still trying to find themselves in this very ever-expansive landscape. But I think that MV, yes, they have potential, but at the end of the day, they have to ask themselves a simple question of where are we going to call it quits, right? Is just the local enough, or are we looking for an international?
And at the same time is, what if things go bad, right? What are the adjustments we need to make? Because you can't just bang your head into a wall and expect the wall to kind of fall. And that's something that MV has been trying to fix, but still some holes that they need to plug. Without further ado, I think it's time to bring on the contenders. So let us all welcome Monster Vicious and Selangor Red Giants.
Monster Vicious.
The only local Malaysian team. They carry the pride of their nation in every match. Today, they face their toughest test yet, standing against the undefeated Giants. The resilience and raw homegrown talent have brought them this far. for Monster Vicious!
Selangor Red Giants.
Unstoppable, unchallenged, sitting atop the leaderboard. They've yet to meet a worthy foe. With perfection in their sight, they enter their clash as team to beat. The Giants have crushed every opponent on their path, and today will yet be another step of flawless season. Selangor Red Giants! Now introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professionalism, integrity in the matches. Sora and Haryu for MB, Coach Arcadia and Nozora Vecchi for Selangor Red Giants. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship. Good luck to both of our teams up on stage.
The Vicious Beast go up against an actual monster in the local scene. This is where we truly find the distinction and also the limit of how far Monster Vicious can push themselves. So far, they have shown us the highest of highs, but also the lowest of lows. And you're right. Who is the true enemy of SRG? Because it's tougher to stay on the top, but they have maintained that position.
I mean, there's a reason why they maintain that position, and a lot of it comes down to polish. They've already figured out the fundamentals. They already know how the gears work in their deadly machine. The real question now is what they can do above that, and most teams haven't even got through level 1.
Let's see what Ruff has to say, because we got to talk to him about his feeling to face off against Innocent, because last season when they played, he was on Todak, so on a different team, he still feels very excited. In fact, you're going up against a world champion after all, right? So Ruff says that he will just try his best.
What was on his hand? What was on Ruff's hand? I saw a couple of words, but I couldn't make out what exactly it was. And he has very, very large handwriting. I don't know if somebody wrote it on him or he wrote it himself. But either way, despite being so big, I still have no idea what it says. Something with a PE or something of that sort.
I mean, shout out to the sports psychologist, right? Rebecca, behind the scenes. You know,
you're right.
Worked with Team SMG before, so. Yeah, it's one of those few teams that, I mean, MV is one of the few teams that has invested in it. I think it's helping the players pretty well. But we also got to check out the average goal per minute ranking. Of course, Innocent staying at the top right now, 779, followed by Sukais, then Nets, and Uni, and then Zayed.
Yup, it's always going to either be junglers or gold laners who are going to be seen in the average GPM department. Innocent obviously in a very good position, but honestly not as dominating as it was in the previous season, where we're expecting him to not only win lane, but walk away with an average of like 800 to 900 GPM per match.
But I do know that Innocent has an incredibly absurd KDA, just like last season.
Yeah.
He has like double the KD of the second place player. Not sure if we'll show that stats down the road, but it's just, I mean, Innocent, as usual, right?
Disgusting.
People say that Zyme is farming the KD. No, Innocent is. Also, shout out to Soul, Dark Soul.
Hey!
In the crowd. Remember, vote for him, best talent for MAL.
Respect.
You know, vote for him because Cross won the first season, so we got to get someone new.
Diversity. that's what all we're about here at MPL MY. A lot of that. Don't forget that M6 Malaysia, greater than ever, happening here in Malaysia. If you haven't figured it out yet, use that redeem code or scan the QR code to get some in-game prizes for yourself and maybe win a legendary skin. And if you do win the legendary skin, please post it on social media. I've yet to see someone crack one open.
Yeah, we are just a month plus before M6 kicks off, before the wild cards kicks off, so getting pretty close to that date itself, and can't wait to revisit Axiata Arena for the playoffs. It's gonna be great. But for now, gotta focus back on SRG against MV, because if there's anything, I come into the series expecting SRG to win. You know, I think as same as a lot of people, but I also want to see how far can MV push SRG, because we've seen the Niners do that last week. Can MV match up?
Well, the thing is, at least for the Niners, it's like a hop, skip, and a jump in terms of their regular season. For MV, it's a bit of a coin flip, and I think today we need to see what version of MV we're going to get here in the drafting phase and in-game before I can make a clean distinction. Now, the big thing for this week especially is that Suyo is now available in the meta, and these teams have more than 2 weeks to prepare for his inclusion to the MPL. I don't know what it's going to change in terms of the picks and bans. Chip, as expected on red side, to be banned out here. But even for MV on blue side, what do you start getting rid of? Do you have to consider the Phobiuses? Do you have to consider the Gathots here? Even the Khalid is a point of contention.
And usually when you have more choices, it results in two different permutations, right? First is it gets on the ban list. One side has to take the heat, or more power picks get let through. And I mean, looking at the ban so far with the Edith taken out, sure, MV have to give respect to the Cho as well, as now Cram and Yoons can play, both can play him. I am expecting it to actually kind of go through, right? Fovis gets banned out, so Suyo still up on the table.
Okay. There's no guarantee that these teams are going to pick up Suyo. There are still plenty of great picks out there. Alpha is still very meta. We're also seeing, you know, the likes of Ling, Hayabusa. Most of the time, they get banned out, especially when you're up against SRG. There's a large fear around the MSC MVP Sakai's. Every time he picks up a Fanny, maybe even a Ling, both of which are deadly.
Matilda even banned out, so MV really putting a lot of focus in, especially the picks that can go into the roamer role, right? And two of them happen to be flex as well. It means SRG right now, they have to pick their poison, right? The Hylos hasn't really been at the top of the chart. A lot of teams are willing to let it through. SRG has a very important decision to make.
Yeah, I think SRG need to consider... I mean, the fact that Matilda, Edith, and as well as Cho got banned out for the side of MV, it looks like they want to play the Gatots. They want to be able to pick up the high losses for themselves if it does come down to it. But SRG decide to get rid of Fanny here, and Uni, you can see he ain't happy with it. He's like, alright, sure, I guess you caught me out, but we get Suyo first pick.
I was talking to Sunfrost in the green room, and he said that if there's one team that would pick the Suyo, it's probably MV. SRG would ignore it, and I think, you know, his prediction came true, so shout out to you, Sunfrost. You get the first debut of Suyo, and whether it's gonna perform well, of course, comes down to how Uni plays it, but also comes down to how MV plays around it, right? Because we theory craft a lot about his potential, incredible damage, great sustain, but has one of the smallest health pool.
Yeah, really tiny, blows up to pretty much any damage if he's caught out in the open. And I think that Suyo is very much a follow-up than he is a hard engager unless you're super far ahead. But now SRG get the Ling and as well as the Khalid. Fun fact, actually, with 6 MPL MY seasons under his belt, Yoons is only 19.
Is what?
Yeah, he's 19 years old. He's not even a 20-year-old. He's still a boy.
He's still a boy, man. He's doing great. And of course, as a player, Haru paired with Stormy only once under Orange Esports against SMG when they lost 0-2 in Season 10.
Ah, the good old days.
And it was a loss, right? It's not even happy memories.
It's happy memories. It really isn't. All right, we see the next 2 picks this time. We've seen a lot of the exclusion of Zhu Xin in the past 6 weeks. It's good to see that teams are still considering against them. Not to mention that they're having Gato Gacha just to try and enable the Zhu Xin.
So Suyo is the only other hero, aside from the Julian, that kind of unlocks his whole kit at level 3.
Yes.
But with this Khalid on the side of SRG and without the inclusion of Cho, I wonder if SRG would still give Yoons a hero that can help Cram go for the early invade against Suyo. I feel like MV is prepared against it with the Gatot, but SRG, they're going to whip out the Yves.
Yeah, no, Yves is pretty good here. Keep in mind that as highly mobile Suyo is with his first and as well as third skill, being able to cover a lot of distance, it does still have a bit of a cooldown. It kind of works like Julian, except you don't have to wait the full 7 seconds if you use one of his enhanced abilities. Therefore, when he does use his mobility options, Yves' RWM suddenly becomes a huge problem.
And he actually has multiple crowd control immunity skills, right? He can literally just walk past the RWM if he wants to. And yeah, for people who don't believe that Yoons is 19, he's actually 19. I see people calling it a cap.
A cap? No.
Some people say he looks 25.
He is young. He is young. Wait, I think he was like the same age as Super Red. Yeah, he was the same age as Super Red when he first joined SRG.
Too many young players, man.
They're gonna get younger and younger. I don't know.
Stormy's just 21.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Ah, man, these kids are way
They've been
too
around
young.
for too long. I feel like they aged faster because we keep seeing them. But no, you know, they're 2 seasons per year.
You know, just casual stress on the MPL stage. No big deal.
No big deal. I mean, what's the big deal, right? Only a tournament at stake. You can always come back the next season.
That's what they say, but you know, time is very short for esports players. As we get into the second phase, SRG smartly enough going to be focusing down on the gold lane sector, making sure anybody who has an ability that's similar to a BMI is going to get taken out. So obviously it's going to be the Tan and the BMI master himself, Claude.
Yeah, 2 of Ralph's power pick eliminated, and SRG still has that first pick in the second phase. We're looking for, you know, Yoons and Innocent's hero at this point. Do you think this Khalid could be flex on SRG's side?
There's a possibility it could be. I wouldn't... I wouldn't change it just yet. And the same can be said about Gatot, right? Both Khalid and Gatot kind of fulfill those same roles. Hard engagers, you know, really, really difficult to deal with after they get Thunderbelt, scales, and purely plays as a raw, annoying tank. But at least Khalid has some lane dominance to him. Gatot, on the other hand, a little bit slower, very clutch moments, and extra resilience is what makes him good.
Plenty of AoE crowd control that could be a pain for some of the SRG heroes to deal with. Right? You couple that with Jushin, that is plenty of CC in these close quarter fights. So Moskov would be the choice for SRG, another hero. There's mobility taken away from the pool.
Yeah, no, this is incredibly smart here because again, SRG, the fact that they're banning both the Plot and specifically Natan as well, both gold laners of Moskov as well as Natan do pretty decent against the Khalid. The biggest problem is the quick sand guard, and if you don't have any CC inbuilt into your kit, you're hoping that somebody else breaks him out of the guard.
So the second option could potentially be a carry, right? You just shred through the Khalid. But with what SRG has right now, the carry doesn't really have much space to function in these fights.
I think you don't have a choice and you have to go for Harith here.
Yeah.
You need something that's going to scale. Yes, it's a little unfortunate that you're doubling down on the magic damage. You would much rather a wider spread, but you have no choice.
Let's see, MV, what's going to be the option? So yeah, you call it the Harith and the Terizla. So we do get a Gatot roam for MV. Not confident enough to put the Gatot in the XP lane, not seeing that that last pick for SRG, right?
I think, this one's interesting because
Glue
now
again?
They could go Glue again. I feel like Khalid roam is probably the better option, and then you play X-Borg.
What about the Grok?
Grok is okay. Against the Terizla. I mean, I guess unless you are purely just using it to clear waves. Oh, Arlet's actually not a bad shout. They both kind of do the same thing here. I think that Khalid going into support and then picking up Arlet isn't a bad idea because at the end of the day, you're just trying to synergize with the RWM.
See, SRG, what's the plan going to be? I feel like they do have the entry-level setup, so they're going to go back straight to the high loss, right? Keeping it for the very last pick.
All right.
It's going to be a high loss roam, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, high loss roam.
Yep. All right. Makes sense. So they want Khalid to win out his lane in the earlier stages. Terizla recently got nerfed, so it's not as easy for him to deal with Khalid like it used to be. But at the very least, that means that Cram is going to have some form of lane pressure. And I'm interested to see how Envy is going to keep him isolated in that box. And one of the ways that they could do that, defend from early invades, instantly go and proxy the enemy lane.
And I want to see how fast the Suyo jungling experience is, right? Like between... Like, if Nolan is the fastest, where does Suyo stand? And that's what I want to find out.
Probably on par with Hayabusa. Maybe slightly faster than Hayabusa, not as quick as Ling.
It's pretty good. Not that shabby. Let's find out then. Game number 1 in the series to open up week number 6. We got Monster Vicious on the blue side, Selangor Red Giants on the red.
All right, let's jump right into this here. The first time we are seeing Suyo available in competitive play here in MPL MY, going to be brought ahead by Uni. Now we know Uni as the assassin, the go-to assassin player when we're talking amongst the local best. Even Sakai's, I wouldn't have been surprised if SRG were on blue side to pick Suyo first pick.
Yeah, I would figure that that's going to be the case, right? It's either the team realize that, okay, he's manageable, or team realizes, okay, he's too much and then we have to ban it. But I'm looking at Cram to leave that lane faster than Zeno. Has the mobility, has the insane wave clear, and with Yun showing up, Zeno will have to use the flicker.
Nicely done. Getting rid of that flicker early on means that he's not going to have it for the upcoming turtle later down the line. In the meantime here, we didn't get to see much of the opening. I don't know if Cram tried to level 1, check the bush, check the buff, just to see where the enemy jungler started before he headed back into the lane. But with Lethal Wanderer in the hands of MV, we are expecting Uni to hit level 4 on time. Problem is he doesn't even need that level 4. That's why you can see that Innocent is standing really far back, expecting a gank to come through.
Marty taking that opportunity to go for that recall. I mean, the recent changes to Zushin allows her to just clear minion waves without having to expend mana, which has been a pain point for this hero on release. But with the amount of pressure that SRG is bringing to that mid side, this wave is never going to be in his favor.
Yeah, also notice that Martisi has opted to go for common emblems as well, right? Yes, they have kind of changed the way her mana quote-unquote works, but it still suffices, right? It speeds up the process to be able to lift your opponents and chuck them again, especially if they're like 2 ticks away before the butterfly emblem pops up.
Gotta be able to stick onto them like glue. especially one of the ways to do with Jushin is just have mobility, right? Be able to dash around and delay the stacks as much as possible. Nova will eat up the mid wave to try and get close to level 4. Martisi starts applying some pressure onto Cram, but no, he's going to be fine.
Yep, and honestly, Cram doesn't mind this, right? He knows he's not going to die for certain. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't use his Quicksand Guard too early or waste his Raging Sandstorm. In the meantime, you can see that both MV and Selangor Red Giants, both junglers are looking to hit level 5. It's obvious that MV, unfortunately, since Suyo started on the opposite side of the map, that his orange buff comes up first in comparison to Sakai's, who started on his purple and then cleared his orange after skipping Litho to make sure that he has tempo on him.
So SRG will try to draw this out as possible, right? They want Sakai to get that purple first. MV, they do have their ultimates available. So it's a battle of attrition. Who's going to strike first? MV goes for the penalty zone to allow Uni to get the turtle. SRG will not contest.
All right, this is where they try to look for a gank on the bottom side of the map, right? You can see that Sakai's is heading in that direction, but you can see that Monster Vicious is utilizing the extra movement speed that you get after taking down the turtle to transverse this side of the map to ensure coverage.
Even finds Sakai's. So that's a lot of information gathered for Monster Vicious. Very good read on what SRG wanted to do, but Sakai's did get the bottom side camp.
That's just one camp. It's not the biggest deal in the world for Uni, who's currently at level 7, right? He's doing the exact same rotations, but there's not a lot of information on how fast he's doing it. Yums is catching just the edge of his screen, seeing Uni kind of walk by, but that's not really enough, right? Because now Zeno is in a position where this lane is pretty much unwinnable for him.
Cram will just hold him hostage, you clear the wave, and now you get to start moving. Find opportunities around the map that Monster Vicious so far are not really giving to SRG.
And the worst part about this Khalid versus Terizla matchup is that now the Khalid naturally builds into Thunderbelt, into Dominance Ice. It's pretty impossible for Zeno to realistically beat him in a 1v1.
The more you try to fight him, the stronger you make him.
Exactly. And there's nothing much you can really do about it. It's not like he's built around mobility. He's built around engage and sustain. And Cram, he can just basically farm off of him.
Even bringing Martisi is not going to change anything. Cram is going to eat it, right?
He's too fast. Oh no, you're going to pull me back. What are you going to do? Quicksand. He's max stacked and he's like, Quicksand Guard right in their faces.
There it is.
Look at how much health he's going to get back. He honestly has nothing to worry about. I think the main win condition right now for MV is to look to attack Stormy in that mid lane if he overextends and maybe scale up Ruff a little bit quicker.
So that's at least the second visit from Martisi. Uni shows up top side, barely does much. You crash the wave, sure, but Prime is just going to clear it again. So a lot of focus from MV on the top side, and this could open up Ruff, able to kind of dash away in time. So second turtle should go over to MV.
Yep, it shouldn't be an issue here. Sakai's is going to head on over there, but he's not going to have much energy.
Oh, the predicted penalty zone still just enough to allow Uni to get the turtle. Nothing much is lost for MV.
I'll tell you now, Skies has some real balls there because he's jumping in with 0 energy. It's not like he can Tempest the Blade out of there. He needs to get 2 auto attacks in when he does so. Here's the GOA. At the very least, the Guardian of the Avatar doesn't really connect, but tier 1 bot side should fall.
Opens up opportunity for Ruff. Lowers pathway, dropped by Yums. Here comes Sakai's. He shows up. That's backline. 4 units exposed. They will control him with the taunt. Now he's going to jump up into the air. Tempest the Blaze, followed by a Spear of Destruction from Innocent. Sakai's trying to survive against Ruff. Dashes to the side. Ruff flickers, gets the kill, but now will be taken out. Martisi will trade Ruff back, but the RWM follow-up will keep Martisi in place for a little while. SRG walks away with 2 kills.
Now Ruff is probably thinking to himself, I regret taking Flicker right now. Really regret, because honestly, there's not a lot of counterplay when Cram flickers on top of you with a Raging Sandstorm. There's not much you can do about that, but at the very least, Ruff does walk away with a singular kill, and as well as an assist, having an EXP lead and a gold lead against Innocent.
Yeah, 2 tier 1s down, especially the mid one. Very, very crucial for Monster Vicious to open up a map. So this early game, looking fairly comfortable for MV.
It's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. It's looking really, really good. They forced Selangor Red Giants to play very linearly, mainly because of their man-to-man defense at this point of time. But I don't think Sakai's is going to get creative with this clearing path just yet. They're probably waiting for him to get second item before he gets confident.
He's 2 levels behind Uni, so he needs time. He needs time and space. All the crowd control that NV have. I mean, Sakai's, we saw he uses the Tempest of Blaze, gets control for 3 seconds minimum afterwards. And Martisi just uses the ultimate to try to grab Stormy, even flickers forward into a penalty zone by Zeno. And SRG now forced to fight. They dive the back line, look for Martisi. But Martizi gets away from Sakai's, and Uni with the ambush takes him down. That's a double kill for the Suyo. MV picking the right fights.
And now we're seeing individual mistakes being made by SRG's side. Really nicely done by Martizi there. An overextension by Stormy. I think at that point he might have considered dropping the RWM, but it's too late now. Monster Vicious not going to let him come back to life before they take away the final neutral objective before we see Lord spawns.
Very solid beginning from MV. 7.5 minutes in almost. All 3 turtles, 4 kills, and a 3.5k goal lead over SRG.
Woo! Biggest lead we've seen so far in a while. Let's see if they can actually get to the 5k mark here. Most teams don't usually make it, but considering that MV has been snowballing this out of control, I think that Selangor Red Giants are going to have to play on the back foot. And usually when we see them play on the back foot,
Look too good. They got him. As Martizi with the secure, now Stormy needs to run. Doesn't have flicker. They pull him back. Martizi with the all RWM, forced to drop out. Can he get a trade though? The Gatal Kacha on top of Stormy, but a dive from Cram to the back gets rid of Martizi. Nova Escobar could not get the secure on the Stormy, and Cram will start walking away. SRG finds a trade.
Woo! MV, they've done some serious homework. This was all a planned gang. They saw the Moskov, they saw Innocent walk to the top side of the map. They knew Sakai's was playing Ling, and his natural habit is to go on the opposite side, which would have been bottom. So MV, from start to finish, they prepared for this match, and it's clear with their set plays.
So SRG would be forced to slow down by a whole lot, especially Sakai's, who is not exactly having the best of time. And Ruffin with this matchup is having the best time of his life.
Use it.
They had to use it, right? The Cyclone Knife, follow up with a penalty zone. Cram still gets hammered by Zeno anyways. MV finding another kill on the bottom side as Sakai is going down. SRG will at least need to get Nova Escobar, but it's a worthy trade for MV.
Dude, that's crazy. It's crazy because Cram thought his flicker was less valuable than his ult. So he flickers first and then uses the Raging Sandstorm and not the other way around. Either way, he would have died regardless. But still.
Wow, full control for MV. 4.5k, we're about to breach the 5,000 mark in just a little bit. And with Lord coming up, SRG doesn't even have, I would say, an opportunity to contest, right?
Nope, they really don't.
3 levels ahead.
It's tough. It's tough matches, right? They made sure that they at least had 2 winning lanes. And those lanes are Ruff and Martizi. And Martizi has been doing a phenomenal job right now.
How is SRG going to turn this around? It seems like an attempt is being considered, but Martizi is just being a brick wall. Not to mention that Zeno has the opportunity to jump in and drop the RWM, a force sprite from SRG that Monster Vicious will gladly take. Yums just draws Uni away with the glorious pathway, but he still goes down. At the end of that, SRG were not able to get anything in return.
Nah, couldn't even kill Martizi. Zeno is way too tanky at this point of time, and Skies is too far behind. He hasn't even completed his Haas claws yet, so he can't sustain through the raw damage. With that being said, Monster Vicious, they understand SRG's composition. Cram is there for a distraction. Even Ling, as long as he doesn't get his 3 items, we can manage. Same goes for Innocent. Our biggest problem in these team fights is going to be Stormy. And that's why you see Martizi is positioning himself very far to the left-hand side just to make sure that when the RWM does drop down, he is just picking up and throwing Stormy back down to stop the overall DPS.
That and also Nova Escobar, who can easily just go for the Avatar of the Guardian on top of Yeef. So 5k goal lead with a Lord in tow. SRG will have to be on full defense mode.
It's really not easy here, especially if you're in SRG shoes. I think the game only really starts for you when you hit the 42k mark. I want to say 33, but even so, look at that damage from Stormy.
Uni tries to go for the assassination, but he had to pay with his life. So there's a minor shutdown. In fact, that's a 1.5k goal swing for SRG. Woof. Nasty stuff.
It just goes to show, farming all the time may not necessarily be the best play, but in Uni's case, that's a huge shutdown. Stormy recovers a little bit economically, but it's still a tough fight.
And less Sakai's. Give Sakai some space, they clear out the Lord, they protect most of the structures. Sure, they lost the side lane tier 2s, but SRG finds himself back in the game step by step, and Sakai now gets to claim his own purple buff. And Monster Vicious will have to reconsider, right? I mean, again, we saw the minuscule health bar of Uni. He might be strong, but he ain't durable.
But now look at this, right? they're targeting specifically Sakai's. They're not even bothering to go to the top side of the map where they're expecting 4 there. They know that Sakai's Finch Voice is currently on cooldown, but they need to make him use it. They need to see him transversing the map. They need to know for sure that he doesn't have it before they engage.
And Sakai's makes the adjustment, pushes the wave, recalls, make the wave the bare minimum, make it neutral so that MV won't have to kind of go too far to catch him. And if MV pushes that wave in, SRG collects the farm. We've got less than a minute before the next Lord spawns on the top side.
That's perfect, that's perfect. We have 50 seconds to talk about this current setup that Uni has right now, right? He's going for Impure Rage, 3-2-1, 3-2-1, opts to go first item Hunter Strike, second item War Axe, third item BOD. He's not going for the typical build where you go War Cry, and then maybe build a more fightery style while still having some decent burst. His main objective, go in, blow somebody up, get out.
When you reach below 50% health, that's where you disappear, right? The Soul Severed, 20% missing health. BOD, below 50% health, extra damage. Impure Rage, percentage damage. It's just a full package from MV.
He can basically 100 to 0 even some of these tanks, but again, with that Maleficor, he should be able to do it, but Cram is not making it easy.
To be stunned up by the Blade Surge, but again, no catch up for now. Cram just buying time. That is a lot of info that SRG would have really appreciate.
The biggest problem that MV is facing right now is that they can't keep up with SRG when it comes down to wave clear. They can, because at least for SRG, they can attack multiple sides of the map and rotate back for these neutral objectives. Monster Vicious, on the other hand, really take their time to chase their opponents down and win the war of attrition.
Some guys thought about clearing the bottom wave, but he didn't show up on the map, so MV has no idea where he is. Yums just gonna use the ultimate. Cram jumps on top of 2 of them, and now everyone presses that ultimate button, but with Rough gone, Zeno will try to get Innocent, but gets pinned to the wall. Innocent still gets killed off, but SRG have already taken out 2 members on the side of MV. Nova Escobar being the third. The Lord knocks out Cram, but Tempest of Blaze follow up. The guys holding it for the final moment. 4 from Monster Vicious, 4, and SRG will look to claim the Lord.
Tempo breaker from SRG to even out the lead, 41 to 42,000, and they're not done yet. They find one more, wiping out Monster Vicious.
Completely tipping the scales of this game. Monster Vicious amassed close to a 5,000 goal lead, the biggest we've seen in weeks, and SRG completely takes it all away. Now the control has slipped away from MV. It's SRG's time to take the wheel.
Yep, Sakai's has been power farming while he was getting harassed. That's why you see a lot of these neutral objectives be dragged out. He's already on his 4th item with an endless battle, complete 14 minutes into the game with a BOD as his 3rd. We see that Innocent getting to his final last few items of his build as well. Let's look at this fight one more time, right? Because if we look at where the split is, this whole time Nova X Kobar could not leave the side of his team members because he popped Revitalize too early. That's why we see the GOA come down on the RWM really late into the fight.
Uni even got knocked out by the Lord, right? So that's even more unfortunate. Didn't have that empower ability to prevent that crowd control. I mean, throughout all of that, SRG right now will be looking to crack some structures. Monster Vicious should be able to clean them up, but SRG, when thinking about it for a while, decides to back off, get rid of all the outer tier turrets, and now they have that sizable gold lead.
And I think it's a fair decision from SRG. They just took back the gold lead, and if they look at the total gold, yes, they are in the lead, but they've already passed the 42k mark. And when we pass the 42k mark, we know that at the very least, that when we look at specifically the marksman and as well as the jungler, most of the time they should be very close to their full builds, or at the minimum, have all 3 of their core items, which both sides have already.
We need some readjustment from the side of MV, especially when Ruff does not have the Purify. You gotta be careful about all these dives. Cram is threatening it, but Stuck Guys is not gonna wait. He's gonna draw attention away from Ruff and Uni, and Tempest of Blaze gets killed. Stuck Guys gets out of that, and that battle like completely split into 2. Pure Destruction blocked by Nova Escobar, but it cannot get close to Innocent. It's Innocent now traps himself in the pit, but Suyo does end up going down. Ruff tags him with a Chrono Dash, and SRG might have bit him up more than they could chew, losing 3 in the process. Sakai desperately wants to get a structure in that mid-wave. Zeno will try to clear it out as fast as possible, and I think he should be able to do that in time. Sakai cannot get it done, and now has to run away from Martini that flickers after him, but Sakai leaps to safety.
Woo, he's still running. He wants more, and he'll be able to heal off the wave. This is why Haas Claw is a great item for Sakai, as he finishes his 5th item this game.
A turnaround for MV. that really puts SRG on edge. The idea was great. Cram and Sakai split Ruff and Uni away from the rest of the team, but apparently the remaining 3 members were enough to take down Innocent.
Let's look at the instant replay one more time of how this fight eventually progressed, right? Because you can see that there's a lot of sacrifice coming out of SRG in hopes that Sakai's could get mid-inhibitor here. And honestly, he got very, very close to do so. But it's incredible, right? The fact is, Sakai's, he's got some really, really fast hands here. And he was not only able to dodge the Gatot GOA on the frame he was coming down, but also is able to dodge the Lantern from Zushin.
Alright, third Lord fight. This one could be the game ender. Monster Vicious once more takes control of the objective. Cram does not have Flicker to go for the backline dive, so SRG better be a lot more careful. Flores Pathway drop down. Uni has already claimed the Lord, but they gotta get out of this fight because Martizi will be sacrificed. Zeno lands a 2-man penalty zone, but Innocent jumps out of it. And the front to back from SRG looking flawless so far. Ruff cannot get enough damage in, and Sakai even takes down Nova Escobar. Uni rejoins the fight, but he just does not have the help put to stand, and Innocent takes out Ruff all on his own.
Another turnaround by SRG once more. Oh, dude, if Uni landed that Blade Surge, maybe there was an opportunity to find more kills, but that's gonna be the end game here. One mistake is all it takes for a team like this. We're on the way to kick off the final week of MPL.
They were close to the summit of Everest, but the cold was too much. Absolute zero at the peak, and SRG with that turnaround really shows us that what they're made of, the polish that they had to play from behind, the recognition of the limits of MV. But I gotta say, props to MV for bringing it this close.
It was just mechanical mistakes. You missed one ability, one unfortunate, one unlucky scenario. Those are the moments where SRG really take advantage of you. We're going to need to see a cleaner game coming in from MV. They had that lead in the early game. They just weren't able to kick the shins underneath SRG.
Being taken advantage of in terms of the battle spells, right? Like Ruff really having a tough time in that game. That second Lord fight, it could have really went that way, but Ruff got dived without any help. And I think it's just these big team fights, right? When you make split-second decisions, SRG just knew how to play the front to back a little bit cleaner.
Just a little bit, and that's the margins are actually so very, very small, because I gotta give it to MV. Like, a lot of their players are honestly playing above average right now. I think the one that's currently lacking is Uni. Maybe it's because the hero is still a little new that we don't see that polish just yet, but the overall stats, he is clearing people so quick.
We saw a bit of limit testing, right? You know, a couple of times he tried to go for the one shot, but now we have a good idea of where Suyo currently is. We'll see if MV will be willing to give him a shot again in the upcoming game. But for now, we will have an MVP of game 1. It's going to be Stormy, basically being the control guy in this game.
He is the trigger finger. When you see that RWM, you know that SRG wants to fight, and they're not going to waste this opportunity. And I think that it was a great call for MV in the way that they handled the RWM. Because we saw that Stormy, he was looking to play Eve, first rotation pick in the draft. Okay, that's totally fine. We can play Jushin into this, and then we look to slow him down. And it doesn't help that they were playing it into the Gatot anyways. So with the GOA, at least they have one potential answer, but I love how MV is very flexible with their answers against them. Now keep in mind that SRG, as much as they want to play around the RWM, that isn't their only option as well. They could send in Sakai's early. They can send in Cram specifically very early on to fight.
And of course, our MVP for game 1 is going to be Stormy, basically driving the entire vehicle. Even from the highlights, we saw that final fight, MV were a bit indecisive, right? Nova Escobar decided that I am going to get out of here with my ultimate, and then Zeno re-engaged. Some of the few holes that we have been seeing from the ship from the start of the regular season that still needs a bit of fixing, but either way, Stormy on this eve was a menace.
It really was. It really was. I think that MV, two things that they need to start worrying about is in mid-game decisions, split-second decisions, and more so on the execution of the engagement. I think those are their two biggest problems right now, because if you take one without the other, that's totally fine. You will still see results if a team can engage really, really perfectly to burst down a target before they can do anything. By all means, that will get you through the early game. But that split-second decision-making coming in from MV is really starting to cost them. 2 times in a row, they got the Lord unable to capitalize on it because SRG focused more on the fight than the objective itself.
Yeah, they need to be able to be a lot more unified. If someone calls for a retreat, you just gotta cut your losses, right? Let those who are about to go down just go down. man.
Or just let Nova and Zeno do the thing that they do best, sacrificing themselves for the bigger cause.
That too. This game dragged on for 18 minutes. We saw 3 Lords in total by both teams, and MV at one point were knocking at the front doors of SRG.
It's unlucky. It is unfortunate, but what can you do, right? You're up against SRG, so you really got to make sure to not make too many mistakes against them. And uncharacteristically enough, we did see a couple mispositioned mistakes coming in from some of the SRG members. The kill on Stormy, for an example, was a very good one. He lost his flicker for that, wasn't able to get the RWM in time, still ended up blowing up. I could say the same about Cram as well, who just wants to farm those Thunderbelt stacks, but at what cost?
But at one point, Yums decided that the magic damage is more of a headache. He went just full magic defense. Zero respect to Uni.
I mean, like, he knows that he's not Uni's target. Like, if Uni had to choose between Yums, who is low, and Innocent, who is low, 9 out of 10 times he will go for Innocent.
Yeah. Then that's why you see Yums, he used the Glorious Pathway to draw Uni away, right? He's like, come chase me.
Exactly. Wastes his time entirely, right? Because honestly, I think if Uni had a little bit more foresight, he should be walking into these fights pretty late, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that he can't start charging abilities and play from afar, because he does have that bow ready to, unleash from halfway down the map.
Yeah, I was thinking about why, was it just me, or did he not use it often enough, right?
I think, okay, here's the thing, right? Here's one big dilemma I have pre-level 15 Suyo, is that what is the max order of his abilities? It's definitely 2, but then do you go 3 or 1 for second max? I personally like to go 1, but then it makes my bow really, really weak in the mid game.
How I see it is 2-3-1.
2-3-1?
Because 1 is the mobility, right? I'm gonna get cooldown reduction from my items.
But 1 also has the highest damage scaling. Oh wait, sorry, not damage scaling, but base damage.
Yeah, that's true, but how often would I use it for the full damage? Like, I'm maxing it out with my...
It is your main engage tool. Maybe not the charge. Maybe not the charge. Just the simple tap is good enough. Man, we got to distinguish tap or hold at this point. I wish they had 2 different names for it. But
exactly, right? They have, like, can I call it enhanced version? It's not even enhanced.
It's like hold version. Charge version, buffer it. I don't know. I don't know.
Like they call skill 1 a blade, but then it becomes a spear when he holds it.
That's another thing. I mean, yes, technically it does have a pointy end, which is a blade. So it's like, but would you consider a box cutter to a full combat knife? It's a similar conversation to have. But looking at the stats in terms of total damage, Ruff was doing phenomenally. And now, yes, I was a bit harsh about him not bringing Purify, and yes, it has its downsides. But I think even when you look at the composition and you think about Flicker as well, it doesn't really matter, right? Because as long as you lose your battle spell, you're basically as good as dead.
Yeah.
You Purify away for RWM, you're going to get flickered on by Cram with this quick sand guard. Sorry, with the Raging Sandstorm.
So guys can jump you.
Exactly. So honestly, there's not a lot of counterplay. You're just praying to not die.
You just pray that your front line survives longer than SRG's front line, right?
Yeah.
As Innocent was spending most of his time forced to hit Nova and Zeno, and they caused him a lot of trouble, especially Zeno, who has been a pain in the butt for Innocent to deal with.
Yeah, he's just like, oh man, this guy building into blade armor as well. What a nerd. I can understand that MV came in with some pretty preset plans, right? Especially when they're reading rotations across the map with no information whatsoever. A lot of it just goes down to protocol, and I think they have strong protocols, especially against the guys on this lane, which is something that SRG need to think about in game number 2.
And something that I think MV would can consider as well is how to adapt to these situations, because SRG, they were actively adapting, but MV, they were sticking to that plan sequence, right? And at one point, SRG started to crack the code. That's where MV kind of fell apart.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's where you see MV needing to start thinking, having some foresight about the scenarios. Because it's only going to work for the first 2 times. Third time, especially when we saw the first Lord getting taken away and then losing the fight, that should have been the signal, okay, that's probably the same thing that's going to happen the second time we do it.
And even SRG kind of switched up how they use their abilities, right? The ability sequence, something that I think MV, they were keeping it very straight. If I see RWM, I'm going to straight up dive the Eve. But what happens if my backline gets dive? Contingency plans, not really too obvious. Hall of Famers, it's going to be SRG Sakai's on the rich guy's side, Ruff as the carry, Yums as the sandbag, and also the best wingman on the high loss.
Oh. Nasty stuff coming in from Yums. At the very least, the Revitalize is becoming a more popular battle spell, but it also causes a couple of issues. Like, take Nova for an example, in that same scenario, right? Fight just finished, you realize that the RWM has dropped, you could GOA, but your backline is getting attacked by Ling at the same time. So you pop the Revitalize and then you realize, oh shucks, I cannot leave his side because as soon as I do, I lose a backliner rather than stopping an RWM who currently only influences one other person.
So someone will have to eat it, right? And it unfortunately had to be Zeno because he is full committed without Nova by his side. Even this goal graph shows us a very solid start for MV. For 14 minutes straight, they had a goal lead and it almost peaked at 5,000 at one point.
Almost sure domination. And you can see that the course of these fights aren't messy at all, right? You can see that a lot of it is just everybody rotating the same side of the map. SRG matches that rotation and then the standoff happens. Who's going to make that first move? Who's going to throw the first nuke?
But we did see some changes in how the teams approach these fights, because at first it was MV starting fights, getting the snowball going, but SRG, they started making initiative and MV went on the reactive side, and that does give plenty of time for Cram to keep stacking up the Thunderbelt.
Yeah, but just look at how quick Sakai's gets his last 3 items, right? All of this happening within like roughly, I would say less than
4
give or
minutes,
take,
you know?
4 minutes, which is kind of ridiculous because these are not cheap items. BOD is by far the most expensive. Malefic Roar, sure, I understand, but even like Endless Battle is pretty comparable.
I mean, you compare his item progression to Uni, basically caps out at the BOD pre-12 minutes, gets a Malefic Roar 2 minutes after that, but again, those fights start to go very, very rough for MV, and Sakai, like you mentioned, was power farming the whole map.
Yeah.
Drawing the entirety of MV and he's not getting caught. A lot of factors that really influence the outcome of the fight. But I would say again, MV had a pretty good showing in this game 1. If they can do it again in game 2, I think at least it would make me content about their future in the playoffs.
I'm already pretty content with where MV is right now because they're definitely in a position where they show a lot of potential. How long it will take for them to get to where their true potential is going to be, then sure, that's kind of like whatever to me, right? But it's going to happen.
Absolutely. Well, we do have an offstage segment by Hotling with Rose, so let's throw it over to Rose to conduct the session.
Selamat datang ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa khas oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni saya bersama dengan guest kita dekat MPL MY Arena hari ni. So, how about you introduce yourself kepada audience yang tengah tengok?
Hai semua, my name's Taylor. Okay, sudah.
Alright, now kita nampak ramai orang yang hadir ke MPL Arena hari ni, and dengar cerita korang ni daripada university. So, korang daripada university mana?
Kami dari International Islamic University Malaysia from Pago.
Oh, okay. Now, apa role awak di UIA?
Role saya sebagai head of e-sport dan juga part of Mutu student leader.
Oh, okay. So, you sebagai head of e-sports, you main game tak?
Of course.
Apa favorite hero awak dalam ML?
Lolita.
Lolita, wow, roamer. Jarang-jarang ni. Okay, now sekarang dah banyak university integrate e-sports ni as as a curricular ataupun as a sports kan. Now, boleh ceritakan sikit ke in your university, dorang count e-sports as curriculum ke apa?
E-sports ni something is a big thing yang mana now we recognize e-sport as a official sport. Macam semua orang memang tengok sekarang e-sport ini something yang boleh bagi kejayaan kepada student dan kita maintain antara belajar dan juga main game. So by doing that, we both achieve academic excellence and also kami boleh spend our time together with our friend playing ML because that is our minat sama-sama.
Okay. Now, apa aktiviti yang korang selalu buat di esports club dekat UIA?
Okay, so recently kita orang buat M5 viewing party, and then kita orang ada buat tournament weekly, and then buat scrim.
Wow, ada scrim juga, internal scrim lah kan?
Yes.
Okay, you mentioned you guys daripada Pago lah kan? So, you guys be joining us dekat playoffs dekat JB?
Maybe, of course.
Maybe, okay. Kita like that. We like that. Sebab kalau university usually datang, it's happier, lagi meriah sebab ramai orang hadir kan. Apa yang perasaan you tengok MPL dekat arena ni? Lain kan daripada tengok dari watch party live?
Yes. Ya, debaran tu lagi terasa.
Alright. Now, you rasa siapa akan menang? SRG ke MV?
SRG.
SRG. Siapa favorite player awak dekat SRG?
Favorite Sekais.
Wow, Sekais. Okay, cuba bagi sikit words of encouragement kepada SRG ataupun Sekais.
Do your best and beat them.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Tali. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters to start game kedua dalam Best of 3 series ni.
Thank you very much, Rose. And the student rep, the Muntun Student Leader Program rep from UIA. That is such a good rep. You guys picked the right person. And a Lolita player nonetheless.
And the Lolita player. Whoa, really brave, truly brave. But now, coming into the second match here, we quickly got some words with Coach Arcadia. And we asked him, can you tell us about the new hero's potential? And new hero, we're talking about Suyo. He says, to be honest, I haven't studied it in depth yet. It looks like a promising jungler or EXP hero. But let's see, because sometimes we get creative, so maybe you'll see us using Suyo as a roamer.
I think that was Beloy talking.
I don't know. I feel like
as a roamer, huh?
I feel like Suyo Gold seems a little more likely, considering how Innocent is the only one who goes out of his way to play some weird stuff.
I mean, Roger, right? But then again,
I mean, Chang'e at SBS that one time.
Yeah, well, he got a pep talk after that. I believe Coach Arcadia wasn't happy. What? I think, yeah, like word was he actually picked it without telling his team.
Yep.
But I mean, they won the game anyway.
Still, it's ruining the balance. It's ruining the balance.
Well, thank goodness, because of Innocent, Chang'e's win rate is still 100%.
Yeah, it is. It is. I hate it. I hate it so much, but you can't do much about it. Since we have 50 seconds to actually talk about this upcoming adaptations for the game, MV, I'm guessing they're saying on blue side here. Because it makes sense, right? It feels like blue side is the way to go. And when we're looking at the most picked heroes, for Nolan specifically, we have 100% win rates on Sakai's, and everybody else still, except for Max, above 50%.
Which is... Man, did Chibi not play Nolan?
He didn't play as much. He doesn't get to touch Nolan as often, to be fair.
Yeah, I know. I do pity Max. I think a lot of his Nolan games were in the earlier part of the regular season. And that was when JP9ers was still trying to figure things out. But either way, there's a reason why Nolan is so sought after in the current meta. We'll jump into game 2 and see if MV will stick on that blue side. See if Coach Haru and Sora have made any adjustments to deal with SRG to keep this series alive. No, they actually go red side, so SRG gets first pick.
Alright, interesting. I wonder what Haru has set up for red side. Why go for red side this time round? Coach Arcadia decides to ban out the Gatot and as well as the Matilda. We see Cho and Chip for the side of MV. Not too surprised there, but I'm curious to see whether MV is interested in Edith or that's just the blue side thing.
So both teams so far have shown a Matilda ban, which does make me wonder what's the value that the Matilda and the Edith brings, right? I know the Cho is more of a targeted pick, but Matilda, Edith?
So Matilda in particular has some really great synergy with things like Phoveus, High Loss, even Gatot, right? People who are able to go all in but have no means of escape. That's where Matilda kind of compensates for that and allows your team to be able to kite out some really devastating engages when your opponents are looking to kind of do the same thing. Edith, on the other hand, is honestly such a good all-rounder. There's just nothing in her kit that's bad.
Good crowd control, good damage, decent scaling.
Is able to traverse the map decently well as a roamer as well, can take Wilderness Blessing to compensate. And now with that being said, Phoveus gets let through.
We'll see if MV will pick Suyo again, because it's going to be a slightly different approach against a Phoveus, right? Who can crowd control you if you are in your
non-eternal form.
Yeah, like, what do you call it?
Your human, your base form? Default.
The default form.
Yeah, default form. And if anybody says that the default form is a mortal form, then no. Bad.
He's not wrong.
No,
the passive is called Immortal Transition.
You don't spawn in as immortal form. That's the difference. It's a
we're just going light mode, heavy mode.
Light and heavy mode? All right. Light and heavy mode. We'll stick with that for now. So as Phoveus comes as the first pick for SRG, MV lock in the High Loss as well as the Zhu ship. Both of which are pretty good because, again, Phoveus terrible into the Zhu shit. It's not the most fun in the world. I'll tell you that from experience. You have no counterplay to that.
And you can also still leave High Loss on the table, right? I believe we've seen Nova play the High Loss in the first 2 weeks of the regular season in that room. So for SRG, they don't even know where the Phoveus is going up against yet.
I think as long as MV keep them questioning, it's going to be tough. But Krami, he's comfortable. At the very least, Phoveus is able to kind of, just kick back, relax, clear the waves, don't have to worry about it.
I do recall we have seen Phoveus mid once by Team Ray, but it's not going to be a possibility this time. Ling and the Vexana. And in 9 MPL seasons, Coach Arcadia has delivered top 4 finishes in 6 of them.
Coach stats. Coach stats. Come on, that has to be an impressive stat.
This could be his how many? 7th one. It's 7th top 4 finish.
Does it always have to be with a different team? I guess I don't want to get
as long as
technical
he makes it to top 4, right?
Yeah, it's true. It's true because a lot of coaches out there, by the time you're saying like we need this coach, he's never leaving an org.
No.
He's never leaving the org. I don't see it happen.
If I'm winning, why do I leave?
Exactly. A majority of the famous coaches all across the world are still with their original org. Now, the first phase is already complete, and Suyo is going to be the lock-in for the side of MV. But now, here's a couple of problems, right? Suyo triggers Phoveus like crazy. It does terribly against Phoveus. Against a Vexana, maybe you have an opportunity to get on top of her if you dodge her stun. Ling, we saw the previous game. Early, you're expecting Suyo to do a lot of work. Late in the game is where you start losing out.
Late game is all about the cooldowns, right? If you can't catch Ling, he jumps up into the air, you're probably going to get one-shotted.
Very, very excited MV fan, playing with the cameraman, man. I love it. I love the crowd interaction.
So Tigro gets banned out once more by MV.
Okay,
Take away the big crowd control. We did see Yumes play high loss in the previous game. Now that has been taken away from him. So he's going to be forced into a completely different pick. I remember MV also banned Ruby last. Yeah, they banned Ruby in game 1 also. So we'll see if they're gonna follow up with that.
Oh, dude. Actually, I think MV might have a cheat code here. Okay. I'm curious to see how deep their pockets are. I hope they identify this down the road. Because right now, Glue is kind of an insane pick for MV. Glue is insane. Mincetar is kind of insane. I'm leaning more into Glue because I haven't seen Zeno pick up the Mincetar.
And you actually do very well into a Phoveus.
Exactly.
He's not going to take... Well, there's a chance that Cram takes Flicker, but on the off chance that he doesn't, you have a great level 1.
Exactly. That's the thing. That's why I'm like, this could be devastating for SRG if Haru figures this out. I don't know whether we're on the same wavelength here because he's already banning out anything to slow down the initial engage coming in from high loss, things like Tigreal, things like Ruby for an example, because they are playing Assassins, they want to stay hypermobile, because I don't think Khalid is the play here for MV.
If you want a backline dive, Glue essentially could be that person, but with the Claude up on the table, it does make it a bit tough, right? Claude and Moskov both are pretty decent answers to it. And we'll see they are going to pick up that 4th pick. So they take the Moskov away.
I love it. Hold the EXP at the very, very end. Very atypical of Red side. And best part is that Moskov does pretty well against Assassins because of his knockback. So at the very least, Uni doesn't have to worry about that too. That does mean that maybe we might just see a Roger gold lane, maybe even a Harith gold lane coming about from your boy Innocent.
But into this draft is not the easiest one to pull off, right? Not with the amount of dive. So we are going to see the CC over for SRG and the Grok. So CC gold will be the answer from SRG.
Oh, interesting. All right, so Vexana's the only anchor. You have Grok to kind of open up the map. Still able to slow down your opponents. And then dodge. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I see it. The anti-CC is the main thing here, not the engage. All right. Pretty good composition for the side of SRG. I hope MV lock in the glue. Lock in the glue and make my day.
Do it. If not the glue, it's probably going back to Teresa, which is one of their comfort picks, most comfort picks. In fact, it's too difficult to play Terizla here. Oh man, they can't even play Hylos into Phoveus, right? Exactly, the CC as well. Like there's an easy lane swap to be made. Oh, and then they go into the Khalid. Pocket not as deep, not as deep as we want. Looking at SRG's draft, and I realized that they could easily. Wait, hold on. Is Innocent playing Phoveus gold? Wait, it is! So they are! Okay. That's why they didn't do the switch. Alright. So it is the Phoveus gold. How dirty. So dirty! I know we've seen Phoveus mid, Hey, but hey, if Ralph wants to jump around and makes life easier for Innocent, right?
I'll give it to him. That was a very interesting draft coming in from SRG's side.
Flicker. That's what I was expecting if I saw him go. Take Flicker, you're not running away.
Exactly. Now, Ruff might have a bit of a tough time. A lot of backline dive here. Stormy has to be particularly careful to not die to Uni, so he's going to have to hold on to his fear for as long as possible. But they'll definitely sneak past the glorious pathway.
Okay, let's see if Arcadia talk about creativity. This is one of the few glimpses of it. Game 2 with SRG on blue side and MV on red. Let's get it going. Because I'm looking at the lanes right now. Zeno also blindsided by the fact that he had to fight a CC instead of a Phobius.
I'll take it though. This will be very interesting. This will really show the laning prowess we're going to be seeing from SRG as well as MV, right? And I think that's going to be a very big influence in the game. If not, we're expecting the roamers to be able to kind of break even here.
I'm already winning out at the start. Brave Smite, full stacks on the passive. And Ruff can't even walk up the tray. Innocent. Every single time he has that passive, he is going to run in your face.
Yeah, level 1 is where Innocent is going to be a little bit stronger here. Ruff gets stronger at level 2, but then it all evens out at level 4, where you're expecting Phobius to have a major advantage, unless we saw Ruff take Inspire. But still, he opts to go... Oh, he goes straight into Tenacity and Swiftness. He's not looking for Master Assassin. He knows that there's a very high likelihood of dying to the Phobius.
Phobius aside, it's just Festival of Blood, Brave Smite, some adaptive damage. The Quicksand Guard is cancelled out, so he has to flicker, but still, first blood giving over to Sun Guys. Backup coming in late from Nova and Martizi. They find the live on the Cram. He's gonna take in some turret shot, try to jump away, still gets dragged back. A trade for MV.
Alright, decent trade. Sakai's unfortunately is the one who does pick up the kill, and Monster Vicious, it goes over to Martizi. Luckily, Uni... Oh man, so that's a great jungler right there. A+ jungle strat.
My jungler would have taxed the wave.
That's me. I would have taken the wave entirely. I wouldn't even feel remorse for it. That's the worst part.
I'm a Suyo. I need that gold.
Yeah, man. So Martizi ends up hitting level 4 on time, and with neutral objectives about to spawn, MB take control over it first.
I feel like it would just be like game 1 with SRG. They pay minimal attention to the turtle.
Oh.
The guys does show up though with the team there. Uni wins the turtle secure anyways. The first team to hit level 5. So far, MV in the series have secured 4 out of 4 turtles.
Yep. Honestly, I don't blame Sakai's for missing the retry there, because that Soul Sever, it also applies to these neutral creeps, right? So you can do like an absurd amount of damage, especially when they're within the last 2 bars of their health.
Things will start to get tough for Ruff right now because Infinite Pursuit has been unblocked. 0 cooldown. So good luck trying to play around that.
Alright, good luck. Let's see whether Ruff is going to lose his Purify here, but he does have Uni nearby. Honestly, he's got the whole kill squad ready to run.
You just see Uni here, so that's going to prevent any sort of ambush. Stormy is also walking up. Uni can't really stay there for too long. East the Wild Charge gets terrified, absolutely controlled. So Oblivion dashes away, but Use follows with the power of nature to take him out. And now to block on Nova Escobar with the wall. The battle line is completely separated. Martizi cannot join the fight. Tempest of Blaze from the guys. Takes out Nova Escobar. The Spear of Destruction shows up. Ruff needs to kill. Finds Yumes. Forces the flicker from Stormy. Martizi tries to grab him back. Runs out of mana at the last second. Cannot confirm the lift.
Take the 2 for 1. Just take the 2 for 1. It's as good as it's going to get. But for MV, it's a small lead, but Sakai survives and he's able to invade while this is happening. Will eventually be able to invade while this is happening. Uni currently still a level ahead of Sakai's at this point of time and taking all of No Man's Land. Litho Wanderers, River Crab, all within control of MV.
It's going to show up bottom side as well. Fire Foe is a warning shot. Sakai's will just leave that area. Top side. This is stunned up. Goes for the onto Ruff. He's going to try and fight this. Stunned up. The wild charge from Yumes not connecting. And Ruff gets away with the Purify.
Man, Yumes, dangerous man. You can never really tell what's going through his mind, right? What direction is that wild charge going to go? You blink and you miss it. But now with the next neutral objective about to spawn here, we need to look at lane states, because if Khalid moves right now, SRG might be okay with just giving away this turtle just to play on the opposite side. Oh, it's a lane swap.
GC is also moving. Nova Escobar will try to kind of soak up the damage. Playing Martizi behind him, but with Innocent showing up, Martizi needs to shift his focus a little bit. Another stun now, Nova Escobar knocked out by the Eternal Guard. Will try to survive this, but Innocent jumps on top of him. The Glorious Pathway will get him out of this fight. But Zeno overcommitted. He's going to get absolutely slammed to the dirt. And with him going down, Sakai joins the fight, looks for Martizi, Tempest Ablaze, dispels the butterfly stacks. Uni will force him away, but Monster Vicious loses control of the objective.
Woo! Nicely done by Sakai's. Nicely done. Good use and timing of the Tempest of Blades. You don't mind if the stacks is maxed out on you as long as you're able to get the Tempest of Blades off, but he's too low to contest Uni.
Does SRG
Oh!
use this? Uni will get the turtle as Yums wall charges to the back onto Martizi, but that leaves Innocent out to dry. Tries to get rid of Uni, who gets away with the Blaze Surge. Lifted back up by Martizi. Innocent is so tanky. He is not dying. They need to control him, and with the help of Zeno, they will.
Martizi is saving this team right now. Every overly aggressive plays made by the side laners of Monster Vicious, Martizi and Nova X Kobar has been covering them very, very well. And luckily, Uni is 2 levels ahead of Sakai and won out his retreat battle. But you can definitely see, without his spells available on cooldown, he is a sitting duck.
Man, the amount of impact Innocent had with just 2 items before the Expert Claw. War Axe, Brave Smite, Festival of Blood, and to survive that long in a fight.
Innocent so
Wow.
greedy. The fact that he went War Axe first item instead of Thunderbelt, this guy knows what's up.
It's all about the fight. Yus will be chased away for now. Next turtle is going to be a minute away. Spawning on top side. Bottom tier 1 went down as Ruff had full control of that area. Yeah, Martizi with the bailout. This Jushin is being quite a nuisance for SRG to fight into.
It's really tough. It's really tough for them. Nova X Kobar can just tank the damage against Innocent for now.
War
Just
Axe, man.
I mean...
Uh-oh. But now he can't get out. He's blocked out. He's dead. He is dead. And the backline for MV is exposed again. And there's going to be a follow-up wild charge from Yums once more to Purify. Not going to get Ruff out. 2 dead for MV.
I'm quickly looking into the player room. I'm trying to see whether Kotaru is given a reaction, but I only see Fakes. Not just the head shake of disapproval. Like, what are we doing, guys? What are we doing here?
Sora is like, man, you're not that strong. Zeno is going to be next though.
Has to ult.
Has to ult. Ult flicker. Okay, Cram actually chases him. Quick send guard. Take a life on the turret. The guy gets away again. Now they're gonna try to find Cram and use blocks out that entrance. Cram hops over the wall, over the turtle, and SRG completely disengages.
Uni could technically chase that. They know that they don't have ults right now, but they also don't know the position of where Sakai's is. I think that's what he's most nervous about.
God, Martini straight out just bailing Nova X Kobar out of that. Turtle secured by Uni, so 6 out of 6 turtle in this best of 3 for MV.
Not even close here. Uni waiting a full second before, sorry, 0.5 of a second before he decided to retreat, knowing that it's not even going to be remotely close. At this point of time, MV not developing as much as a lead like they did in the last game, but it's 7-3 right now, and MV still have the goal lead.
Pretty insane if you think about it. I think most of the gold lead is definitely on Uni and Ruff's side, right? Ruff is 2 levels ahead of Innocent. He's been power farming the whole time, and he could be the one to drag MV across the finishing line.
I mean, eventually Monster Vicious will outscale Selangor Red Giants by the end of this game. I think the real question is what's the most ideal situation for SRG to fight, right? What are the win cons for them to be able to create an endgame scenario?
They're looking for Martizi. Tie him up. Cram will do the initial job, but with Ruff showing up, Martizi survives. The rest of SRG will have to retreat. Monster Vicious is too tough to fight in these choke points, and Ruff is continuing the chase. Cram next on the board, gets pinned to the wall and goes down. Innocent now forced to commit, pulls all of them back, but Ruff has the wisdom of nature, survives the power of nature. Ruff finds a triple kill out of that.
No.
MV finds 4 in the fight.
No, Yums should have just auto-attack. That's all he needed. He just needed to auto-attack. Maybe he thought he didn't have enough damage because he's not building any damage whatsoever. Maybe he thought that he couldn't get the proc from the concussive blast in time, or it was already done. But very, very close margins here. And now MV back in the position like they were in the previous match. 5K goal lead, 7-7, 9 minutes into the game. Oh my god!
In a way more dominating form. 3.2k advantage for Ruff. Did he not have Winds of Nature, or was I tripping?
He did not have Winds of Nature throughout that fight.
So that was the Purify, I would assume.
Yep. Disgusting. Disgusting stuff from Ruff right now. But this might just be the closest that MV have actually gotten to maybe toppling this game. They just need to take this Lord without losing too many members. Keep in mind, SRG, they've done this before, and they want to buy time for Innocent to get some real items.
Circumstances are a bit different, no. Now SRG, they have two conditions, right? Got to kill the backline and survive, but the backlines are so tough to take down. Can't even take on Martizi with two of their strongest members. I mean, MV history is writing itself. They could be the second team to take a game off of SRG in the regular season.
I mean, it's going to be tough because they have to use Sakai's to influence the map, right? But MV have decided, no, we're always going to blitz it because we want him to come to us.
Yun is just going to go for the conceal. They find a dive in the back line. That's Martizi exposed, but Zeno instantly finds the save. Takes out Innocent. Ruff, he's just going to man-fight Cram. That's 2 deaths. Spear Destruction does miss though. And Ruff will survive for now. They find a lift on the Sakai's. Martizi with another bailout. And Monster Vicious have a really good chance of just wiping the floor with SRG. Zeno couldn't get the chase, but Uni will try. Doesn't get in range, but 4 kills for MV and all the waves crashing to SRG's base.
Oh, they're going to break the magic barrier on the top side of the map. Lord is going to be pushing on bottom. So outer tier 2s are going to be gone. Magic barriers going to collapse on every single one of these lanes.
9,000 goal advantage. If MV hasn't found that killing blow just yet, there are about to. The ball should be taken care of, so no structures will go down just yet, at least not the inhibitors. But SRG are finding it incredibly tough to just run into Monster Vicious. This backline is not easy to cut through.
Yeah, and Uni's in a position where he can just poke. He doesn't even need to hard engage, right? Just use that bow, poke out as many targets as possible, force him a recall.
So this Phobia's goal is starting to really scale off the sheer amount of lead that Ruff has. I'm surprised that Ruff is still dealing more than 10,000 lesser damage than Innocent.
Well, I mean, Innocent is able to collapse on multiple targets at once. Ruff has to kind of hope that they line up like floppy disks. Just gotta be straight, you know? Keep it uniformed. I need 2 seconds left. How is SRG going to bounce back from this one? Currently with a perfect 7-11 here in terms of kill score, but MV basically have almost set up checkmate angle. If they had, if they were able to take away an inhibitor from SRG, they might have been able to, but I think they're taking the smarter option. They know that their high ground defense isn't that great, so the same can be said about their sieging. Not that effective and puts them in a position where they could be collapsed upon.
They're looking for Sakai's. Doesn't have purple buff, so gotta get away. Gets stunned by the Law and Order on top of the wall. Had to be saved by Yoon. But that means that Cram will be sacrificed. There's no way out of this. Another pick off for MV. Reaching a 10k goal advantage.
Nova is just being a menace right now. Stormy, as much as he wants to walk up, he has to always consider the option of Nova walking away from Sakai's, because that's what we're seeing right now, that Nova is following Sakai's along man-to-man every single time. If he's on a wall, he's looking to stun him off of it. If he's dropping a glorious pathway, he's looking to cut him off from the rest of his team.
Usually you would want the Ling to be able to influence the map, kind of push the waves, but Monster Vicious, basically the man-to-man defense, especially onto Sakai's, have honestly made his series as a Ling pretty miserable.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard for him. That's why you see that Sakai's is like 2 levels down, now catching up to close the lead down to 1 level. Oh!
Gonna try to look for Martizi. That's the Purify out. A hard dive to the back line, but their own is exposed. Ruff is unstoppable. They lose Innocent again, and Sakai's doesn't even find a kill with the Martizi. Monster Vicious might have just done it to take a game off of the Red Giants. Starting with the bottom inhibitor, Cram will get jumped on. The Terrify from Stormy only delayed the inevitable, but Monster Vicious have the full team. It's a dive to the back. The flick from Zeno misses, but it really doesn't matter because Ruff is on the crystal. Monster Vicious takes blood from SRG.
Woo! All right, 1 step up the mountain. We thought it might just be 2 steps back, but now on equal footing against the Giants right now. The second team to have costed SRG to drop a game.
Not completely frostbitten just yet. The summit still in sight for Monster Vicious. And they have so much to prove. I mean, so much has been proven already. And imagine one more game, they not only take the series, but become the first team to break the perfect streak for SRG and to take them down in a regular season in such a fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting what they prepared for this match against SRG. And it's very clear that they kind of reset the priorities now, right? Previously, their priorities were, okay, we want to match up man-to-man defense. We're going to be playing high loss anyway, so generally, we want to make sure that Ling has a hard time. They did that in both of the games, but now, with Ruff, surprisingly more comfortable with dealing with a Phobius in comparison to what he had to deal with last time on the Harith. I think it's not bad. I think it's a not bad plan.
think this would also make SRG kind of just go back to a more basic draft, right? Just put Innocent on a normal farming gold laner. I feel like it's a very interesting approach, but MV dealt with it accordingly.
Yeah, they really did. The laning phase was looking especially good for both sides. I will say that it did get a little influenced in the gold lane afterwards. Maybe Innocent was going in a little too ham and also the fact that he went for War Axe first item. This man was so confident he was going to start smashing heads.
Yeah, they thought that they had the snowball, but at no point did SRG actually have a lead, right? We saw when the total kill was 7 and 3, Monster Vicious had at least a 1.5k gold lead, but I think this is where it really starts to snowball out of control. When MV starts winning fights, taking side lane turrets, and SRG just had no way of realistically diving the backline and taking them out.
And that's the thing, right? They needed a strong winning lane. And Cram was doing pretty well until he was getting 2 times on the bottom side. Innocent basically didn't have much of a laning phase anyways. And the fights that he did get involved, he didn't secure any... he didn't secure too many kills, right? He wasn't able to keep pace with Ruff, who basically scaled to infinity and outscaled him entirely.
And with the Phobius, you generally want him to fight, which means that Ruff is just free farming around the map. And Martizi is the one controlling that hero. Essentially, the Moskov had a near perfect game and reached a point where he was basically unstoppable.
Genuinely disgusting, Zushin. It's tough. It's really, really tough. Especially when you're on the Karina, am I right? But like...
Okay, yeah, disgusting. If my Karina had that item, that's an auto win.
That's an auto win!
And a Purify. You can't be controlled, can't be hit by basic attack, and now you... yeah, well, what else can you do to her, right?
Truly no winning. Truly no winning. But still, it was a very difficult game for SRG because their win cons are solely based on how well Sakai's is doing, right? It doesn't really matter how good Tram as well as Innocent is doing because that's only going to last for the first 2 phases of the game, which is early and mid. Once we get into late game, then you're purely depending on Stormy and Sakai's to kind of get you through that last hurdle.
Yeah. Tough game for SRG and a lot more quicker than game 1, right? A 5-minute difference, cut down from 18 to 13 minutes. And this Khalid pick actually worked out. I suppose the whole focus was just to get out of lane, right? You have a CC that beats me in lane, I just need to leave it early.
Yeah, and I think that might be one of the few mistakes that SRG may have made this game, the lane assignments. I think that if you're going to be playing Phobius, you should be playing Phobius into the Khalid because it is such it's so much easier to manage that lane in comparison to Cram, who is like, I want to trade against you, but you're clearing the wave, so I'm getting sandbagged regardless.
And it takes so long for me to stack up my items, right? Like he went for War Axe. I wonder if he went Oracle or Brute Force Breastplate first. We have to find out in just a little bit.
I think it was Brute Force Breastplate second. I'm going to make a wild call on this one because I remember seeing it pop up.
Because like both Innocent and Cram went for War Axe. It's all about snowballing the mid game, which they never got to do. Martizi, right? The bailout.
Yeah.
This Yushin is causing so much problems. So does this put her on the ban list again?
If they're going to pull off a composition like this again, yes, because I would much rather them deal with an Edith than dealing specifically against the Zushin, right? Let's quickly look at the emblems because I'm curious to see what he actually opted to take. Alright, so Ruptured as well as Festival of Blood for Innocent. Cram took Mobility and Festival of Blood. Alright. So nothing too out of the ordinary here. Really nothing too out of the ordinary.
And Nova just went full tank. Tank emblem, tenacity, vitality, concussive blast. And I just realized that there really isn't any meaningful way to take out Nova Escobar when the game goes late.
Nope, there isn't. They were going to completely bypass him and leave him for last. He's like your favorite piece of meat on your plate when you go for economy rice. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna save this for a treat for myself later after you smash the rice, the veggies, and whatever you have.
Yeah, well, the difference is that piece of meat doesn't hurt you.
I mean, it's thick. It's a lot to chew through.
For sure.
I don't know. I feel like in this particular game, SRG kind of bit themselves in the foot when they wanted to go with a double fighter setup, and MV had already banned out the Ruby.
I feel like it would make slightly more sense if it was a Ruby, right, compared to a CC.
Yes.
That's what I'm looking at, because MV did ban the Ruby in game 1, and they did it again in game 2, which essentially doesn't deviate too much from their game 1 ban sequence.
If not, it actually gives them a better setup to punish their opponents if Ruff uses his Purify like he did before and was kind of able to run around, and CC can't lock him down per se, but Ruby can.
Let's take a look at the damage taken. because I expect Nova Escobar to top the chart. Yep. Poor Cram.
Poor Cram.
Had to take 92k damage as a CC.
When we praise Nova for his 96, we're like, you're a good tank. But then we look back at Cram and it's just like you're an abuse victim. He's just getting whacked in the bottom side of the map.
Here are two heroes. One of them is having a hard time.
One of them didn't ask for this. It was not consensual, I'll say that. It really wasn't. I don't know. I think that SRG, it's interesting that they're practicing a comp like this when they don't have like the direct... Well, or they're very confident that Sakai's will be able to get them over the edge.
But after this, it probably would change, right? You know what? I have a feeling, or at least I personally want to see if Sakai brings back the Julian at some point.
Ooh, the Julian? Okay. Okay.
We do have the Hall of Famers for now. Rich Guy, Ruff, Carry, Martizi, and Nova Escobar. Essentially the sandbag and wingman.
Yeah. Okay. The only time I think they're going to bring out the Julian is if they are going to pick it within first rotation, probably second, third if you're on blue side, definitely as a last on red.
It will fulfill my fantasy of what we talked about, like what, 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Of having two junglers that unlock at level 3.
Yeah, but still farm till level 4 before they fight.
Yeah, essentially that, right? Because you want, yeah.
It's like an awkward number of camps. It feels really weird to finish off your orange or purple buff, hit level 3, and then be like, man, technically if I just clear the beetle camp, I hit level 4, but I could gank right now.
Yeah, I could fight right now.
But that's the thing, right? A lot of compositions that want to fight as soon as possible, especially with these level 3 type junglers, you need laners to do something. And if your laners are not strong, you can't necessarily set up for them.
Well, I personally want to see how the adjustment is going to be like, right? Because it's fair to say it's not the first time we see SRG on the back foot. In the regular season, I think we put them on a very top pedestal, which I think is well deserved. But sometimes it's good to see that teams are starting to catch up, right? But I also think it's good to manage expectations, that this does not essentially mean that SRG isn't as good as they are, but it means that teams are starting to find a way around it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that they're doing so, right? Because again, it's just planning, a lot of pre-planning on the drafts, a lot of planning in terms of like making sure that when you come into playoffs that you have the full arsenal. You don't want to be bringing in weapons that don't have ammunition in them.
And it's good to see that MV, really utilizing the Suyo 2 games in a row, right? Finding success, I would say, in both games. Just that game 2, they had a better environment to utilize it. But SRG is still in good spirits. I wonder what the comms are going to be like, what the mic check from SRG would be, because so far they've just been chill, relaxed, really just taking their time and having fun in the games. But I took a peek at the player cam. This series so far, they look a lot more zoned in.
I think they are a little bit more zoned in. I think they're really trying to like limit test themselves in terms of like pushing what the meta needs to offer them, even if the conditions aren't right, because those are the types of situations you will expect to see yourself in an international.
Oh my goodness, the DPM high score. Actually, Ruff takes top 2. So I remember seeing both the Hanabi and the Moskov game. It was Stormy as well in third place, the AJ, and then Martizi.
Oh, it's kind of crazy though.
I mean, the Hanabi one was kind of like inflated numbers, right? Because you're hitting 5 targets in the fight.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But still, the fact that this Moskov was able to out-damage her by 93, and this is average DPM. We're not talking about like the flat numbers. That means technically when he ended that game, his numbers were pretty friggin' high.
Definitely not as high as the one from week 2 or 3, right? The earlier weeks, like MV was going off. Well, we got the good version of them today. We get one of the best versions we've seen. But I do know that I've heard and observe, I know some of the teams, some of the best teams, including SRG, we talk about Falcon Safety, Brand, Onyx, in this current meta, haven't really had the best time, I think, when you look at the regional skills, when you look at the practice between the teams, because of how versatile it is. For me, it's a good thing, right? You are forcing teams to constantly adapt, but you're also giving a lot more alternatives to teams who want to experiment.
Well, here's the thing. I think that nobody has really figured out what the meta is right now. And most of the time, especially when we get into a new patch, everyone has the same complaint of, oh, I don't know what the meta is, and therefore I'm going to assume that it's a very aggressive meta. Until people start figuring out what the tempo breaks, and specifically out in power spikes when these heroes get strong, how this collaborative effort amongst the 5 heroes work with each other individually at certain times of the game, that's when we see the meta truly come to that all-collective tournament of, hey, it's only these few heroes, everything else has been tried and tested, doesn't necessarily work.
It goes from following the Pied Piper to kind of rock, paper, scissors, right? Where you find solutions for every single composition. In this case, I think SRG will go back to red side. They feel a lot more comfortable on their red side to be able to hide that last pick. I mean, both games have been red side victories.
Well, I think definitely if there's one thing that I would like to change from SRG, instead of going for straight into the Phoveus or into the CC, I think taking the Phoveus is totally fine when you see the last pick is Khalid, or expecting it to be Khalid. And not to mention that Suya has plenty of dashes, so there's always going to be value in the pick. It's just that if you don't have Matilda, you might as well pick it up for yourself. And more so that there was an opportunity for, you know, Harith or even Roger to get locked in by the side of SRG.
And for the side of MV, they have a 53.8% win rate on first pick selection, which is incredibly impressive considering how first pick was very looked down upon in the first half of the season.
Yeah, it has changed. Luckily, you know, the score has definitely started to reach global standards. Both sides have evened out in terms of overall win rate. But considering that MV, yes, they have plenty of win rates when they are first pick, but now we're seeing them lean more onto red side. Like I feel like it's a very Coach Haru thing that game one, they expect to be blue side, they have a strong opener, but they change things up once they hit red.
Yeah. Suppose like your favorite hero, that one is a Pakido. No, I've not seen one that convinces me that it's a choke. You have to do a roundhouse. Speaking of that,
how to do a roundhouse?
I actually saw Rex win from MV. I'm not sure if they were shooting TikTok or something. Like earlier, before we opened the doors, he was performing some kung fu.
Oh yeah. He was going with the I don't want to say it's wushu because I could be entirely wrong about this because there's a lot of performing arts, martial arts.
Let's just say it's kung fu.
Yeah, sure.
Taekwondo.
Taekwondo.
I know for a fact it's not judo because it doesn't look like that.
Yeah. And usually you need 2 people for that technically. But even so, keep in mind that everybody, the M6 is happening in Malaysia. So quickly scan the QR code and also claim the redeem code. And if you're lucky, you might even get and win a legendary skin. Both of which I haven't seen just yet. I don't know what legendary skin, so don't, at me if you don't get one.
And also, for people who complain that our currency is not as strong, you're wrong. We're going stronger. The news say we are going to be a powerhouse in currency. I think top 3 or something in the coming months.
Are you serious?
Maybe not top 3, but top 5. But we're getting there. Right? We're making steps, and I think that's important. Because I'm tired of being clowned on, especially by my neighbors next door.
I don't know. The Singaporeans, I feel like the Singaporeans are always going to have us beat in that sector.
Hey, at least I can now buy their currency. That's the advantage I get. So SRG get back on red side, MV gets blue again.
All right. MV now going on the blue side. Let's see what are the adaptations here, because I feel like SRG probably aren't going to go for a double fighter composition again in that case, but they can set up for a winning matchup for Cram, which we've seen a lot of red side teams do. They just wait for those last 2 picks. First pick, flex, all the way until the very last pick. That's when you see the reveal.
So the bans for MV are still the same. They get Edith back into the equation. If they follow the game 1 draft, it would be a Matilda ban third. For SRG, they did ban the Phoveus and Chip as well. The Fanny has been the third ban for both teams on red side. So surprised to see that both teams are just sticking to the same ban sequence.
Yeah. A lot of these picks, just, focusing on Yums, right? It feels like in these past 2 games, Yums' overall impact is very, misdirected, misdirecting your opponent, trying body block, trying to find opportunities and looking for different angles, all of which being shut down by MV, which kind of goes to show that their pre-preparation probably for the early game was around Yums, who I would consider one of the big playmakers of the team anyways.
And a big contributor of that is the Jushin that Martizi played in both games. And now SRG finally bans it out. They don't want to deal with all these push and pull. And MV, they get their hands on Uni's Fanny.
Okay, so now they need a winning matchup for their potentially their goal lane. They're going to be on red side, right? Yeah. So maybe... Oh, Gatot? Valentina.
Wow.
Interesting.
It's quite a while since Stormy goes back on the Valentina this early on. And of course, fun fact, SRG has only lost 2 games in this season. For now.
Yet? Question mark?
Yet? So there's a chance this becomes the 3rd, right? Let's see.
I don't know. The likelihood of SRG dropping this game, considering Coach Arcadia's philosophy, seems hard. But I am rooting for MV at the very least, right?
Yeah.
If they are going to win this game, at least let it be at SRG's 100%.
Beat them at their best. Because the playoffs is a full reset. The SRG is guaranteed top seed anyways. So it really comes down to whether MV can get past that first stage and then meet them on the other end. So this time MV, they switch it up a little bit. The time ban out 2 games in a row, they will take it first phase with the high loss.
This is interesting. I've seen a lot of teams do this, right? They see the Gatot, naturally they want to pick high loss for themselves. And it kind of goes both ways, right? It's a double-edged sword, because if the Glorious Pathway comes out first, there's a high likelihood that the GOA is going to cut your team in half, separating your front line from your back line. Because nobody wants to be in a position where they're getting hit by this guy, by the GOA anyways, right? So if it's the other way around, if Gato goes in with the GOA, then Hylos has basically a free Glorious Pathway to get his team in. So same concept with the Assassins of Link versus Hayabusa. Whoever uses their ult first loses.
We'll see if SRG goes back to the game 1 philosophy, right? Can you bait out those ultimates? And in this case, back in game 1, it was Nova on the Gatot. And he has, when the game goes late, that's where you see that ultimate usage gets a bit more over generous. So this Ling is still the constant for SRG, sticking to the same jungler that has that late game potential. But if there's anything we know that MV has been really keeping track of Sakai's.
Yeah, they really have. Now SRG bans out the Khalid, very smart option here, expecting this high loss to be flexed around a little bit. But as long as they don't have to worry about that early game Khalid, then at least they don't have to worry so much about getting invaded. Now we do see the Moskov get banned out for the side of MV. It would, I mean, it does well into the Fanny anyways. It also works well against the high loss. I guess they want to make sure they can get rid of global presence, and Natan should eventually outscale. So I would assume that this would be Harith as their next ban for the side of MV. For SRG, I'm not 100% sure.
I'm thinking the Harith or potentially Claude. And then SRG, I'm not sure if this is a good time for you to bring out the Roger Gold, which can be a possibility. But I also feel like they want to limit the mobility that MV has, right? They want to create some space for Sakai. The final ban, actually the Aurora, the anti-dive hero. So you target Martizi a little bit.
Interesting. So are they going to... Is this an indicator that SRG wants to convert straight into a dive comp? They might try to play double fighters one more time. Now with the Gatot, it's just a little bit easier to access the backline or force a current scenario on MV.
There is still the Ruby up, which MV has banned 2 games in a row.
Does it matter? Does it matter if they ban out the Ruby here rather than just straight going for Harith? So then SRG in terms of gold laners... they'll be left with Roger, Claude,
Harith, 1-1.
1-1. Oh, even 1-1. Yeah, 1-1's a really good shout as well.
So they do ban the Ruby, continuing the same trend. I mean, Cram can play the Ruby also, right? It's a major flex pick for SRG.
It is. It's a very big pick. At this point, now they need to start showing some stuff.
Yeah, who do you want to keep Innocent for last or Cram?
I think it's Cram for last. I think it has to be because the gold lane isn't going to impact the overall comp. They just need some extra damage.
I like that guy right there. Easy game, maybe.
Maybe.
32-1. So they review Cram's hero first.
Okay.
Keeping Innocent for last.
This is a bit wild. All right. So you go in for Terizla in case... What are the matchups that we're worried about for the EXP? Now that Phoveus is already out, they already have the high loss. High loss won't outpush the Terizla, but will beat him in a trade.
I mean, there's CC, there's
Xborg,
Arlet. Maybe Xborg knows so much, but so CC, Arlet?
Actually, I feel like Xborg just a little bit more than the Arlet here.
Because it's a Gatot, right?
Yeah, because of the Gatot. That's the main reason. I feel like it's kind of difficult to play Arlet in these scenarios because then there's still Valentina. So as much as you want to not get dove upon and look for the counter engage, you can get counter engaged upon your counter engage.
And the glue! The glue!
Ooh, that's
wow! Looking a bit tough for SRG right now. Plenty of damage. Insane peel from MV. Diving feels like a very tough thing to do. And now SRG has seen everything. What else is there?
Man.
Claude? Even Harry doesn't feel that good anymore.
I think you go for... Oh man, it kind of doesn't matter. Because glue takes too long to kill. I think maybe if you're playing Moskov, you might have an opportunity, but it's banned out.
Oh boy.
Anything else that... Beatrix!
It'll be wild if he takes Hanabi. Hey, you're plenty of blobs to go through, but no one to protect her.
Yeah. Oh, this one's really, really tough. Brody.
Back for the Brody, huh?
Okay, so they're still playing around Sakai's on this lane. Winning this lane is very possible for Innocent, but only within the laning phase. So he wants to drag that out for as much as possible. My guess is that MV is going to put a lot of attention towards the bottom side anyways, which works well in SRG's favor.
But I'm slightly worried as the game goes on, right? Like, is Brody able to handle multiple targets running at him?
He can kite, right?
Yeah, well, Corrosive Strike, yeah, that's the only one.
Okay. So that means that Stormy has the most important decision in the game. Stealing the Glorious Pathway. If he steals Glorious Pathway, which direction is he gonna point it backwards, or you point it forwards?
Or do you just do Dominator's Descent?
Or they just, Dominator's Descent is one thing, but it's more beneficial for their opponents here. I feel that they should have locked in the Aurora rather than the Valentina and then banned out Valentina in the following. Because they know if Aurora is available, Zask is the second best option.
Yeah, I agree. So game 3 is going to be underway right now. Didn't really expect to be in this spot, but here we are. MV back on blue side and SRG on red.
Let's see how this game is going to progress, because it's going to be a very fast leash for Uni with the help of Gluid as well as the Nightmaric spawn. So he's already off to the next buff, where you see that Sakai's still clearing out his side of the jungle. In the meantime, though, we're expecting nothing much to happen in Ruff's lane. It's going to be pretty chilled. He did opt to go for Weakness Finder in hopes that maybe he can catch Innocent off guard.
Wow, even going for some discounts on his items. Whereas for Innocent, back to the aggressive maneuver, right? Assassin Emblem, Rupture, Master Assassin. As much damage as possible.
Problem is that he's got to be worried about, at any point of time, if he takes a terrible trade against Ruff, there's a good chance that Uni shows up in his lane. That's why they're having the coverage here. That's why both junglers are pathing straight from top side all the way down to bottom side.
Uni shows up, instantly gets spotted. That's the taunt. Good read from Yums, and Sakai's thinking about it, but gets stunned up by Nova Escobar. Sakai's not going to be able to continue this.
Okay, alright, they go back. Even Stevens here, but Sakai's will get an advantage, but looks like, great coverage from Martisi, who walks up to check the Corbold camp to ensure that it doesn't disappear.
Yep. SRG, Uni shows up mid, looking for Yums, couldn't find it. Revitalized pop, and Sakai's also cannot get the trade in, not enough energy.
Yep, just recall, get your energy back, do it all over again. This is the map presence that we need to see from Uni to keep Sakai's on his feet. Every single time he diverts his path from farming to trying to deal with Uni, he is wasting his time because he needs items before he is a legitimate threat.
Innocent will now have to think about hard shoving the wave. The equilibrium has been disrupted thanks to that early gang, so Innocent will have no choice but to crash it in. Try to see as much pressure as possible with the torn apart memory. So that's Ruff losing 40% of his health. Stormy keeping Zeno away at the same time, stealing the Dominator's Descent. So for the upcoming fight.
Right, SRG holding an aggressive position here, especially towards the mid lane. They're not pulling the turtle just yet. As they finally get control, this is where it's going to get uncomfortable.
Yeah, Dominus Descent, instant turnaround with the Glorious Pathway. Avatar of the Guardian gets used. Sakai secures the turtle for his team, but the pullback on the Cram keeps him in a tough spot. Stuck to the ground, first blood going over to Zeno. And now Yuz is going to be chased down, Law and Order. And the verdict is delivered. A double kill for Zeno.
Good stuff coming in from MB. Good response, but now they have to contest for this purple. Oh my
Innocent found Uni.
He was
out of range!
No! He was late! He was too late! He should have popped it! Ah, man! He should have buffered it immediately after first skill there. Unlucky, but great coverage from SRG, right? They already know what the plans are for the side of MV. Both sides are purple buff junglers, so if they have an opportunity to deny that purple buff, they have to take it.
Instant counter jungle from SRG. Uni, he's just gonna be found, caught out, needs to run away. The Terrify from Stormy keeps him in place. SRG finds the trade.
Good stuff, good stuff. As mobile as he is with the steel cables, you're pretty telegraphed. Yeah. Oh no.
Carpet laid down, taunted backwards. Yuz pulls him back into his team. Dominant Descent. He's gonna get dropped. Stormy will be stunned up. Had to flicker out of that. Martisi actually goes for the chase, but they have revitalized from Yuz. He's buying time for Union to come back, get the kill on the Stormy. Sakai gets stunned up again. They could not finish him off. He's supposed to use the Tempest of Blaze. Grab his sword and get out of there.
I don't know. Doesn't feel like both teams are playing at their max right now. A lot of unconventional mistakes. For example, why were they trying to kill the Dominator's descent in the first place, right? They could have just walked away. And you can tell that Sakai's was struggling, especially with no energy. His crit rate significantly dropped, so it's not like he's blowing it up in an instant either.
Nova didn't even have to use Revitalize, so not that they could take him out anyways, not without Innocent this early on.
Yeah, it's a little tough. It's really, really tough stuff. And you can see that Innocent, he wants to win this lane, but it's really tough for him to do so. Any outside influence immediately forces him to pull backwards.
And Stormy, without the flicker, also has to be very careful, especially when Zeno shows up. Gets to immobilize. Juice might have to just eat it up. Just buy time for Stormy to get out. Does have the dominant descent for the second turtle fight.
Okay, now with the purple buff in hand for both of our junglers, you can see that they're heading down to the bottom side of the map. Really good trade coming in against Ruff, but as soon as Nova X Kobar spots out Sakai's, this is a no-go anymore.
Yeah, can't continue it. Nova is just the entire series. His assignment is find Sakai's, keep an eye on him, and don't let him go anywhere he pleases.
Yep, tax him, break him out of his pinch points as early as possible.
Whoa, quick movement. But that means Stormy will not have a stolen out for this turtle fight. Puts SRG on the back foot before it even starts. The guys might be ran down by Nova Escobar. Martini chases after him, forces out the ultimate very early on. SRG will have to give out the turtles. The guy tries to go for the steal. What was that move?
Oh.
Unnecessary. As Sakai's goes down, Zeno will just get out.
That was flashy, and the idea was there, but was just a little too late. And now Innocent gonna take punishment.
Yeah, no stacks on Ruff, but stacks on the minion wave with Zeno showing up. Innocent, how to get out of this corrosion strike, goes backwards, and Yules have to cover the escape. Monster Rage is starting to get a bit of control in this game.
Full resets for the side of SRG. MB, this has been a tough battle for them. Everything they need to be aware of constantly.
And Sakai just got solo killed. Uh-oh.
Nah. Great call from Uni. Really great game sense. He knows the purple buff is already down, so he went straight. Oh, wait, hold on.
Can he at least kill Zeno? Yep. Shut him down. Find something back for Stormy at least.
The man didn't split in time. That's so sad. That's like his whole kit right there. That was the main purpose of playing Glue in the first place, that he was unkillable. Ah, man. I wish there wasn't so much of a channel time, but, you know, just tends to be the way it tends to be. Right now, Hylos currently with 655 gold lead over Yums as of right now. And Yuni, now that he's got his first item, especially, and tier 2 boots, it's gonna make life difficult for Sakai's. He will not be able to outburst him.
Steals the Glorious Pathway, Stormy flickers, drops it. That's the escape route laid out by SRG. Stormy barely survives.
Get out of there just in time. Good ideas here coming in from the side of SRG to try and drag out this game, but they gotta find some gold on the opposite side of the map here. Especially since they already saw Zeno transverse all the way to bottom side.
Yeah, I gotta say, Sakai is having a rough series so far, but for Uni, having the time of his life. Almost a full level ahead, bottom side, another fight. Ruff is gonna be executed for sure. Good response from SRG.
Yeah, and Gato just deals so much more damage than you were expecting, right? He just slowly chips away at you. You think that when he builds up that bar, that's when you gotta worry about him, but man, he sticks like glue.
Yeah, the true KO punch comes from Gatot. Zeno also split. Martini forced away by Yums alone, so Sakai focus his attention on the turtle. Yuni's gonna show up, and Nova just absolutely not able to stop Yums from slamming down on the Martini. Uni shows up, gets the turtle, loses his life to Innocent, and SRG have found an opportunity to strike back, finding 3 kills for themselves.
And SRG find MV with their pants down, sitting in the open unlocked cubicle. What was that?
Yeah, very weird, right? For the fact that Yums could just die Martini and take him out.
Yeah, that shouldn't be happening here. Sakai is now finally achieving his Haas claw 8 minutes into the game. They find a 1,000 gold lead for themselves, and they should be able to take the outer tier 1s collectively across the map to catch it back up in gold and take the gold lead for themselves. I don't know. That was a very weird fight to watch.
Yeah, it definitely is. And Monster Vicious, they felt like they could turn it around, right? But you need to try and get the turtle. He did get it, but he did lose his life. So all that gold lead, that wasn't really too much to begin with, has now slipped away back into the pockets of SRG.
I'm looking for the next tempo break and how they're going to achieve that. Because Ruff didn't take Purify again. He's still worried about the Sky Guardian avatar. He knows that he has to be relatively aggressive with his entropy, but I think it's the opposite. I think he needs to be defensive with his entropy because he will naturally scale harder than everybody on the side of SRG. So it's a matter of time, right? How much time can Monster Vicious buy to scale their win condition to its peak?
Rough is that guy gets knocked out by Yums first. So no commitment from SRG. Glorious pathway laid out by Nova on a Cram. Sticks split on him. Cram's gonna bring this glue back to his team. Nova Escobar gets gone on right now. Innocent having free reign of the fight. Dominance Descent tried to cut off the battle line, but Surkais, who just used the Tempest of Blaze, dodges everything, and Monster Vicious will be forced to back off.
Alright, not bad. But it still came at a cost though. Missing Retry, which Udi doesn't mind, but he has to speed it up so it doesn't get stolen. But the Revitalize from Nova also missing too. So at this point, it's something that SRG don't have to worry about.
Innocent, Flicker, gets the stun, gonna man by Uni. That's the ultimate, doesn't take him out. Innocent almost went down. Where's the turnaround gonna be? Uni gets away, how? Did that not take him out?
1 HP diff. 1 HP. Had Innocent just landed one more skill, he would have gotten that kill with the torn apart memories. He needs to stack that up. It's just the way it works. Round 2.
And Innocent, can you get out of this? Taunted by Use mid cables, but does not matter. And Cram is forced away.
Auto attack speed just way too slow. And Cram loses his penalty zone and Flicker. Stormy is dead.
Still so dead. Even with the split space, he's not getting out of all that crowd control. SRG dropping the ball a little bit.
They're crumbling here. SRG, very uncharacteristic of them, especially when they're playing at the level that they are now. They got to get cohesive with each other. They got to deliberate the plans. But MV, their tempo is so much faster. They're not giving SRG the time to think about it.
SRG trying to do too many things at once. And MV just sticking to the game plan. The textbook is definitely paying off. Look at the amount of map control that they have. They don't even need to walk up. They can let SRG take the initiative and then look for the fight.
Now they're going to be walking up again. Let's see. Another Retry battle, level 14 to level 14.
Can Yums get the catch? Already used the taunt. That's on the Xanos. Split is out. It's going to be very close. They stun up the guys, but he gets the Lord with the Retry into the air. Uni wants to look for Innocent. Just straight up takes him out. Now fighting some guys in the jungle. Uni finds a double kill. Has a good chance of getting away. They could not stop him as Cram goes down. SRG gets the Lord, but at the cost of 3.
Too close to the walls. Too close to the walls. Selangor Red Giant might lose their first series here as now MV in the driver's seat, right? I'm expecting Ruff to already have his Holy Crystal at this point, if not like literally 500 gold off from picking it up.
And Uni straight in the back. Stormy! Stood no chance. Flew close to the sun.
Oh, this is becoming a real game.
Ooh, that's the Holy Crystal out.
Yep.
That's why you banned Fanny against Uni.
This is not looking good for SRG at all. I'm trying to think of ways, maybe opportunities for Sakai's to get it, but the entropy lasts too long for them to try and play it that way. So that means they have to figure out a different angle. How do we make MV question their choices? And I think as of right now, SRG, we've seen too many whiff Guardian of the Avatars. So they need to figure out a way to ambush them first into the Guardian of the Avatar to secure these kills.
Ever so close to the summit. Monster Vicious might achieve a new pinnacle by the end of this series. Surkais is just not having a game at all. That is just the nightmarish spawn. And he lost half his health bar.
Oh, Martezi is scaling fast too. In terms of damage dealt ranking, it's both Martezi as well as Uni at the top. Full item build already for Innocent, but I don't know how much that's going to save him. I think you arguably might even want to consider playing extra safe.
Yeah, Surkais not even going to bother fighting Uni, not when he's at his peak. I would assume BOD would be the final item for the Fanny. They have the antique Cuirass to make life so much easier against 3 of the heroes on SRG.
Yeah, pretty miserable for them. These guys can't even look to like one-shot him, even if he does get a 4-sword combo, right? Uni can easily just cable out of there. So it's about right timing. But now this purple buff going to be the most important contestation of MV's career.
The guys finds Uni again. This time, winning the hell bar. The control was used by Uni. Glorious pathway dropped down. They just want the purple buff. Dominance descent cuts out the guys. The skate route stunned by the Law and Order. Again, forced to use the ultimate very early on. As Yoon goes in with the Sky Garden Avatar. Now, Cram catches the backline with a penalty zone. But the battle is so split. Uni just goes straight for Innocent. He's stuck on by Zeno. They need to help him right now. Rose Gold Media pop, but it is just not enough. Innocent has gone down. And SRG lost their biggest damage source, Cram. Just a death. And SRG losing 2 minion waves in front of their base.
All right, so they break open the tier 2s. Can they get an inhibitor here? And I think that's the important one.
Might be an end angle, not gonna lie.
No, I don't think they can end.
They draw the Glorious Pathway rough with Entropy in. Guys dashes away, Yumes is forced out. They're one cannon. Monster Vicious, they know what the objective is. Minion wave cleared out by Yumes, a fresh one is coming in. Monster Vicious might have just done it. They will topple the Giants and summit Mount Everest.
No way! No way! I can't believe it. MP have done it, and their fans and the players scream out for joy. A best of 3 against world champions, and they've taken them down at least one time before the season ends.
A stain on the perfection that SRG has shown us across 2 seasons. And to fall in a team that is about to rebuild a legacy. Full local lineup, Monster Vicious conquering the actual beast of the tournament. And this has just changed the entire landscape of what we know in MPL Malaysia. Let's hear what MV has to say. Rose, take it away.
Selepas 19 win streak, this match proves that even the Giants, even the Kings do bleed. Stadium MBSJ, give it up to Monster Vicious. Nova. Alright, Nova, sini. So, pertama kali daripada musim lepas, Selangor Red Giants kalah. Now, sekarang korang dah dipanggil satu as the Giant Slayers. Semua pasukan-pasukan besar korang dah kalahkan. So, apa perasaan dapat kalahkan the final boss of MPL MY this season, and apa ekspektasi Monster Vicious leading up to the playoffs?
Perasaan saya bersyukur sebab dapat kalahkan tim nombor 1. And hopefully kita dapat teruskan kita punya momentum ni.
Alright, so adakah kemenangan hari ni expected? Korang expect kemenang?
Hari ni bagi saya kita tak expect Kita orang just buat yang terbaik setiap kali kita bermain.
I see. Amazing play. Kita boleh nampak that Monster Vicious full local lineup. Tapi kita nampak hasil full local lineup, and I'm very excited seeing Monster Vicious in the playoffs. Alright. So guys, korang rasa siapa MVP perlawanan ini? Tak dengar?
Ini baik tau. Sumpah dah aku. 1 lawan 10 bodoh.
Oh, oi, janganlah cakap macam tu dekat mic. Don't say bad words. Don't say bad words. Okay. So, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini. In 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Uni. Well deserved. Very well deserved. Okay, Uni. First of all, ini adalah minggu pertama di MPL Malaysia yang kita boleh main Suyo. Now tadi SRG lepaskan Suyo 2 kali. Dan kita tahu Suyo ni OP. So, adakah you expect dapat Suyo hari ni? Sebab tadi kalau kita tengok player camera di game pertama, bila Suyo buka, muka Uni dah macam, ya ke ni? Kita main ke ni? So, cuba share sikit.
Expectation tu rasa memang dapat lah sebab biasanya kan SRG akan lepas Link out of any lah. So maybe dia akan ban Link out of any lah. So maybe Suyo akan lepas. So kita orang pun memang dah training lah Suyo tak awal keluar tu. So bila dah training tu memang plan lah nak bawa untuk lawan SRG. Tu lah.
Wow. Okay, I really like that. That kita nampak that Uni hari ni lain macam lain macam. Retri semua kena. So apa yang Uni buat untuk training for the match against SRG?
Maybe dekat Screamo saya banyakkan adu retri je lah dengan enemy. Sebab saya nak lawan Sekas kan. Sebab Sekas kan jungler nombor 1 Malaysia kan sekarang kan. So saya before lawan SRG, saya just berharap saya lagi better daripada dia lah.
I see. Apa ni? Uni tengah menggigil ni. Tangan tengah shaking. Okay, kita tahu adrenaline. Zeno, mana Zeno? Hari tu I cakap kan? Minggu ni you akan cakap. Okay, sini Zeno. Alright. Zeno, janganlah depan si yang member. Okay, sebelum korang jumpa SRG ni, berapa lama masa korang ambil untuk prepare matchup ni? I'm pretty sure this is probably one of your biggest matchup untuk regular season ni kan, sebab lawan the final boss. So apa jadi dalam preparation dan berapa lama preparation Monster Vicious?
Seminggu kot. Ke 3 hari? 3 hari. Lepas tu semalam kita pergi main go-kart.
So main go-kart tu yang bagi korang menang hari ni? Good mood lah kan? Apa ni, semalam team bonding, so ada motivation sikit. Betul?
Betul.
Betul. Alright, Raf? Alright, Raf. Sekarang ni Monster Vicious dah dekat tempat nombor 3 di carta Liga. Tapi korang ada satu lagi perlawanan, which is JP9ers. Kalau korang menang lawan JP9ers ni, high chances korang boleh secure upper bracket. So, berapa yakinnya Raf bila lawan JP9ers ni?
Kita orang kan ya? Rasanya boleh je menang lawan dorang. Cuma kita orang just prepare yang terbaik lah untuk lawan mana-mana tim.
Alright. So, kalau korang jumpa, kalau korang lah dapat masuk upper bracket di playoffs nanti, pasukan mana yang korang nak rematch?
Kita orang akan rematch dengan Toda.
Toda? Oh, okay. Next, Martizi. Semua menang besar hari ni. Alright. Now, Martizi. I rasa ini adalah satu soalan yang ramai orang actually curious. Kenapa bila Monster Vicious lawan dengan pasukan dekat atas carta Liga, korang boleh menang? Tapi bila lawan yang kat bawah pula, tiba-tiba korang kalah. Boleh tak ceritakan, terangkan sikit kenapa?
Tak tahulah, saya rasa sebab kita orang ada curse kot. Curse kalau lawan dengan tim bawah, kita orang kalah.
Curse ke overconfident? Dua-dua. Okay, biasalah. Tapi, you know what? Starting from now on, lepas korang menang lawan Selangor Red Giants, take it as a lesson to not underestimate your opponents at the bottom, and mungkin you guys can actually perform really, really well in the playoffs. So maybe any last words for the fans? Apa nak buat? Last words. Alright, Coach. Last words kepada fans yang datang ke MBSJ hari ni?
Okay, terima kasih kepada semua family, fans yang datang dekat side kita orang. And thank you juga sorakan daripada fans SRG hari ni. And lastly, terima kasih Koga sebab percaya kita orang.
Alright, terima kasih and congratulations to Monster Vicious. Guys, once again, Monster Vicious. Alright guys, untuk korang semua jangan lupa untuk scan QR code yang ada dekat di bawah untuk rate performance pasukan yang main hari ini. 2-1 untuk Monster Vicious. Tapi selepas ni kita ada satu lagi perlawanan untuk minggu ke-6 hari pertama. Sebelum tu, mari kita dengar mic check daripada side Monster Vicious.
Perang. Aku galas.
Boleh lah guys?
Dah puri. Mosko nak puri.
Patah balik.
Link nak blue tu. Buat lo.
Tengok link. Jangan tengok link.
Aku tak ada vision.
Tak ada retreat tu. Standby.
Boleh percaya aku.
Nice.
Aku reset lu guys.
Tengah fokus saya guys.
Hati-hati for base. For base.
Aku on dekat.
For base. Aku aman.
Kena back sikit.
Jangan tengok dia kuat.
Aku boleh tembak ni.
Boleh bawa. Ada bawa. Tembak pun kat.
Aman.
Tak kena pula tombak aku.
Baik. Ramai orang ni.
Jom aku ada. Ada ke?
Ada guys.
Aku ada. Tapi ada lot.
Ya, back retreat.
Perang. Mati ni.
Mati perang. Aku.
Mati. End apa?
Boleh.
Atas.
Go back sana guys.
Boleh. Becana.
Nice one.
Sikit aku guys. Tengok Batam.
Go guys, perang.
Aku on the way. Aku dapat Trizla guys.
Fokus perang.
Trizla guys. Satu target.
On the way.
Mati.
Gatot ada ulti.
Bam!
Tidur kau. Double kill bro.
Double kill from...
tolong aku claim
Pas kill mid.
Trizla tam. Tak ada flicker.
Trizla.
Dah ulti Trizla. Boleh.
Trizla.
Dapat.
Trizla.
Nice.
Mati
perang.
tahu bos. Ada balik kau.
Dah.
Nice.
Brody kali mati. Lot bawah. Jom. Hand ke?
Macam boleh. Tengok pasal ke? Tengok 2 second.
Jaga minit.
Depan lu.
Aku ada. Tahu lah boleh?
Tahu.
Tak ada minit.
Keluar. Gatot.
Ada way. Boleh.
Congratulations to Monster Vicious finally slaying the Giants and leaving a big gash, a big scar on SRG's record. No more perfect run for this season, but it was a good run nonetheless. And a big part of it really is because of Uni just playing an outstanding jungle role in this best of 3.
He did. He played an incredible game here, and I think honestly he had a pretty decent matchup into Sakai's a majority of time because they prioritized Ling a little too much, right? Which is why we saw a lot of draft punishments coming in from MV. Although I gotta give it to MV, that very final push, and even when it comes down to this fight, right? The coordination with the GOA, not very effective for Selangor Red Giants, and MV took full advantage of that each and every time it whiffed, right? This was one of the bigger whiffs, but even afterwards when they had the Lord pushing all the way to the end, we're gonna see one more where they force Yums to use it early.
Even Uni reached a point where he was so strong that he's doing things like this, right? Him and Zeno, such good prioritization, and SRG just did not have the resources to keep this Fanny away.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I think that unfortunately for SRG, as much as they'd like to hold you within their control, MV have taken it one step further by maintaining tempo, which is such a big part of the game. You hold that tempo, you don't give opportunities for tempo breakers, and you keep ahead one step every single time, abusing your item power spikes, but most importantly, abusing things that are missing. Like, oh, you're missing a flicker? Insta-dive. You're missing an ult? Insta-dive.
I would say this entire series, Uni and Martizi, fantastic, flawless performance, best we have seen. You know, hidden MVP, definitely the mid laner, but Uni himself, game 2 and 3, racking up 11-3 KDA, and honestly, always ahead of Sakai's for the entire best of 3.
Yeah, I think, they've kind of cracked down on what SRG's plan is. Generally, Yums is able to kind of dictate the early game control. Sakai's is able to get to his power spikes faster than the majority of jungles because of that space. And let's not forget that once you kind of take those things out of the equation and give relatively okay, equal 50-50 matchups on both EXP and Gold, you've actually dealt with the majority of the problems.
So remember we were discussing what is going to be SRG's weaknesses. I think MV are the first team to definitively crack it. This game also very decisive, right? Only one Lord was needed. And that wasn't even on MV's side. It was SRG taking the Lord and getting it cleared out, getting a net negative take. 14.5 minutes in, MV cleans up house.
Yep, it was a big Sag moment because you can see like the idea that SRG wants to do, right? Like roughly around mid-game, they don't expect to win early game too much, but they do expect Innocent to be able to kind of hold out and win his own lane within the first 3 minutes of it, while the rest of the team plays on the opposite side. Expected the gold laners to be left on an island. But the big issue was once everything was kind of desynced, oh, somebody's missing a GOA, or Cram doesn't have his flicker for the penalty zone flicker combination as well. So yes, you have many ways to initiate their fight, but the follow-up either wasn't there or they've doubled down on a center choke point that only has one person. They need to hit more than 3 people.
And it reached a point where even Stormy had to buy the Dreadnought armor. How strong Uni is, and it really didn't make too much of a difference.
It doesn't, especially when Uni is at that. Like, by level 13, you can tell that he can one-shot pretty much anybody other than Yums or Cram, but those weren't his targets in the first place.
When you start running past your tier 2 to kill your backline,
yeah,
that's when you really know you're in trouble.
It's a tough game for SRG because I do feel like Yums in this particular game was kind of underperforming. Generally, he's a lot more patient. He's a lot more patient with the Sky Guardian avatars, but this game, majority of them were not connecting, even though that there were a lot of people who could enable him. The Terrify from Stormy, Corrosive Strike from Innocent, the Bladed Tempest coming in from Skies, Penalty Zone coming in from Cram. There's no excuse to not hit more people.
You think that they actually have a definitive answer to deal with the Fanny? Because at least majority of the late game fights, when it breaks out, SRG, they dive the back, but they completely forgot about Uni, who is diving their backline.
Well, here's the thing, right? Because the early game is heavily dictated by the EXP, and Cram was sandbagging Zeno, and Zeno was sandbagging Cram, right? And the only person who can technically, quote-unquote, walk up is Yums, but the big problem is that he doesn't have an escape mechanic. So if he's walking in to harass, you pretty much have to commit your ult to getting out of these types of fights, especially if it drags on.
That kind of allows Uni to do whatever he wants, right?
Yep.
And there were some close calls.
There were. Well, especially with Innocent. Oh man, if he landed
it was the shadow strike from Stormy, I think, because Innocent already used his ult the first time. But man, Sakai is not having a game at all. This Zaz pick, right? Where we kind of forgot about it, and then we picked it up alongside the glue. The pure potential is just out of this world.
It's ridiculous. As much as they say like, oh, Zask has been nerfed, he's not so strong in the early game. Nobody played him for the early game. No, everybody. They played him for lane dominance, which now is not as bad, which is where the nerfs were mainly targeting. But generally, he scales great. And the best part about him is that assassins hate his guts.
Yeah, Sakai's cannot enter the fight. I've lost count of how many times Sakai's had to use his ultimate when he didn't want to.
Yeah, getting punched off the wall, losing his cooldown on Finch Poise because of Nova Escobar, or maybe sometimes even Rough.
Yeah, sometimes even Rough. And if Zeno is around, he cannot do anything, doesn't want to man fight Uni, just no winning situation. Took a damage taken also. Once more, it's Nova Escobar and Zeno doing most of the tanking.
Yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff out of MV. I like their thought process. I like their pre-planning, and it looks like they really needed that one-game warm-up.
There's a tank imposter. Look at Stormy.
The poor guy. The poor guy was getting run down. As soon as the Glorious Pathway came out, he's like, well, I'm in trouble.
He steals the Glorious Pathway. He gets stunned by Martizi, and then gets dove by Uni. It's just no winning.
The poor man, the poor man. I really think that the Valentina was a big gamble. With big gamble here, generally it's supposed to be pretty consistent, but I think the MV played very well around it. The Aurora should have been the go-to once you saw that high loss. But man, full MV lineup for the entirety of our key players here. Rich Guy in the carry going over to Uni, Sandbag going over to Nova, and Best Wingman going over to Martizi.
Truly the best wingman, the best right-hand man for MV, right? They need more support. He's right there. They need a stabilizer. He's there. They need someone to build him out. It's Martizi.
Man,
talk about them wanting a rematch against Toda, right? I can see why.
They definitely have some grudges that they want to, get out before the entire playoffs is over. But let's look at the item progression. Let's see anything out of the ordinary. Because again, Nova Escobar, no surprises that he always goes for the Gleaming. He's one of the few players who likes to go as a roamer, Gleaming Gem first before he even starts considering some of the other items. He walked away with no Dominance Ice, by the way, because Zeno was the one purchasing it on top of Martizi. So technically, he just needs the hard sustain.
Yeah, just goes for Anticuras. You solve 3 of the heroes. Then you go for Radiant Armor. You basically cover all your bases.
Yep, it's tough. I think that even Sakai's, right?
Man.
He likes to go for his typical build. That BOD came in so late, like 5 minutes until he actually got it. Actually, yeah, roughly around 5 minutes after he already purchased his T2 boots.
And even Yums went for Queen's Wings, right?
This guy.
So, I feel like it's more desperation than anything else.
I don't know. I think this is extremely greedy. Because there's more than enough reason to buy a Dominance Ice first and then go in straight for the Radiant Armor, because you're more worried about people like Ruff, Nova, Martizi than you are of Uni, because you're not the main target, right? And I think that's my only issue with this, is the raw lack of anti-heal. Like Stormy, I get it. He going for the Enchanted Talisman first, you're Valentina, you really need the mana and the cooldowns, then getting the Glowing Wand. But that just means for the first 8 minutes of this game, they had no anti-heal.
Yeah, and even when he started by stealing the Dominator's Descent, then he realized that he actually can't even stay in the fight, right? So what do you steal? There really isn't much there for SRG. But that means we are seeing a bit of a shake-up on the standings. Not for SRG, they are still guaranteed upper bracket. But for Monster Vicious, they got one more best of 3 to go. There's a very good chance that they might end up with SRG in the upper bracket. But again, we gotta look at how Team Vamos performs. They also got 2 more series left. And their 8th one is coming up next against RSG MY.
And that's gonna be a very important matchup for them. Ideally, Vamos is able to kind of 2-0 and keep themselves above MV, but the goalposts keep on moving as time passes by. And in these next 3 days, we're going to be able to find out who's going to be making it into the upper bracket real soon, because let's keep in mind, it's not just Masa Vicious who wants Team Vamos' spot right now. Even Red Esports still has an opportunity, but this is all dependent on whether or not Vamos wins their match, and they win it hard.
Yeah, Vamos have the best chance, right? Because they got 2 more best of 3 left. And this is also, as much as RSG MY is at the bottom, crucial for them to stay out of 10th spot, because it would be quite a revelation to see them get relegated from the regular season after being a mainstay.
Yeah, I mean, RSG has been around since MPL MYSG, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's how long this organization has been part of the Malaysian esports scene, specifically in Mobile Legends. So it'll be pretty shocking if they do get relegated at this point in time. But then again, it's not like it's within their control per se.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot to be in. We also want to introduce you guys to the playoff brackets and how it would look at. For the first one, of course, regular season 3rd place will face off against the 6th spot. A bit of an advantage for them. Winner takes on the regular season 2nd place. Regular season 4th against 5th will face off in the 2nd part of the bracket, and winner takes on, well, most likely SRG. But do remember that the first bracket from the 3rd place to the 6th place is a single elimination best of 5. You only get a second chance once you get past that stage.
Once you get through the play-ins, then you get into the upper bracket semifinals, where we are expecting to see SRG, maybe Vamos, maybe Red, maybe Envy, we don't know just yet, will be associated in the upper bracket semifinal 2 and as well as 1 respectively. And then after that, it's all the same. It's a double bracket elimination until the very end.
Yeah, best of 5 all the way until the grand finals, where we get a best of 7. And for those who might not know yet, I don't know how you don't know by this point, it's not at MBSA Serang. We are going all the way to Johor, it's Stadium Edu City, so do keep that in mind, because you don't want to travel here and realize that where's the crowd?
Yeah, man. I mean, they might have some watch parties here in Selangor. We're just going to have to wait and see on who's going to be providing. There's even, I'm definitely certain that there's going to be restreams available, so you guys will be in the loop no matter what. But if you do want to check out and see some of the personalities, some of your favorite personalities, and I hear there's a lot of interesting things that they're going to potentially reveal during the playoffs, so maybe another reason for you guys to come on over to Johor.
Yeah, of course, we also want to tell you guys that there is the MPL Malaysia Season 14, the Southern Festival at Edu City Indoor Arena, Johor Bahru, 30th of October until 3rd November. So again, if you're there for the playoffs, you might as well join the festival as well. We have so many activities going on, right? It's going to be unforgettable. We got exclusive debut performance of the new MPL MY song by X1 and Amil Masdi. We can explore our vibrant sponsor, Team Boost, featuring an array of merchandisers from Hotlink, JD Esports, ROG, TNT Co. Indulge your taste buds at a food festival in collaboration with the Food Delicious Festival, where you got plenty of choices to go for, and also a thrilling watch party to capture the moment for yourselves at the arena. And don't miss out on the incredible experience, because MPL MY Season 14 playoffs is going to be a banger. First time out of Klang Valley. If people can travel from out of state to Selangor, why can't you do so for them?
Hey, we've justified it. We've justified it. We've had many marketing events in East Malaysia. Now we're also having MPL events down towards the south. We're covering it. We're making sure that everybody gets an opportunity to get a little bit of MPL.
With that being said, we are going to go for a short break. But do remember, Team Vamos against RSG MY is coming up in just a little bit. So we'll see you then.
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Hollink Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelomomo dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6? Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. New champions of the mid-season. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Iqmah Amri dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun pelakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisnawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
Jahat
yang jahat. Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Okay, orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi?
Tanyalah wife saya pula. Ibu kepada
watak hero dalam story. So dia
sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-plan untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih ucapkan kepada Zik, Ikma dan juga Fauzunawi bersama dengan isi Puan Wisdawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okay, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So, saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okay, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim. Saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Red Giants. Tapi pelakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Tak lah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu. So, kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab sekarang sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Red Giants dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Red Giants dekat tempoh hari tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Red Giants sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzina Wawi, Ikmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang ni saya bersama dengan SRG untuk main game Siapa Dalam Team. So, on my hand, kita ada a series of questions and bila I tanya tu, korang point and then cakaplah kenapa orang tu paling dalam team. So, siapa dalam team paling kelakar? Yums. Why Yums? So loud. Wow. Bising. Wow.
So cutesy.
So demure.
It's overload.
Who likes to do weird things in the team? Weird. Innocent, what do you do?
Nothing, I just play.
Dia buat apa?
Sorry, personal.
Who's in the team that's most fierce? Garang.
Stop.
Coach, okay. Coach paling garang. Who sleeps the longest?
Yum. A lot,
the longest. This one, I can agree, gorgeous. Who eats the most? What do you like to eat?
Rice, cereal.
Wow.
One pack, one day.
One pack, one day. Who in the team is always late?
Seconds.
Why?
Because they always wake up late to the training.
Sometimes.
Seconds number one.
Oh, okay. Who gets angry easily? Angry bird of the team.
Gram.
Why are you the one who gets angry the most?
Pag may nangyayaring pangit sa laro.
Oh, dia cakap kalau anything bad happen in game, dia cepat marah. Betul.
Strict.
Okay, last question. This one very fast one, ah. You guys will point to the person. 1, 2, 3. Who talks the most? So who's the answer? So, okay, I'm pretty sure we got it. Everybody talks a lot in this team and they're all very, very cutesy. Thank you very much to Selangor Red Giants. Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang I dengan Monster Vision sebab kita diorang nak main game. Okay, game yang kita akan main, bukan nyanyi So, kita akan main game siapa dalam team. So, I akan cakap satu ayat, lepas tu korang akan point orang mana yang selalu buat benda-benda macam ni, lepas tu explain lah kenapa. Ready? Siapa dalam team paling kelakar? Kenapa dia kelakar?
Bagi kau kenapa tak? Sebab dia badut. Sebab tu dia selalu jadi penghibur orang.
Siapa tidur paling lama?
Rak.
Oh, kenapa?
Kalau boleh straight seminggu tu dia memang tak tidur.
Siapa makan banyak?
Ada dua.
Okay. Siapa?
Nama dia Nova Escobar.
Dengan?
Uni. Soalnya kalau makanan tak habis kat J tu, semua dia orang yang habiskan.
Siapa cepat marah? Cepat goyah?
Amak. Sebab dia budak baru.
So dia marah senior lah? Siapa yang daydream banyak?
Pak Tam. Zeno.
Selalu?
Dia banyak main game.
Dia nak cakap.
Dia selalu ten scream, dia suka termenung. Lepas tu dia lupa nak ban.
Jangan buat ni dekat MPL. Alright, terima kasih kepada Monster Vicious. Hi guys, this is Rose dan sekarang saya bersama dengan Team Vamos untuk main konten ataupun game Siapa Dalam Team. Okay, so I akan list out a few questions, lepas tu korang point dekat player tu yang paling lah dalam team. Boleh?
Okey, boleh.
Siapa dalam team paling kelakar?
Bani.
Oi, kenapa Bani?
Paling lucu.
Paling lucu, paling comel. Okay, siapa dalam team cepat nervous?
Bani.
Bani juga. Kesian member dekat belakang tu. Kenapa dia nervous?
Sebab dia suka gugup nervous juga.
Nampak dia selalu macam ni.
Oh, dia selalu shake lah. Okay. Siapa dalam team paling garang?
Bani.
Ni macam tak betul tak ni?
Tengoklah muka dia apa tu. Belah dua mana besar. Bani ke? Dia buat muka garang Bani.
Pandang kamera buat muka garang. Siapa dalam team tidur paling lama?
Tidur paling lama? Bani.
Jangan cakap. Dia betul.
Ni macam I risau je. Adakah ini the reason dia tak main lagi? Sebab dia asyik tidur masa screen?
Macam mana?
Dia memang dia cakap semua betul.
Okay. Siapa makan banyak?
Bani tak boleh ambil.
Bani.
Bukan you.
Bukan kau lah. Bukan kau. Tengok ni. The most gemoy.
Okay.
Aku.
Siapa dalam...
Bani. Belum
Belum. Sabar Zon.
Okay.
Siapa dalam team paling lambat? Selalu lambat.
Oh, Bani.
Bani, siapa cepat marah?
Diorang semua.
Okay, last. Siapa cakap paling banyak?
Bani. Fix Bani.
Betul. Kenapa betul?
Bani selalu cakap betul.
Bukan awak. Alright then, that's it. Thank you to Team Vamos.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 14. It's week number 6 and we have just ended our first series with a pretty unexpected but welcome upset, MV 2-1 over SRG. But right now we're heading down another best of 3, RSG MY against Team Vamos. It's Husky and Gideon Q.
We don't know what to expect for the upcoming matchup, especially since if SRG can go down today, that means even Team Vamos, who are looking to be the dominators in this match against RSG MY, should technically also fall down if we are following the trend in this BO3. Feels like a lot of these teams, they've got nothing to lose, so they might as well put it all here on week number 6.
And just, you know what they say, a wounded beast is the most dangerous, and for RSG MY, they are in one of the toughest spot, right? Any more losses could basically put them out of MPL after being in here for so long. But maybe a solution to that would be with the ROG Phone 8, because it is the official gaming phone for MPL Malaysia Season 14 that has helped the pros to constantly be at the top of their game, and also it has retained its crown as the king of performance and now comes with a sleek new design and improved cameras, because the ROG Gaming Phone 8 goes beyond gaming.
If you're thinking just about playing MLBB, don't worry, it's got packed full of features to help you when you're kind of done with the game. But with that being said, let's quickly have a look at the standings. Updated currently after the previous match, we see that Monster Vicious overtake Red Esports here based on their head-to-head. That is why you see them above them, and they're currently at 14 points, also tied with Team Vamos, who has control over that second spot. And this match will determine whether they keep that spot or drop down.
Which is pretty interesting because Monster Vicious do have a head-to-head advantage over Team Vamos, but they play more games, and that's why when it comes to aggregate points, Team Vamos is still ahead. RSG MY, this is their second last series, so if they can overcome Team Vamos and get those precious points, they have a chance to stop themselves from at least being relegated directly, right? Like if you're in the bottom 2, you might as well choose to be in 9th spot.
Of course, because at least in 9th spot, you have an opportunity to challenge the second place contender from the MAL, our version of the MDL, for those of you who are aware of the Tier 2 scene happening in major MPL regions. But with that being said, right, for this upcoming match, Team Vamos, honestly, they've been looking relatively good. I don't think they've really changed up their playstyle too much anyways, so if we're expecting Team Vamos to play similar to when they were known as the Homeboys with this lineup in the previous season, they should be able to do it, right?
I hope so. I mean, there has been some discussions, people comparing Vamos rosters and SRG, right? From then and now, people say that, okay, SRG has been growing and evolving, but Vamos, maybe they're sticking with what they know, but where's the evolution? I think that's the big question. But for now, we gotta look at RSG MY, because for once more, they will be fielding Ilham in the jungle, followed by Ripple, Storm, Bunny, and Maima.
Now this will be interesting because Bunny is going to have a pretty tough lane matchup in their opponents here, and I think especially when we're coming down to Vamos' nets, even Bunny, I mean, to be fair, he was loaned out to RSG at this point of time, so I can only imagine that he would be pretty happy if they take a 2-0 against them.
It would be surprising, honestly. I think odds of RSG MY beating Vamos, I just feel over, considering what just happened. But either way, right? I still think there is something that RSG MY can still show us. They got 2 more series left. I went through their social media yesterday, actually, just to doom scroll a little bit. The mic check, the vibes were good. So maybe they can bring it up against Vamos, who are always giving us good vibes. Not feeling smooth today, so we get Sepat back. So essentially, Homeboys 2.0.
So this is the max chemistry squad, right?
Yeah.
Again, with Warlord, Sepat, Chibi, Zorn, as well as Nets. If you don't know these guys, previously runner-ups at the MPL MY Season 13 during that time. And again, we wanted them to go a little bit further during MSC, but it's as good as it gets. Even so, I will say that Suyo, it probably fits Chibi very, very well. It's got the versatility that we were looking for. I always knew that if he wasn't going to get Nolan, even his Julian was already a problem. Suyo shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, they have been playing putting Chibi on Julian very often, right? If they want the jungler that unlocks a level 3, I think Suyo is a pretty good option. 4 out of 5 of them has won MPL MY at some point. Aside from that, but we do want to also kind of give you guys a good glimpse of what it is like behind the scenes, right? With the ping test. Because, you know, the players, you want them to play at the optimal condition, and we got Hotlink that provides you lightning fast action and unmatched 5G network.
And then, honestly, they do these ping tests really fast here. As you can see, our players not having to worry about their ping too much, but there is a bit of a wait time before they can surrender the game, so they're just basically killing those 2 minutes worth of time before they surrender, because honestly, there's not an issue with ping in the first place.
Yeah, it's also one of the few times you get to play whatever you want.
Yeah.
I want to play Fanny mid? Sure. I want to play a glue goal? Not a problem.
Not a problem at all. Ooh, I will say though that a lot of the drafting phases so far has been, I mean, it's been pretty exciting now that we've seen SRG as well as MV kind of test out what the meta has to offer now that Suyo is in. But is it GG for RSG, especially when we're talking about escaping the relegation zone?
Yeah, it has been the tagline for quite a while, GG RSG, but this could truly mean a different ending if they drop their game against Vamos. Sure, they have one more series after this, but you don't want to be put in that spot. And they are realistically only 1 point away from Team Hawk and 2 points away from Homeboys. But the good news is, aggregate point-wise, they're tied with Homeboys. So all they need is to get some wins.
Getting 2 points here, whether winning 2-1 or even a 2-0 will be ideal. As long as they win this match, RSG are going to shoot up in spacing. So that's the main idea. Just stay out of the relegation zone. If worse comes to worse, stay in 9th place if necessary.
Yeah, pretty shocking that, you know, all these 3 teams in the bottom 3 are our mainstay in MPL, right? Just barring Team Ray, which is more of a newer entry. So I think for those who have followed the history of MPL Malaysia, this might come as a shock, but also the evolution of the local ecosystem.
Yeah, and it continues to grow, right? Now, we asked who would win in a taunting showdown, Rippo or Nets? I already told Prad that this is a pretty difficult question here, because again, we don't get to see Rippo as often, so we haven't gotten up with this up-to-date S14's taunts.
Yeah. I know Nets so far has the most dramatic one, right? The one where he ran across the stage. I know Storm used to do that, but you need Miko on the other side.
Yeah.
If Miko isn't there, he's not going to do it.
Yeah, exactly. He only does it to his friends. Nets, on the other hand, he is, especially those who are dominating or known to be dominating in lane, he takes good pride in winning his lane.
Yeah, he takes it very personal.
That's just the way it is, man, for the gold laners. And I think so far, for Team Vamos, they've been doing, generally their stats have been looking pretty good here, but that's the big problem with them. We haven't seen them kind of evolve out of that. Well, their previous playstyle is pretty much the exact same thing, and still we're hearing from Coach Bob's rumors of maybe counter picks or special picks that they're holding back on.
Yeah, that has always been a carrot that Pops is dangling over our heads. Whether it comes true or not, we don't really know at this point, but at least they're sticking to the game plan, and that game plan has been broken a few times. You know, SRG has done it before, Homeboys came close to doing it. MV also took them down 2-0 last week. So we have to see if they still want to stick to it against RSG MY. You know, not show too many of their cards. That's always what Pops says.
I mean, as much as we would like to believe that a lot of this game is going to boil down to like the junglers, for an example, like GB just stealing away a lot of these objectives to keep them in the game, there are plenty of ways to actually deal with that. For those of you out there, can think about it. How about you join the fight right now? Take the redeem code, get yourself some in-game rewards, scan the QR code if you want easier access to it before we move any further.
Yeah, a lot of people always ask, where's the code, where's the items? We're giving it out every single broadcast. So if you're not getting it today, you can get it tomorrow. And you know, every single series, there is something for you.
Yep, every single series. So just keep your eyes peeled, or maybe get a friend who's able to screenshot it and send it over to you so you can have one large compilation of them, so you can just do it one by one without having to worry about it at the end of the day. But with that being said, though, I do think that in this particular game, the draft, and based on what we saw previously, big part of it here in week number 6.
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, I think it's time to get the teams on the stage. So let us all welcome RSG MY and Team Vamos.
RSG MY.
With just 2 matches left in the season, they're fighting to escape the danger zone. Every point counts as they cling to their last hope. But today, battling against Vamos is no easy feat. Can the former MPL champions rise from the ashes and strike back with vengeance? It's RSG MY!
Team Vamos.
In their debut season, they've already proven themselves as one of the strongest contenders. A victory today could lock in their spot in the upper brackets and solidify their dominance. Will Vamos maintain their momentum and deal the final blow to RSG's hopes? Let's give it up for Team Vamos! Introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Zabs as well as Behave for the side of RSG, Pops, and as well as Pau for Vamos. With that being said, let us keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Good luck to both of our competitors.
Well, an opportunity to shatter one's dream and all that power in the graphs of Team Vamos. As for RSG MY, it could be their last chance to even stay afloat against the tide. We just have to see how this turns out, because for me, happy to see Sepat back, playing with his boys. And more importantly, Sepat up against Ripple.
This one will be interesting because Rippo isn't the kind of person that you know for winning out his lanes, but is more known for his impact during team fights. And the same can be said about Sepat, who kind of follows in that suit. In comparison to Smooth, who you know is consistent, you never see him really truly lose the lane unless the game is already going down the drain anyways. I think that Sepat might be able to give a fight.
Tanya bila saya akan main dan kemungkinan saya main kat playoff tu tinggi ataupun tak. Saya pun still tak boleh nak jawab lagi dan benda tu still 50-50. Sebab setiap minggu kita orang ada selection untuk siapa yang akan jadi first line up dan setiap minggu saya kalah. But never give up lah, and saya akan do the best for Vamos. And it's okay kalau saya tak dapat main pun, saya still support dorang daripada belakang, daripada backstage, beri kata-kata semangat and cuba apa yang saya mampu.
Some answers to the mystery of why Sepat wasn't playing. This, I think, is his second series in the regular season. So he beat Smooth twice.
He beat Smooth twice. If we really did the math, not a great math and not a great record, but still, I do think that Smooth is one of the better EXP laners out here in Malaysia already. So it's a very, very tough fight for him. So the fact that he is able to beat Smooth this time goes to show that he is mechanically prepared to go the distance.
And I think it also gives us a lot more insight into how Sepat has been adapting to the current meta. We're no longer in the Benedetta, Paquito, Yuzong, right? It's all about setup, Khalid, Terizla, and whether he can kind of bring the same amount of impact that he had previously is yet to be seen. But when it comes to player head-to-head, oh boy, that KD is it's very skewed towards Sepat.
And Sepat definitely happy for having one recorded match in the MPL Season 14 to make sure that his KDA is looking real nice here. It definitely goes to show. It definitely goes to show that he's looking better in terms of stat-wise. But Rippo, he's played way more games, and despite playing way more games, his kill participation is still roughly at 65 to 66%. Average damage taken also already in the 100,000s.
Just kind of being the spearhead for the team. You want someone to go for a backline dive, and Rippo's your man, right? He's willing to throw his life. Compared to Sepat, which, interestingly enough, does the same thing but with a different pool of heroes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think he's more used to the Charizlas, he's more used to the Rubies, these types of slow, sandbaggy, ultra-sustained type heroes. I mean, obviously, it would be nice to see him play Paquito every once in a while, but the meta just doesn't require for it.
You just can't cut through the backline, right? Like, how do you get through Khalid? Phobias, there's just no chance. High loss? No, too tough. But for those who are coming for M6, just know that it's happening in Malaysia. If you missed that QR code, it's not really my fault. You just need to pay attention.
Hey, I mean, that's why you guys can scroll back. That's the whole point of this entire system, right?
Yeah.
That's why. Streaming is great. But even so, I will say that a couple of concerns do come to mind when thinking about playing against RSG. And a lot of it just boils down to how is Stoem feeling that day? How interconnected is their team? Because now with the new, well, I wouldn't even say new meta, but Suyo being legal, it does change the drafting order, especially if you're on blue side.
So what we saw from the previous series was that there really wasn't much changes from if we based off of just the first game of the series. So I want to take that and reference in the series. If we ever go to a game tree, how much would that be altered? Because right now RSG, they still stick with the Cho ban, which is very understandable, but the Harry first ban also comes out.
Yeah, with the Hara first ban coming out, it goes to show that RSG understand that they don't want to give Nets his power pick so early on. They want Bunny to at least have a chance in his lane. So get rid of the lane bullies here. It also might just give an idea that Bunny probably doesn't play the loot box, so that's why they're banning it out straight off the bat. Gatot gets banned out here for the side of RSG. That's kind of interesting. Vamos, let's see what the response is.
They do start with the chip, which is mandatory, but at the same time also banning out the Matilda, which I think Storm has shown one of the highest success rate with the Matilda, right? It's great mastery over how RSG wants to play around the map. And we got the third pick. It could go down to the Assassins. I know Ilham plays a pretty mean Hayabusa, which hasn't really been picked today.
Yeah, I think that Hayabusa is extremely volatile if you compare him to things like Suyo, Ling, yeah, arguably even Lancelot as well, but Lancelot is a lot more punishable than Hayabusa. Even so, I still think that Vamos at this stage of the game, banning out, yep, there we go, the Phobius is necessary, leaving the high loss available, also the Khalid too, so RSG have some pretty strong openers for blue side.
Pretty strong openers, but not enough picks to go for, right? What's the priority for RSG? Again, there is a chance that Vamos goes, gets their hand on the Suyo, but they could always fall back to the Julian, which has been one of Chibi's most picked heroes so far in the regular season. Khalid will be the choice for RSG.
Okay, that's totally fine. With Khalid, there's still plenty of heroes that can actually deal with the Khalid pretty well. One of which, I mean, it's a skill matchup, but Arlet is pretty decent. At the very least, you can kind of slow down the Khalid's regeneration and kind of leave him in lane, especially if he gets overly aggressive and invades and fails the invade. RSG... They should be worried if Vamos does want to pick up the Julian within first rotation. I feel like it's a third pick for Vamos more likely, unless they're prioritizing EXP and a flex pick.
They could even consider the high-loss opener if they want. So they go for the Suyo. So far 50% win rate, and we did drop one game on it. Suyo Valentina as the second pick.
Extremely safe opening for the side of Vamos here. So instead of saying, hey, we are going to dictate what potential flex picks we are having, let's be up and honest about what our comp wants to do. We have an Assassin, we have a Valentina. Now you have to think about the ults that you're going to put on the table, and RSG must reply.
So we've seen Zaz as a pretty decent answer, not directly into the Valentina, but more against a comp that wants to kind of dive in your face, right? That's what Envy showed us. But they will opt for the Luoyi instead. Hayabusa comes out, so Ilham gets his power pick, and Maima gets his.
Kind of surprising here. I thought that Maima might have been thinking about Zask, might have been thinking about maybe even Jushin to a certain degree. Luoyi, it feels like RSG have a composition that they want to play. Looks like it's going to be highly mobile, but who is Luoyi going to TP in? It's probably not just Khalid, right? Like the last time we saw it.
This dude doesn't know the news that RSG is not going playoffs. The most they can do is next season. Playoffs? No, not this season.
Big yikers. Maybe that's what he's talking about. Like next season, don't worry. It's the season 15 playoffs we're talking about.
It's the sentence. Gotta make it clear. Must be buggy playoffs, musim depan.
Alright, Vamos finishing off their first rotation here with the high loss of their own. I like it. So now they've got a flex pick for the EXP and the Roam. This does beg a couple of questions. Gold lane hasn't been picked up by either side. They've kind of mirrored each other in terms of their flex pick, with the Khalid as well as Hyloth both being flexible in EXP and Roam. So that means gold as well as potentially a roamer, but there's no direct counter to the 3 just yet.
And there is still a flex pick potential for Vamos, right? Like who's to say they won't throw in a Ruby or an Arlet? Plenty of crowd controls to stop this Khalid's quicksand guard. And also, exactly 2,000 days or 5 years, 5 months and 20 days ago, Zon and Ripple won the first MPL MY trophy together under Geek Fam in Season 3.
Dang. That is a very accurate timer. I thought maybe they were going to give the 5-year one, but okay, going for the 5.5. I'll take it. Kufra gets locked in. Interesting.
It's the most played hero by Zorn thus far in the regular season. I don't think any other Romans has played as much Kufra as he has. A lot of respect from RSG MY.
But I think the question is why? Because again, do they want to force Hylos into... Yeah, okay. So they want to force Hylos into the EXP because Kali can outpush him and still sustain underneath his turret. Worst comes to worst. Team fight impact can also slow down the backline, so making sure that the Kufra is out of there, as well as the Cho. Chip is banned out too, plus Matilda, I guess would be Edith, would be the next upcoming ban for the side of RSG?
It could be. Still a massive flex pick.
Or Edith or Tigreal, both are pretty decent.
I kind of am feeling the Tigreal a lot more. Because I'm looking at this Loi from RSG. If you are Vamos and you want to just run straight at RSG, that is not really an option, right? I feel like there's a lot more points of attack that RSG can go for with the amount of mobility that they have.
That's a fair point. That's a very fair point. If they want to go for a dive composition, they need a marksman. If they want to keep the flex pick hidden, they pick a marksman here for red side. And then afterwards, is it... How does RSG play this out? Because it's the Kufra brand, which is kind of interesting, right? It's not just because Zorn is highly effective on it. Oh, okay. Yeah. You know what? Never mind. I take it back. If they're getting rid of Tigreal as well, yes, they are targeting Zorn.
I think it's easier to do with the Edith than the Tigreal, right? You don't have this big ticket ultimate. We've seen two variations in this 4th pick red side. You could take your XP now and give Nets the best possible matchup, or you could opt to give Sabat the best matchup, which has been what Vamos, well, this particular lineup does for Sabat. But that was the last patch. I think this patch, I wonder if they would, you know, kind of shake it up a little bit. Yeah, so they will still give Sabat the best matchup.
Okay, all right. So plot here, again, I don't think the gold lane matchup mattered too much since that now that Harith is essentially gone here, whether it's Moskov, whether it's Claude, they all generally want to do the same thing and keep up with the rest of Team Vamos, especially with the high loss already locked in. The extra movement speed is going to help. Now RSG need to think about where this high loss is going to go. They don't mind it if they go into the EXP, but they need a deterrent.
And also, fun fact, these two teams played the most unique heroes in the regular season so far. Vamos had 37 unique picks. RSG MY had 40 unique picks, and Nats alone has picked... No, Vamos has 37, RSG MY has 40. So they take the Arlet and Moskov. And I know that Nats has played 10 unique heroes in the gold lane, including the Claude, which I can't even think of 10 heroes in the gold lane.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither.
Ruby, Phobia, CZ, Claude, Moskov, Carry.
And now you just start naming all the marksmen. Yeah, all the marksmen from that point onwards.
So that's 8. And the Tan is 9th. I can't think of the 10th one, but Rock. Wow.
Interesting. Grok Rome. Oh, all right. So they're expecting, okay, yeah. So they're expecting the Khalid to go into the Rome position. Arlet is going to go into the EXP. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's easy to deal with the high loss as the Arlet, because if you're Khalid and you commit and you sit in the ring of punishment, you can't quick send guard at level 2 because you just get stunned out of it.
Yeah.
And then you just die.
Basically what has to happen is that you have to tornado and then don't use your empowered auto attack. Use the movement speed to kind of walk away from him. And if he law and orders you, that's fine. That means you can basically just drop down the quicksand guard for free. I don't know. The composition from RSG is kind of interesting because they can attack from many different angles while Vamos generally want to attack you straight on. However, they do have the power of nature. And I think that the anti-CC is going to play a very big part in this game.
RSG MY looking to stay afloat, and Team Vamos looking to make sure that they sink and never swim again. Game 1 underway. RSG MY on the blue side, Team Vamos on the red.
All right, let's see what the starts are for the junglers. It's going to be the same start on the EXP side of things. Purple buff for Suyo, and it's going to be orange buff for Hayabusa before they end up towards the gold lane. In terms of emblems, I am seeing a... Oh, Zorn is getting chunked out there.
Wow.
Yikes!
And Concussive Blast and the Empower Auto.
So good. So very, very good. This is why I love Khalid in the current meta. But yeah, generally emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary here. A lot of Wilderness Blessing, though.
And Ripple had been forced to hold that wave in front of his turrets. Take some chip damage. And Subbat goes for the proxy right off the bat. Very smart move.
Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. This is why having to...
Wow, Zorn finds Chibi. Zorn needs to get out of that. Ilham looking for first blood. Doesn't find it. Zorn had the flicker.
Good fake from Ilham. Very, very good fake indeed. But even so, GB is in a lot of trouble here. As much as Suyo can regenerate with the help of the Soul Sever, especially when you hold it, Stoam literally does not care.
Sits in front of him with a quick stun guard, but maybe overextended. Chibi dodges everything. Oh, and Ilham now has to back off.
Imagine if Zorn had flicker here. Can't do much about it. Oh!
That's first blood. Quell the evil that is Ilham.
Nicely done, and they might even get one more here in Storm. They can set up a potential dive, but might be a bit dangerous with the Moskov nearby. Good stuff from Chibi, as expected. Early game dominance.
Man, you can, the idea from RSG MY was there. He just wished that it was, it just wished that they could execute it a bit better.
Just a little bit, just a wee bit here. It's unfortunate that Maima did lose out on his flicker anyways, but still, Ilham delayed on that level 4. GB will get a level lead on this next purple buff.
Can they take out Zorn in power auto? Not enough. Zorn walks away again.
Too strong.
Ilham spent too much time trying to get a first blood for himself. Now he's surely behind.
Yeah, I don't think he minds giving up the first turtle anyways, but let's see if they can make something happen across the map, right?
They get the flicker out of Warlord. Now Stolen needs to get out of this, no problem. Gets to pass it back relatively quickly.
Yeah, good stuff. Actually, good distribution coming in from Ripple, right? He knew he was going to hit level 4, so he basically saved the siege minion so that Stone can hit level 4 and not too long later.
Somebody should be able to sandbag this.
Oh, no.
Zorn shows up, Glorious Pathway,
Yo,
wild
yo,
shot,
yo.
turning onto Stone. It shows up, doesn't get the turtle. Get the final slash from Ripple on the back line, and again, Stone is just on top of them, that's the dunk! And they find 2, Supply will trade 1 back, but RSG MY wins the fight.
Are ya having fun now, kid? Everybody just ate the Raging Sandstorm. And keep in mind, Raging Sandstorm is considered a stun, right? So that also procs the demonic marking coming in from Ripple for allowing him to vengeance all over to clean up that fight.
Very, very well done from RSG MY to win that fight, basically offsetting whatever lead that Vamos would have gotten.
Look at this. Let's go into the instant replay because this setup here, Maima TPing for a flank angle for Ilham. He gets chunked out, but he also takes the quad shadows. As soon as the final slash lands, then you see the Raging Sandstorm collapse afterwards. And Storm, he knew he was going to die for it, but he's setting Ripple up for success.
Literal success. And now Stone shows up top side nets. Trying to eat up everything. He's going to get stunned up. Loses almost all his health bar. Bloody would have gotten the kill if that landed. But with Chibi showing up, RSG MY, we just have to back off.
Very close, but also good coverage coming in from Chibi. He's really utilizing this kid, using all of his abilities off of cooldown, knowing that he doesn't have mana, so he can do so anyways, right? That's why it feels like he's everywhere right now.
Looking good so far from RSG MY. Nope. No substantial goal advantage just yet, but being able to go even against Vamos, considering a bit of that disaster that happened to Ilham, not too shabby.
Oh,
might have used it. Oh, actually, there's a gap in the wall.
Yeah, just a slight gap. Just a very, very slight gap. But we look at top side here, Nets might be in some trouble.
Oh, Ilham misses the shuriken, so Nets will be fine. They just shave away a bit of that plating. And now they gotta start running. Uh-oh. Bunny just had the flicker.
I was thinking maybe there could have been a setup there, but the follow-up is too far.
Ripple couldn't land out on the Chibi. Oh no, Raging Sandstorm. A bit of an overextension from Stolen, gets spat on.
Unfortunate. Good rotations here coming in for the side of Team Vamos for the time being here. Worst yet, Zorn, great coverage. They know that Ilham is currently on their purple buff, so this is a free take on that turtle.
Get a wild charge. Yep. Expected, started from a mile away. Takes the purple buff and the kill.
Did he not see Warlord just walk up?
Probably didn't expect Zorn to be there. Now Maima had to use his flicker. And Ripple is going to be gone on bottom side. Has to eat up all the damage. Final slash. Stolen coming in as a backup. Gotta make it quick though. Suppot will get out. Chibi gets gone on Stolen. Wouldn't be able to find a kill. Vamos gets out.
Yeah, they don't want to do it because Chibi has really, really low cooldowns. He's already level 8, so I'm guessing that his second skill is currently at 7 seconds right now. Probably maybe even 6, depending on what his first item was. Even so, it's still a very tough game for RSG MY. Like, Bunny is scaling up okay for now, but Rippo, he's taking a lot of punishment, and even for Ilham as well, being part of that, right? If none of these lanes create an advantage for Ilham to take it, to be able to find a kill, I think this game is naturally going to go to Team Vamos by the 11th minute.
Especially allowing this to take some extra resources. And this anti-CC from Zorn is starting to be a bit of a nuisance. RSG MY can't really get rid of him. They don't have the damage yet. Ripple gone on once more. We'll try to jump onto him. Enhanced Blade Surge. It's going to be stunned up. Bad territory. Ripple can't survive that.
Alright, I respect it. So Chibi has opted to go for a 2-3 max rather than a 2-1 max this time. That's why you see he's using the bow more often, and it's dealing some pretty good damage compared to his Blade Surge.
Takes the bottom tier 1 too, and now Stolen Raging Sandstorm from Warlord. Follow up on the Storm. He's going to get away with his ult. Warlord just going to flicker for it. Not going to waste any time. Team Vamos finds another kill. And Ilham will be spotted also. Thankfully clears out his purple buff before that.
Okay, so the retro is used when the cooldown timer was at 23, so he's not going to have it up, and there's a 7-second window for the turtle to be taken away by Team Vamos. If they want to rush it, they absolutely can, but it looks like they want to set up for a gank on top side against Bunny.
Chibi's going to call that off. I think they want the turtle first. How do you break free from Zorn? Because he's just straight up keeping the rest of RSG MY away.
Maima has to do it, right? He has to make sure he lands a yin-yang reaction at some point in time. I think that Storm, now that he has the Thunderbell, honestly, he probably should have rushed the Thunderbell. I'm not sure if he went for T2 boots first. And then just keep on farming stacks off of Zorn if he's going to play like this.
Yeah, stolen final slash. So gotta keep that in mind.
Just do it again. Bang. That's 2 stacks. Come on, give him another one, just for funsies.
Yeah. Eventually, Maima will one-shot. Eventually, Stone will one-shot your back off. Yeah. You do it enough times, you're gonna grief your entire team.
Okay, 3 stacks.
I mean, Sapat is eating us so much damage.
Yeah, he's way too tanky. There's honestly no point. There's still Revitalize that they have to worry about. I don't think they have anti-heal yet for RSG MY 2. Doesn't look like they've hit their second items just yet.
Thankfully, Stone shows up. Actually, Maima brings Ripple to the top side. That's the wild shot from Zorn. It's gonna be sucked back. Shadow in from Ilham, couldn't find any engagement. Maima will be forced to disengage too.
This is such a weird position to be in because Suyo is on the bottom side of the map for free while 4 members of Team Vamos just making sure that they can cover nets. If they can get the purple buff, that'd be ideal.
And this front line is so obnoxious. They use everything on the supply. They need to get him. Ilham will find a kill. Chibi shows up, takes out the Khalid. Stoem goes down and Ilham will have to get out.
Okay, so they trade Sapat for Stoem. Pretty good trade for RSG MY. However, they do lose out on that purple buff here. So as you can see, Ilham, he's falling further and further behind GB at this stage. Game. Does he take that?
Oh, dangerous fight you're playing there.
Okay. All right. Got to show him respect here. But also, he doesn't have the Yoki Shadow kill. So in terms of poking, GB wins that out hands down. Man. No argument.
Even with Impure Rage, right? So one bow and arrow could really take away your health bar.
Okay, alright, they can still dance through. I don't know, it feels like a lot of the time that RSG MY have committed a lot of their resources, but the question is for what purpose, right? Maybe it's just a kind of stat check them to see how strong they actually are before they get their real items, just to know how much they could potentially shred off if given the opportunity.
Maybe. Chibi just got BOD. 9 minutes in the game.
He is big. He is a big boy. He's so strong as well. There's no way to really walk up to this. All right, let's see whether Maima is going to come up with a creative TP angle here.
The backline is pretty exposed because Team Vamos have taken a very aggressive stance. Of course, Zorn would have to be the guy that kind of tips the scale. But he did show himself. Well, Shadow Q stolen by Warlord.
Okay, alright, that's fine, that's fine. But it does mean that this Lord is going to fall into the hands of Vamos here. I mean, as much as Stone wants to kind of open up the map, there's really no reason to, especially with the team all suffering economically.
Just use Ripple as just use Zorn as a punching bag. Yeah, get the Thunderbell stack. Keep doing it, keep doing it.
I think currently he's like, what, 9 stacks at this point? Oh, wow!
Wow, from the side, G finds the stun on the Maima. Surprise is going to run him down. Ness with the blazing duet. That's Maima's and Stoem both dead. And Vamos lost nothing.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that charge coming in from GB was his bow. I was completely wrong. It was the Blade Surge. Really good stun there. And it clips too. Keep in mind that when you hold that Blade Surge and he goes into that spear form, it's a little deceptive with the hitbox.
Yeah, it is. They don't show you how far the tip extends to. And RSG MY will now have a lot of problems to deal with. Zorn on one side, Sapat on the other. It's so suffocating if you are RSG MY. You can't even walk on forward, right? Final slash on the Zorn. They should at least get one, but Zorn flickers. Spear Destruction lands, but no angle for Bunny to connect with it.
Yeah, Storm, that's why he's trying to open up this map here. He's trying his best, but the Lord's already pushed down on that top side, so two of their members, their resources currently occupied. Oh my god,
the bow. Storm can't even stand it. Had to get away. Shadow Q even used by Ilham. Nah, Vamos, they are just fishing for resources.
They are fishing. GB honestly could have picked up that kill. Oh, man. The one thing that I hate about the Soul Sever is that it's obnoxiously short. Like, the cone is so much shorter than you initially think it is. You feel like it's like a final slash sometimes because of how wide they give you, but it doesn't have any length.
Yeah, compared to the Blade, both of them are deceptive, right? Blade Surge is deceptively short. Soul Sever is deceptively long. Maybe they stopped the hitbox during development, right? They didn't realized.
They were like, oh, let's give Blade Surge a 20% max health bonus damage.
We swapped the indicator by mistake.
That would have been funny if that was actually the case. Maybe we should ask them to see if the devs are walking by. Even so, Vamos still just holding RSG MY in a hostage situation.
Yeah, very tough spot to be in. Blink and you'll miss it because it's an 8.3k gold lead. And this is just a never-ending cycle.
This is not fun. And honestly, Maima he's just waiting off a cooldown. Every single time he gets a refresh of that charge, sends another one. And Storm, he doesn't mind this. He can keep doing this because it's actually beneficial for him to punch Zorn every once in a while.
You know what they say, the true win is when you take down Zorn.
And now even Chibi's getting involved in it. Yeah, they know that they are just freezing every single one of these waves. RSG MY continue to bleed out every second that they're not close to a wave.
What the comms are for RSG MY. It must be tough to be in, right? Well, the way finding cashes in, but you are sharing it with 4 other people. Now second lore up, Vamos goes straight for it.
All right, clear up these waves, maybe create an angle here, maybe even get a split push from Bunny going, because that orange buff was not touched.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any contest.
Okay, they got the big ults out. I think that Team Vamos, they've got all the conditions right now. All they have to worry about is Rippo and his flicker.
They do see Bunny bot side just now. The RSG MY will just back off. No point contesting this. It's all about defending and just holding out long enough for the key items to come online.
I don't know. It seems like it's pretty doomed here. All right. In terms of overall sieging, technically RSG MY are much better at defending than Team Vamos. I think that if Team Vamos disrespects RSG MY by sending their melees right up to the inhibitor, that is considered a mistake.
Especially if you don't want to get caught by the yin-yang reaction.
Where's even the final slash or the Raging Sandstorm? Keep in mind, all battle spells are available for RSG MY. If they want to make a play, they got to make a play soon.
And RSG MY, I mean, defending pretty well so far, clearing out all the way, but this is the tough one. Glorious Pathway used by Sabat. Zone out the rest of RSG MY, but Sabat is doing so much of himself. That's a shadow kill. Ilham finds the backline. Good final slash from Rippo. That's Sabat going down. Inhibitor does fall on the top side. Zone flicker voucher somehow catching 3! And a stolen final slash from Warlord might have just sealed the deal. Bunny and Ilham left to fend for their own devices. The base basically jeopardized. Bunny takes a spell of destruction to the backline, but no shadow kill from Ilham means he cannot contribute. And Team Vamos turns it around in a blink of an eye. The minion wave cleared out for now, but Ilham will be chased down, sliced into ribbons. And Team Vamos have just found game number 1 in this best of 3.
Clean game from Team Vamos, and a clean combo coming out from Vamos as well. I don't know how long they were sitting on that combination from Zorn, but Warlord did not miss the mark.
How did you find that angle on Wild Charge?
That's the thing.
With the inhibitor turret.
I don't know. That was a very interesting angle coming out from Zorn. That's why he's the legacy Grok player, man. It was either Cho or Grok during Season 3, and he continues to show why he's part of the best of the best.
Really going above and beyond in that creativity, but Team Vamos, RSG MY put up a pretty good fight, right? I mean, they had the right idea, but sadly, they were too far behind in gold.
Yeah, they were very, very far behind in gold, and unfortunately, Hayabusa has a really tough time here. The mid lane is already getting pushed out. Maima on that low Yi, unfortunately, he has an active resource in waiting for the cooldowns to throw the orbs out to begin with, right? So whenever he's down on cooldown, you see that it's straight away, there's no mid lane presence.
Quite a rough match for RSG MY, but Team Vamos also showing us that they have certain mastery over Suyo. MVP for game 1, rightfully goes over to Chibi.
Yeah, Chibi, he's fast. He's disgustingly good on the Suyo here. Although I do think it's interesting that he likes to go for 2-3 then 1 in terms of his skill maxing. But generally, the combinations that we saw from Team Vamos were very nice, very, very telegraphed, and honestly well communicated to the rest of the team. It didn't feel like they did it on the fly. It felt like there was a big conversation before it happened.
Even the way that Chibi, fights in these battles is very patient.
Yeah.
Very patient. He bowls, he waits for the perfect time to go in with the Blaze Surge. But this one is just nasty, nasty stuff.
Honestly, they could have caught Ilham as well. I think that, you know, Warlord, it's clear that he's a mid laner. He's not used to the hitbox of that final slash. But well done, GB. Very good game coming out of him. Really jungle diffing this time around, and with a lot of help from his side laners to ensure that he will be faster. It just goes to show that a strong early game for a team like Vamos goes a very long way.
Even having the Sky Piercer at one point. Not that he really needs it. Wonder what... Is that his first item? He even has a fleeting time. What the hell? What?
I think he ran out of money for Winter Crown, so he's just like, might as well, right? Nothing to do. It was already the end of the game.
What do you want? 2 bows in a single fight?
Is it still considered your ult? I don't think so. Is it still?
It is labeled as your ult.
I guess categoric-wise, but it's kind of like Julian, where it's like, it's not really your ult per se.
It does have the same cooldowns as your other skills.
That's fair, that's fair. All right. I'll give it to him regardless. But interesting that the public has opted to go for Warcry, professional play. They like the burst with the help of Impure Rage.
It's pretty nasty, man. Percentage health damage, you got some long-range poke. It's everything that you want. You can be a physical mage, you could be a fighter, you could be an assassin.
You could be a physical mage.
Wait, that doesn't even sound right.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right, but I get the idea. You're very spellcasty, you know, you don't rely on your auto attacks as much. And the raw burst that you have is pretty ridiculous. At the end of it, we do see that in terms of item build, Bunny was trying to get into, trying to get into that Malefic Roar. No reason for him to, already having the Winds of Nature allows him to accelerate. But even so, tough game. Very tough game for RSG.
Yeah. Maima and Bunny actually went into the Roam Boots enchantment pretty early on. Wonder if they ever got it online. I know that Bunny got it like probably 7-8 minutes. It was very early.
They usually take it at 8 minutes. At 8 minutes is when they purchase the roam blessing, even if you aren't a roamer at that point of time. So that's probably what happened here in this game, because I even saw Bunny as well. Also has it as well. So yeah, they're following the 8-minute rule. Overall, just a tough game here for Ilham. Can't really blame the guy too much. His purple buff got stolen so many times in that game as well. Pretty hard to play. Pretty hard to play.
Yes, some good ideas from RSG MY. We saw glimpses of what the perfect execution could have been like, but they couldn't kind of stop the snowball that is Vamos.
I don't think there was a better way of playing it here. Unless they had information to work with off of Stoem. No. It's tough because Vamos, on every single one of their lanes, they were playing hyper proactive. So it's really difficult to see if there's a glaring signal that are on one side of the map compared to the other.
I think for RSGMY, I look at this team comp and I feel like they have found more successes in terms of reacting to Vamos, right? Like you counter-engage with the final slash, you with the yin-yang reaction and all that. But if Vamos was just way too ahead, 14.5 minutes game, we got a 12k gold lead for Vamos, and basically just every single objective under the sun.
Yeah, let's look at some more stats here. I'm curious to see how much damage did Vamos actually pump out here. Yeah, that's the thing. In terms of total damage, there was a lot of farming being done by RSG. I would only expect that the next page that Zorn has like near almost make it ridiculous, almost 1 million amount of damage taken per second. Or
or like how many, or like given away 20 Thunderbelt stacks to Storm.
That too. I don't know. If Vamos is this far ahead, it's really difficult for them, especially for local teams to kind of play from behind, especially if their jungler is very purple buff dependent. And even from Maima as well, we didn't see too many crazy TPs. The most we saw was the Ilham flank TP to maybe steal away the first turtle.
Yeah, they did one, I think, on the top side, but I think Vamos just got, either Vamos got a read or RSG failed their read, right? Because they wanted to go for a flank, couldn't really find it onto Vamos. And I'd say that this game, a lot of these damage, really efficient, right? Only a 10k damage difference, considering how Vamos was just running over RSG.
They had, I mean, to be fair, Vamos had a couple of close moments as well, especially in the early game with Stoem being like such a menace, right? When you saw him like chunking out 2 people at once, maybe there was an opportunity. I think that Vamos also took into consideration like how close together they need to actually realistically clump up, especially when you have to play around both Maima as well as Rippo.
Yeah. And of course, Zorn tanking the most damage. It's 101,000 total damage. How do you get past Zorn and Sapat in this game? I feel like they show up in front of you. There's really nothing much you could do unless you try to catch them with a final slash and burst them down.
That's the thing. I feel like at level 1, Stoem probably should have immediately invaded, right? Because if we're looking at Bunny's lane as a Moskov, he should be able to clear fine. Rippo against Suppot, that's the losing side of the map, so no surprises there. Mid lane, you could have done something. Maybe they could have gone for like a double invade here by fast clearing mid lane and then looking for Chibi, but it's a hard read to make because you don't know which side of the map he's going to be starting on, and if you guess wrongly, you're down on tempo.
Actually, Stoem did try to invade, but he was just blocked out by Zorn. Then went to try to go for a quick mid clear, but somehow lost the clear against Vamos. Either way, Hall of Famers for game 1. Chibi as the rich guy, Maima as the carry, and Zorn, of course, sandbag and best wingman.
No surprises here, no surprises. There needs to be some kind of adaptation for RSG, except I don't have a clear direction on what that's supposed to be. Would I say that the players need to play better? I mean, obviously, yes, but at the same time, what specifically could have been done? In terms of rotations, it felt like they were at the right place at the right time, but they just didn't pull the trigger fast enough in certain scenarios, and other times, everybody had to focus on a different thing during the fight.
A lot of things that RSG MY might need to look at going into game 2, but for now, let's take a peek at the KDA map for Chibi from minute 1 until where the game ends.
Man, I do wish that we got a bit of a heat map as well on top of the KDA map, because it's difficult to tell the positions that we did see Chibi in. Because first starting off on the opposite side of the map, and then just a rain of terror down towards the bottom side before he starts getting back into the action on enemy purple buff side, which is pretty much where you found Chibi 90% of the game after the 8th minute.
Yeah, most of the kills were just on RSG MY's heroes that want to get up close and personal, right? You see Khalid, I kill him. I see the Arlet jump in, I take him out as well.
Even the Hayabusa, even the Arlet, 3 times actually, that we did see that Maima got blasted by this Suyo. Just goes to show you really got to be careful of your distancing, because Suyo is very, very deceptive no matter what form he uses. Even so, I think that, Vamos, clean game from them. Coming in towards game number 2, I would only expect that RSG is going to take red side, so let's see whether or not that Suyo is going to be a favorable ban.
Let's look at the item progression also from both teams, because I personally want to see how fast did Chibi get his items. So straight up Sky Piercer, Hunter Strike, BOD, Endless Battle, and then Malefic Roar, all within 16 minutes.
Very fun build. What a very fun build coming in from Chibi.
Well, can't wait to lose like half my health bar and just die.
I mean, it's true. It's different because it's so focused around the burst, which makes sense why he's maxing out his 3. He's going in 2 and then 3, right? Because it's all about just touching your opponent. If they load, they explode. Don't have to think about like sustaining in a fight, sustaining in the immortal form. Don't need to do none of that.
Nope, not really. Then you compare to Ilham's island progression, he just didn't really get to do much. As after the first blood, Chibi hit a 4-minute Sky Piercer, and Ilham has been just playing catch-up from that point onwards.
Yeah, lost a lot of tempo off of that one play. Had he just maybe sidestepped the arrow, maybe if Chibi overthought the scenario, he could have made it up. But it's tough. You're Hayabusa, right? Especially without a purple buff, it's very difficult to keep up with him.
Yeah, and you need your roamer, you need your team to be there with you. But Stoem at one point, you just can't tank so much damage thanks to Zorn being around. And, I've been thinking a lot.
Okay.
I've been thinking, I haven't been winning much games.
You haven't?
Yeah, but I want to win in life.
Okay, fair enough.
I feel like I'm not looking good enough in life.
What?
And I think I found the perfect solution.
It's not what I think it is, right?
Yeah, it's my shoes, man. I have horrible kicks, but I know that JD can give me that kick. So, up your game in style with JD, just like how most of our players have really been showing the stylish. I know AJ did a shoot recently with JD, man. I know Innocent did a shoot recently, so stay tuned for that.
They're big shoe guys. They are big. Actually, a majority of the players are actually pretty big shoe guys here in the MPL MY, whether it's, on stage, off stage players, or sometimes even marshals as well who are interested in them.
If people ask you what are those, just say it's JD.
They're JD.
They're JD. What color is your JD?
Nah, I'm not gonna bring back old memes on this one, but the urge is there. The urge is there. Speaking of adaptations here, right? It felt like since Vamos is so early game oriented, I think that RSG might actually have some solutions to sandbagging them. I think number one, they got to think about this Khalid once more, maybe going into the EXP sector of things. But I also think that maybe they should open up Gatot.
Yeah, and also we got to talk about the most picked hero because Kufra was banned in game 1 by RSG MY. So far, 85% win rate out of 8 picks for Zorn. Miko picking 5 times by winning once. Zion Senpoi had one Kufra game. That one I remember. It was a loss, and same for Stoa.
Yeah, man. Guess the odd one out on that one. It's just Zion Senpoi is like, I wanted to play mid, man. That's all I wanted to do.
Let's see what Pao Weeburn has to say, the coach, about the Natalia pick last week that we saw from Zorn. And they've been practicing with her quite a bit after the loss to SRG, trying to find a way to deal with assassins. And because this season, Natalia was changed, they buffed her, tweaked the passive a little bit, doesn't rely on mana. And feels like she's a good counter against assassin, marksman, and just generally squishy heroes.
I mean, Natalia has been pretty notorious, even in ranked games these days. I think that, yes, he is correct in terms of like squishy. Anything that is squishy doesn't matter, marksman, fighter. If you have a low health pool and you don't build any armor, you're gonna get blown up straight off the bat. And I think that right now in the meta, especially with so many tanks being available in both support as well as EXP, it's kind of difficult to kind of like sneak Natalia in unless you're red side.
Yeah, that, and also unless the enemy somehow doesn't have a reliable frontline, right? Or a frontline that kind of leaves the backline open. Remember to come to M6, redeem the code, scan that thing.
Scan that thing.
Scan that thing.
Scan that thing real quick. And please let us know if you get a legendary skin, because again, I am curious to see if anybody wins one of those raffles. It's RNG at the end of the day.
You cannot get collector skins from raffles, right?
Can you? Well, this one's a legendary skin, so it's like close, but not there yet.
Man, I missed out the Jawhead collector. I'm very sad.
You did? Don't worry. I missed it out too, but on purpose.
On purpose.
I hate that hero. I hate everything about him. Ruins my days. But it's time for the drafting phase. Let's see how game number 2 is going to progress between these two teams. First off, who's blue? Who's red? Vamos blue. RSG red. Interesting.
See if the Cho gets banned out again by RSG, because they got plenty of heroes that they need to worry about. But for Vamos, they now don't have to worry about the chip, so they got one extra slot to work with.
And they ban out the Khalid too, on the side of RSG. I mean, it's very commonly known that RSG likes to ban out things that they pick themselves in the previous match because they know how strong it is in terms of their own priorities. Vamos, on the other hand, it looks like it's going to be generally the same, but the only real difference just being the Gatot for now.
Banning on the Gatot. They did ban Phoveus in game 1.
That's more like...
But I mean, they're on blue side, right? So they don't need to.
Yeah. Oh, then again, Ripple can play a Mincetar.
That's true. Ooh, what is this? If RSG wins, I will treat them to a meal.
He will treat them to a meal. Okay, okay. We'll hold him to it. First, let's see whether or not RSG can actually equalize the game first. I think that's step number 1 here, because again, very difficult drafting phase as we see that Vamos does get rid of the Phoveus alongside it. Still don't want anybody to mess with Chibi, especially if it's Phoveus. RSG, on the other hand, their final ban. Where do they go with this one?
Man, especially now that Khalid is also banned now, it does shrink that XP pool a little bit.
I think it's going to end probably Cho. It could be Cho, but then again, like if Vamos does go for the first pick Cho,
well, not anymore.
Yeah, I mean not anymore, but I would like to speculate whether or not Sapat knows how to flex the Cho as well. That's my only question.
So that leaves Hylos, right? That leaves Hylos up for the XP. I mean, there's still Arlet, Ruby. Hylos feels like the priority for Vamos.
They could go for Edith if they want to like a super safe flex.
That's true.
I don't know. I think that Vamos at this point of time probably is just going to first pick Suyo here. Because even if they do get a flex pick, you're giving away power picks over to RSG anyways, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
So that's Suyo out.
1 down, 2 to go. High loss plus X. High loss plus X. What would it be? Would it be the Valentina? Would it be? No, it probably isn't Lo Yi. Could be a Valentina opener. What would be better than that at this stage?
You got Aurora first pick. What's the solution to Suyo?
Oh, well, I think that the solution to Suyo a lot. I mean, obviously there is like Zas, there's the Aurora, both of which do very well against all types of assassins, anyways. I feel like maybe even Jushin has a pretty decent odds, but I haven't tested it out for myself. We see the Hylos, we see the Harith. I like it a lot for the side of RSG, but let's see whether or not they're going to put nets on the Lunox.
Oh yeah, that too. Harith was banned out, I think, in game 1, yeah, but banned out by RSG MY, and now they take it. So this high loss would be a good flex for RSG. I know Storm wants to get active, and there are teams that when they went up against RSG MY, there's a chance that the Kaja gets banned out by Vamos if they want to, play a more mobile comp, specifically against Storm.
I think it's tough regardless, right? At this point, it's about how do you slow down that front line. I think Vamos has, again, some pretty simple solutions. They can put Warlord on Aurora if they wanted to. They can even go for like Farmis. They're going to start off with Lunox, the counter matchup to Harith. And they're also going to be locking in the Kufra to try and slow things down. Interesting.
So lots of Pew, lots of catch, and you got 2 heroes that have iframes.
Yep. Both of which, one significantly better than the other, but we now go into the final pick for RSG. They see the Lunox. Is there any way to really deal with this? I feel like there isn't. Is there a jungle pick that could maybe Ling could go here? But you're already dealing with the Kufra.
Yeah, that too.
This Kufra makes it difficult.
Haya feels like the option. Alpha? No, they go for the Ling.
Yeah, just ultra mobile. As long as Kufra shows on the map, you can be on the opposite side of it. All right, fair enough for the side of RSG. We go into the second part of the banning phase, and now they have to start worrying about like potential EXP matchups.
So we just have the high loss on the side of RSG, which can be flexed for Edith, Ruby, Arlott, maybe an export. Tamus also, we haven't seen that.
Yeah, but Tamus is not very popular here.
Glue?
Glue is okay, but you need to know what the matchup is. Oh, okay, this gives a lot of indication that this high loss is probably going to go into the EXP.
Does.
Now that CC is gone, Vamos has to think about this. What other potential options do we have? Can we, instead of having to directly answer the high loss, maybe we play on a different side of the map? Maybe we look for some stronger laners as well. They've already got a winning matchup in Lunox here, so now they just need a winning matchup in the mid lane.
There's plenty of choices in the mid lane, right? I mean, they got Vex, Valentina, Farmis, Yi, Luo Yi, Aurora. I feel like Vamos have plenty of options that they're not too worried about. It's more of that XP lane. What matchup do you go for Sepa now that he has to go into it blind?
I think RSG need to consider banning out... Ooh, are they worried about Rizla? I don't feel like it. I feel like... Oh, it could be Ruby. Both of which have its pros and cons. I think it's an either or between the two.
Let's see RSGM. What does RSG have in mind? I do feel like it's probably XP side hero. No, they actually banned a Valentina. So there is a chance that they want to go for some big ultimates. The Aurora does look a lot more probable.
Yeah. Okay. If RSG decide to get rid of Valentina, what are they worried about in terms of alts? So big alt EXP laners, maybe even mid laners as well. Could be like an RWM plus Glorious Pathway. That's what I'm feeling because Maima has been known to play Yi pretty often, in like especially when they're a point down. Grok ban for the side of Vamos.
Okay.
I like it. That was a very smart ban from Vamos.
CC immunity could also the counter engage potential, right, to really stop this Kufra. Let's see Yi. I mean, Farmis for RSG doesn't feel like it works too well. But the Yi, I feel like could be. But then you have a Lunox, right? That's what I'm worried about.
That's the big issue here because Lunox doesn't care. Eventually, once you hit a certain stage of the game, you don't care how much health somebody has. The more health, arguably even better.
You don't even care about spells. You just go into Brilliance.
You just machine gun them down. Go into the Darkening if you feel like it. Ooh,
wow.
Angeling.
Wow, a pivot.
Interesting. Huh.
Is it going to be a Maima hero?
That's what I was thinking. It's like, is this a Maima hero or not? This is a very interesting setup from Coach Behave.
So if this goes to Maima, then you better have a dang strong XP lane right now. I mean, you want to outlast Vamos, right? You need space for both Ilham and Bunny.
I think it's just Arlott here, right?
Arlott or Ruby?
Edith as well. Oh yeah, Ruby is also pretty good. I forgot about Ruby for a second there. Oh, this is tough. This is a really interesting setup that Coach Behave has put Vamos in.
So the Jushin and Edith would be the answer from Vamos. Oh man, I can't imagine trying to die Vamos right now.
Yeah.
So much pew. And a ton of magic damage too.
So much magic damage. One, I would say, arguably almost true damage at a certain point. But they've got a lot of chunking heroes, right? Lunox is great at chunking people. Zushin as well, after she gets level 8 on her first item, then she can start really putting some pain onto people too. But RSG, the raw sustain could be an issue. Is there anything else that they could play to potentially turn this around? They could go for a Terizla for like hard engage, but I don't feel like that's a good idea. But it could bait out some ults.
It could. But you want someone that can play push and pull.
Oh!
Akai! Okay. So it's Akai Roam. Okay, first in the season.
Is that a smart option though? Wait. Are they changing it? Are they gonna change? Yeah. Start changing.
Changing it, right?
Yeah, boy.
Right?
Wait. But RSG, wait. I'm seeing Tom's giving half. They're gonna put Akai.
Akai? What? Wait. I gotta look back. Hold on.
Let's just double check.
It is?
It is.
What?
All right. That's okay.
How does that work?
Interesting.
Akai into Edith.
I guess Akai wins out on the trade if he doesn't get hit by the Earth Shatter.
Yeah, it depends on who gets if he gets the shield first, right?
Yeah. Ooh, this one's a really tough one.
It's an interesting concept though. You do get to split the fight apart, right? Like, if I want to push people away, I'd rather keep Jushin out of the fight. I'd rather keep Chibi out of the fight. We just have to find out. Innovation from RSG MY. Is it enough to keep them on the leaderboard? So game 2, RSG MY, red side, Team Vamos blue.
All right, let's find out how they're going to play their strategies, because I think at this point, if you are playing Akai, you have almost a guaranteed way to force an ult out of Vamos, whether they like it or not, right? And not to mention that the heavy spin has an inbuilt Purify in it, so more reason to do so. Yeah, beat him up. Beat him up. What are you going to do, Warlord? What are you going to do? Throw me under turret? Not enough range. High loss is fun.
Wait, did my man miss out 1 minute? Oh no, he didn't.
No, he's good. Thank God.
I'll say, imagine he missed out 1 minute because Stone ran in under turret. So Stone took the farm.
Stone, please.
Now he just lost his flicker.
All right. Still, it doesn't really doesn't matter too much. Doesn't matter too much just yet. Maima, he's just looking to play the global presence. He's not gonna die, is he?
Yeah, don't throw him back there.
Whoa!
You're lucky Maima doesn't have flicker.
Yeah, imagine if Stone. Oh, dude, Stone was thinking, I wish I had flicker. Revitalize, terrible spell.
Absolutely horrible.
Absolutely just the worst. Nobody has fun. Even I don't have fun using it.
If only I could get a kill.
Yeah, if
Maybe
only.
they need to change it, right? You probably revitalize. The teammates that stand on it gets healed, but it gives healing reduction like a Dormice. And it deals damage.
Hey!
It'd be a cool idea.
I don't know about it because Ilham is probably wishing that was the case.
He might get dragged back. Chibi was waiting. Didn't keep track of his cooldowns.
I don't know what the plan was there. Not entirely sure whether that was the smartest idea. Did Ilham think that he could maybe destroy Warlord there? Maybe get a battle spell. That's why. I mean, he was targeting him. To be fair, he wasn't gonna land the four-hit combo, but the 2-hit to maybe force a recall. Tough to say.
Oh no! I mean, Nets just hit 4. Bunny wants his 4 as well. Gets it. So what's the plan next? You can drop the Zamorphos, get the shield, 1 more dash. All right, finds that one. Nets still finds the kill, but at least there's a trade from Storm.
Still able to find the kill regardless. I do think that Nets probably flickered the wrong way around there, but even so, works out in his favor. Whether he wanted to juggle the aggro, whether he wanted to get the kill, he got his mission done. Because look at this right now. If you look at the minion wave down on bottom side, you can see that the clashing minion waves is a 3-2, now to 2-2. So both sides have lost a singular minion at this point of time.
A lot more work for Nets for sure. So potential invade as well, because they are starting to scout Ilham. Really keeping it in place. Tempest of Blaze. There's the hard guard from Maima. Storm also comes out. Wants to stick onto Warlord. Chibi joins the fight. There's the Blaze Surge. What a Tyrant's Revenge. But the healing is just too much. Now Glorious Pathway follow up. The juggling of abilities. Warlord tries to toss Storm away, but cannot save Zorn. Knockout from the side of Subbat. Chibi finds the kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Good stuff from Chibi. Good stuff. Just lingering just ever so close just in case. But now Rimpo might have an angle. No heavy spin? No heavy spin? No heavy spin pushing him out underneath turret? No? Okay, cool, fine, sure.
Don't feel safe enough to do that.
I don't know, but they could guarantee Subbat losing his flicker there as well. So I don't see the problem with trading ults for ults, especially since there's like roughly 50 seconds worth of time to kill before the first turtle actually spawns. Sorry, second turtle.
Vamos looking to revisit the bottom lane again. And this time, no hard guard from Maima. But thankfully, Bunny did clear out the minion wave.
He holds on strong. This honestly pretty big lead for Team Vamos this early on into the game as well. 4 minutes and they're walking on 1.5. Holy crystal!
What?
Purchased
4
by
minutes? I have a feeling he didn't start with the boots at all. Either that or he boots and then he straight out went for the components.
I think he went boots straight into the components, right? It wouldn't make sense for him to just go without no boots whatsoever, especially into the Harith matchup.
Man, he saw Loliao do that once and he's like, that's a good idea. I'm winning my lane anyways, might as well, right?
That's a good point here, but once again, we see that Warlord just taking his time.
Okay, Stone and Ripple, they're gonna walk out first. Stone will have to use the Glorious Pathway backwards. Ilham's gonna show up, lose the turtle anyways to Team Vamos, and now Chibi can't get out, just stunned to oblivion. Zorn kind of misses the lead, but Chibi still finds a killing spree. So they trade Stone for Subbat.
Dude, it's so hard for Ilham to win out these retry fights, dude. The Soul Sever does too much damage. Technically, it shouldn't apply that much damage to neutrals, but the fact that it does, it's impossible to calculate. How do you calculate 20% missing with no cap on it?
It's even hard to calculate than dealing with a Lancelot ult, right?
Yeah, and I would say a Lancelot ult was already busted enough, but this Soul Sever, 20% is just too much. And he's already building up to that Hunter Strike, almost complete in a matter of fact. Adding a couple more daggers to have some cost efficiency.
And Ripple had to use his flicker. I think he got ganked by Zorn and Chibi topside. So lost his top tier 1. Team Vamos starts to open up the map a bit more. And Zorn is so deep in the jungle, I'm not really sure what Ilham can do about this.
Yeah, and Zorn doesn't mind. He's already got like a very early, in a matter of fact, Thunderbelt. Woo! He just wants to farm.
But can he at least get Subbat? Can they stick onto him? Somebody uses the ultimate, tries to man-fight Maima.
What?
There's no way out, is it?
What? So he pulls the attention of 5 just with tier 2 on the top side of the map? I don't know. I don't think it...
Can't even get it? Oh, here comes Ilham. An attempt to fight this. Tempest of Blaze, hard guard, more than enough damage to take out Chibi. Good stuff.
Oh, he didn't want to tap third skill to maybe get out of the knock-up range there, or maybe he just knew he was going to die regardless. Tough call.
And that's against Bunny. Oh, backwards flicker. Bunny with the outplay.
Nicely done, Bunny. Very good flicker. Honestly, that caught me off guard. Flickering back into the fight to ensure that he closes the distance for the Chrono Dash empowered auto.
So 3 individual pickoffs for RSG MY, stabilizing the game. Now it's time to look at Turtle, the third final one of Game 2.
Rotations have been kind of interesting for RSG. Not seeing a lot of movement out of Maima for good reason, but he's trying to make sure that he has influence over that mid lane. Right now, Warlord proves to be just the biggest threat to RSG MY, really slows down their overall engages.
Doesn't get any easier now that Glowing Wand is part of his arsenal. A flip, knock up, throw up, Chibi finds the turtle, and Stone will have to get out of there with their Glorious Pathway. It's just crowd control for days on end. Not going to be stunned up by Chibi thanks to the Cyclone Eye.
Okay, nicely done. Good moves coming in from the side of RSG MY. As much as Team Vamos were able to get that very first... this mid-tier 1, I don't think Ripple should be standing underneath it. But yeah, with the final turtle in the hands of Team Vamos, RSG MY make the smart choice of sending Harith down to pick up the first turret, and then Ilham clears out the entire jungle, blue side jungle, and even gets another push, another wave on bot.
Zorn does find him, but yeah, no chances of killing Ilham. It does annoy him though.
For now.
Man, Haasclaw. Haasclaw, he's so good.
So good, dude. That's when it feels like Ling is like a real hero. Like, wow, I'm not threatened by buffs anymore, you know? I don't have to be 10% HP. I don't have to be 10% to make a decision anymore. But even so, 60 seconds left on the clock until we do see the very first Lord spawn. Looks like Team Vamos going back to protocol, a 4-1 split here with Suyo absorbing that bottom side, but now that he's got the initial push, doesn't want to give over any buffs to RSG MY.
It's a way closer game compared to game 1. Might just come down to one big engage by Zorn than what we've seen. But at least I feel like RSG has a way better draft in dealing with these, beefy front lines, right? You send the Hylos in, you send the Akai in, you have good ways to split the battle lines too. And Vamos kind of have the same archetype as game 1. You're trying to come in from the corner, with Chibi, with Nets, try and get some kills, but they do take bot tier 1.
Yeah, but as they're looking to play the rest of the map, RSG MY, on the other hand, trying to concentrate their forces on the most important objective at that period of time. This time, it was purple buff, but now they start splitting up, right? Trying to make sure that they can catch the waves. Ilham is the only person who can deal with destroyed waves that are slow pushing into them and eventually amassing.
I do wonder how is RSGMY going to deal with this Lord fight. Chibi is one level ahead of Ilham. Ripple lost most of his health bar. A dive to the back from the side of Ilham. Ripple also wants to dive. He gets lifted up by Warlord. And he goes down, but maybe Ilham can save the entire fight with the help of Maima. Bunny dashes in, takes out Nets 3 for RSGMY, and Lord is open for business.
Good stuff coming in from RSGMY. They found the opportunity to take out both Nets as well as Warlord. Both Nets and Warlord should never be standing one on top of each other. They got to be side by side, but they have to have a good amount of distance in between. There's just too much to worry about with Storm pointing in one direction, Bunny looking for another, but mainly Ilham, who is able to chase them down.
Yeah, and good stuff from Ripple, just throwing his life for the greater good. Pretty unfortunate he got lifted up when he rolled in, but either way, now RSGMY finds the first gold lead in the series against Vamos.
Just close.
Wow, the timing.
Yo, man, that could have been a pretty insane pick there, but completely fine. At least now, we see that RSGMY, as they've stabilized against Team Vamos, the question is, how are they going to develop a lead?
Because Bunny just got his Holy Crystal, finally. But the timing isn't too bad, right? 10 minutes into the game. Stalin's side. Looks like he has the Fed of Heaven too. So Lord will just slow push the bottom lane. If RSGMY can get all out of the turrets, I think put them in a very good spot to control the map.
Speaking of very good spot, RSGMY just allowing and protecting these waves one by one. They know that bot is getting pushed in naturally. Mid as well could be contested for, but on the opposite side, where you've seen that Team Vamos is already cleared top, the second wave about to crash, Ling is able to catch it just in time.
So Stone and Ripple will probably end up losing their life for this. Revitalized pop by Stone, the glowing wand, just healing reduction, a bit too much for him to deal with, but they did take the bottom tier 2. Ilham and Maima considering a potential dive, but it's all about the structures. So RSGMY, they did get what they come here for.
Gonna try for more!
And Zorn is not gonna let them get away. Maima escorted out by Ripple with a heavy spin. So he gets lifted back up. Ripple, stun, flicker, can't get away. So Vamos finds 2 kills.
Good stuff from Vamos. And now that we do see that at the very least, Ilham is in a position where he can honestly threaten anybody. Even maybe, he might even be able to take Chibi on in a 1v1, assuming that he is at max HP, right? He's not low, he's not chunked out. He needs to be healthy for these fights.
So there is this meme, I'm not sure if it's a meme build, but you get Sky Piercer on Zushin.
I mean, I'm pretty sure...
I saw an execution, but I'm not really sure if...
I think Warlord has it. I think for very good reason as well. He already has Nets to chunk people out. He already has Chibi to chunk people out. More so, chunking in a sense of not jumping in their faces, but poking them out with a bow. So now that you have 2 means of long-range poke, Warlord just has to make sure that he is just hovering over them with a lantern.
Man, 2 Sky Piercers, huh? Once the bot find the flip onto Ilham, that's going to delay the engage. Very early, Temples of Blaze, the bot gives his life up. RSGMY wants to go for the chase. Chibi needs to get out there. Zorn will try to get him out of this. The entourage from Team Vamos, even dropping the brilliance from Nets. RSGMY only finding 1.
So now they back away. Next Lord about to spawn here in 11 seconds worth of time. Sopon still going to be out of commission for the next 13. So by the time this thing actually spawns, RSGMY will still have a man advantage here. So they can decide to do this quick, or they can really slow it down. And I would probably imagine that they have to fake doing a blitz first.
Of course, they need Maima alive for this. I think, yeah, Ultimate already back up. So RSGMY can do this dance, this slow tango. The jungler might meet each other though, yep. Bottom side, Ilham with the help of Maima is going to try and chase Chibi down. No iframes. Just get completely destroyed. So that's 37 seconds without Chibi.
Yeah, can't do much about that. I think that RSG MY need to take advantage of the situation now to get to look for an endgame scenario before this game drags on further than it should. Because Nets, he's scaling fast. As strong as Bunny is right now, Nets is catching up quick.
Yeah, Maima isn't with them. Not really sure how long it would take for the ult to come back up with fleeting time, but they will try to blitz down the Lord. The rest of the front line trying to buy as much space as possible. Zorn to the back. He's going to get taken out. Actually, no, he gets away. But RSG MY still finds the Lord. Sapat ends up dropping, and RSG MY, they are going to disengage and prepare for the initial siege.
Now, having to deal with the siege is going to be a little tough. As much as RSG MY want to muscle their way through to get these inhibitors, there's still things to worry about, like Zorn landing a 4, maybe a 3 to 4 man Tyrant's Revenge. There's also the possibility of Warlord displacing somebody if they walk up too close, especially for the melees here. Realistically, even Bunny, if he tries to Chrono Dash forward, you can almost guarantee that Vamos is going to pounce.
Storm, he's just going to drop the ult, is to get the Lord in. Bunny, let's have the hard guard indicator. They're not going to use it just yet. Get the mid inhibitor out of the way. That's so much damage on the Ilham.
It is.
Execute angle.
Should be fine, should be fine. Ilham is going to heal back up to full here. Vamos really on the back foot now. 3.4k in favor of RSG MY, but they've missed checkmate angle. So everything from this point onwards is solely based on the performance of execution.
Hey, Ripple. We have seen some heavy spins, but most of the time, it results in him getting caught out, right? There's really no getting away from it. So it is a one-way ticket. So I have a one-off thing for Ripple. That makes the flicker so much more valuable.
It does. It really does. I think that right now, as much as Ripple would like to get involved in these fights, he's currently getting outpushed by Sapat at this point of time. Both EXP laners, not much I can really highlight about him. Sapat sacrifice. Honestly, he's a little too comfortable sacrificing his life for like objectives across the map.
Considering he has the Thunder Belt.
Yeah, he needs those stacks, man.
Oh, I mean, it's very hard to trade as the Edith with the Thunder Belt in this situation. Like, who do you trade with?
With Ripple. Only Ripple. You gotta farm him out. You gotta farm it somewhere, right? You might as well farm it from your lane opponent who's already gonna be conveniently there, unless he brings friends like Storm, then maybe not, maybe not.
Primal Wrath, 2 stacks.
Yeah, with the Chain Lightning as well. Does it count, actually, if you go based off... It's technically in a...
Because when you Primal Wrath, you get the buffer, right?
Yeah, you get the buffer.
You just need to land an auto attack.
And then you just auto... I know it's one, but does the Chain Lightning prop multiple people to give you multiple?
No, only one.
That'd be funny if it did.
That would be... I think you abuse that mechanic. I would gladly throw my ult if that's the case.
Yeah.
But no. I don't think it works like that.
It was like the Leomord displacement thing. Eventually, it's going to get hotfixed if that was the case.
Yeah, because if it works like that, Khalees and Power Auto, if it hits 2 targets, he should get 2 stacks.
You know what? I take it back. It should be a thing. This is actually pretty dope. That sounds like a dope idea. I could be at 40 stacks, 15 minutes in the game.
No, it's a horrible idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
You know what? What? We just bring back the old Thunder Belt. How about that?
No, the
before the change to like your total defense. Like the initial change.
Oh, the initial change?
Not the old one, the initial change. Yeah, you get a lot more stronger.
Ooh.
Instead of bonus defense, it's total defense.
Okay, fine. If I had to choose, I would take the total defense.
Yeah, I mean, Stolen would have just one-shot everyone in the previous game.
That also probably is a good point. But here, we do see that Maima is going to try and build full magic damage, right? We do see that he has Blood Wings. Pretty passive game from both sides because they understand the value of this upcoming lore.
Man, Glowing Wand. Flash of the Oasis. Bunny just got Winter Crown. Great item. Wow, this is going to be such a drawn out dance.
It really is because, like, honestly, how do you engage in these types of fights?
RSG have damage to blitz it, sure. But do they know where Vamos is, though?
I don't think they care. They need to blitz this. They need it because Sapat is there. They're going to get a reaction out of it. Like, see? Right here.
Maima spotted out and Ness get jumped on.
Oh, no.
Can they take them out of Zorn? What a knock-up to buy time. They still jump on in. Flicker heavy spin. Ness needs to get away. Flickers in the bush. Jumps to the other side, but still gets chased down. Too much sustaining damage from RSG MY, and Sapat also had to go.
Dude, they need a kite, but they need to plan out what the kite path is supposed to be for Vamos here. Because Nets, as much as he's making these flashy plays and honestly surviving way longer than he should, Warlord has the uncomfortable job of trying to predict where he's going. He can't keep protecting him like this.
I think it was tough because Ripple was standing in between them, right? He was
Also
just
true.
He was just spinning, and Warlord might just get around now. Bunny is about to man fight everyone, and with Maima there by the helm, Zorn will just have to give up on this. No surviving this time. RSG MY not willing to give up just yet. Team Vamos will be ran down in their base, and RSG MY will push us all the way to game 3.
Woo! It's going to be a long day today as RSG are able to equalize. Finally, they come together on that decision to try and blitz it to bait out a reaction, and they got exactly what they wanted.
Oh, another reverse sweep angle in sight. MV did that against SRG, and now RSG MY have a chance to take down Vamos. Oh boy, the chance been keeping themselves afloat, right? Not getting relegated. Probably the best possible outcome.
I think that's why Week 6 is the most exciting.
Yeah.
That's why Week 6 you expect these teams, especially the fans, to show up to see what they've been building up to.
It's good to see that RSG MY still in good spirits. Even though, sure, you know, Vamos have a way bigger crowd, but RSG making some very good adjustments. Even in terms of their picks and execution, right? They were able to get it right.
They did get it right, and I think that at the very least they were able to buy time for Link to get max items before deciding on these fights. And yes, catching Lunox was not easy. You can see that even for Nets. He is on one side of the map, and then the next thing you know, he's dashing to the other side. He's got a lot of tools in his kit, but unfortunately, there just wasn't enough peel to deal with the raw mobility.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just, I think that Akai pick actually could be a genius pick, right?
I think it's pretty smart into the Edith, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But I do think that there were definitely more opportunities for Rippo to make some pretty cool heavy spin plays.
Yeah, I would agree that. Most of it taken away by Storm, who is just running it down. Let's take a look at the highlights of game number 2. MVP this time given over to Bunny on the Harif. Had a pretty rough early game, but from that solo queue onwards, Bunny was just going off.
He was going off here. I mean, a lot of the time these fights really just boil down to can you catch Nets? And I mean, Nets may be slippery, but it's not impossible for him to get run down. His job is to make sure that these tanks and as well as Bunny are kept in check. However, he's using these brilliances hyper defensively because of the raw engage that RSG MY have. They're literally running Nets down.
Yeah, that and also can you catch Bunny, right? Like if Bunny is doing this in your face, it probably isn't a lost fight already.
It ain't easy. Give it up for our MVP, Bunny at the age of 19, playing under the banner of RSG MY, playing a really solid Harith game into a supposed counter matchup in Lunox.
Yeah, just needed some time to come online, right? That 4-minute Holy Crystal didn't really pay off for Nets, didn't win the lane hard enough. But for Bunny, bided his time and showed up at the very end with 415 KDA.
707 GPM. It just goes to show how long this game actually dragged out because there's no clear win conditions, right? It's very much about positioning against your opponent, and then after that trying to maneuver them. Kind of like flying, like what do they call it? They're not combat kites. They're when you have kite fights previously. What was it called?
You fight with kites?
Yeah. It's your objective is to cut the other person's string with your kite.
I didn't know that.
There's a proper word for it. I just can't think of it.
Kite fencing.
Kite fencing. Call it what it may be, but it's about maneuvering around your opponents, right? And once they got Nets close enough to Warlord and then splitting both of them in half, and once Nets didn't have his flicker, they knew that it was a done deal for him.
That and also Rippo and Storm knew exactly what the plan was, right? Storm is gonna lead the charge. Rippo jumps in. Ilham dives the back, and yeah, it's just lights out for everyone. It's so tough for Chibi to reliably jump into a fight like that. You come off your iframe and you just blow up.
Yeah, not with that build. Not with that build for sure.
I mean, yeah, Warlord definitely has a Sky Piercer.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to blow people up, but the problem is that there's not like a clean target for this. The most you get is Bunny, and even then, he's surrounded. Sometimes he's surrounded by like 2 big beefy boys, and then a shield comes out of nowhere, and then Ilham shows up. Like, come on.
The only guy you're grabbing is probably Rippo. Rippo and Storm.
Yeah, that's fair. It is going to be either Rippo or Storm majority of the time. I mean, there were a couple of times that he made Ilham's life very difficult, including Storm. Sorry, not including Storm, including Maima, who hard guarded him that one time, and he was just picking him, dropping him, picking him, dropping him.
I think that's why RSG MY switched targets, right? They let Rippo deal with Warlord, and then they just went straight for the carries. I mean, for a game that went for 18.5 minutes, this was surprisingly... I mean, look at the net worth difference, but I feel like it's a lot more one-sided than it seems it is, than it looks.
Yeah, isn't it very one-sided? I feel like yes, RSG definitely Bunny played a very strong laning phase against Nets. I think that was the only exception. I think that Maima, pretty straightforward lane, Rippo, pretty straightforward lane, even for Ilham, right? Typical pathing, nothing too creative that I saw out of him. It felt like Vamos were the ones who were playing on a timer, and then RSG, despite seeing Vamos hit that timer, still won out because of their hyper maneuverability, their displacement effects.
I think big props to Storm keeping Zorn in check also, right? Being at the right place, at the right time. Him and Ripple completely just shutting down Serpat. I think Edith this game with the war cry specifically was not able to achieve his objective.
Yeah. Because I think that the only way Serpat could realistically play the game is if he could get a battle spell out of Bunny, maybe even lock down Ilham with the Onward or something like that. Either ways, pretty difficult game for Vamos overall. I would have expected Nets to do a little bit better, but considering the landscape of things, it is... I mean, he tried as hard as he can. He got all of his spells out at the very end.
Yeah, Brilliance, Flicker, Winter Crown, Darkening, just... Even Warlord dealing the second most damage this entire game, but again, it's a Jushin, right? Most of your damage is just chip damage.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough here. Chibi as well can only like poke him out. It's just the raw sustain coming out from RSG. There's just too much sustain to deal with.
That Angela, I think that Angela was a pretty genius pivot from RSG, right? It's not often that we see, you know, key players, key pillars put on Angela and finding success like this. It does make you wonder if Vamos would consider taking out the Ling or the Angela in the next game.
Oh, I don't think they're going to consider... I think
the
it's
Ling,
just Angela. I feel like Ling is more manageable generally. It's the Angela that gives a lot of the problems, right? Because with the hard card, yes, he has a lot of sustainability with the life taps, but that puppet on a string is really goddamn annoying. Because it slows you down, and if you don't use your battle spell, you're going to get locked down, which is way worse.
Which basically counters most of the trap from Vamos that can't really get away, right?
Pretty much. Even Warlord falls victim to this. I think that, you know, Vamos, if they're going to relook at this type of composition again, I think it's about re-itemizing and maybe switching out this Edith for something else.
Stone being basically the standback this game, almost 170,000 damage taken. They just don't really have much to take him down, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, if Ness isn't around, no one kills him.
Yeah, they don't have a secondary win condition here. Well, I mean, I can't even say that for certain. It's tough. It's just really, really tough for Vamos, right? It's a draft more than anything else, but it feels like it's so possible. Like, this is such a winnable comp. I just can't see the angle how.
I feel like it's just the snow... I mean, they got a decent snowball rolling, but they couldn't get it... They couldn't kind of extend the lead, I think.
Yeah.
Especially on net side, right? You got a 4-minute Holy Crystal. I would probably expect Vamos to play to that side a lot more, but then again, RSG put a brick wall in between them, which just essentially stole them.
Yeah, I think also a second thing they could have done or looked to maybe punish is the mid lane, right? Because again, Maima, he's not going to have any priority, but if he ever happens to walk up, that's why Warlord needs to make some of these calls to get some resources for himself. I think in this game especially, he probably should have been a little bit more selfish.
Maybe call Zorn in for some support, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think essentially a big part of the early to mid game was a 4v4 because Serpat and Ripple just
doing their own
thing.
Investing in stocks and shares. Playing a different game entirely. No, you're absolutely right about that. But looking at our Hall of Famers here, Rich Guy going over to Ilham, the carry going over to Bunny, Sandbag going over to Stone, and also the best, Wingman, without a doubt.
Yeah, without a doubt. On that Hylos, which has been a very valuable pick today. I think most teams that have Hylos essentially just win the game. And there'll be a progression to that Nets. Yeah, Boots straight into Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, Blood Wings, even throwing in a Lightning Truncheon at the end.
Interesting. I would have imagined that Nets probably would have done a little bit better this game. I don't know. It's I mean, he maybe could have changed out like the Divine Glaive for like the Lightning Truncheon burst if he was really looking to like maximize a little bit of damage. But even so, I think it's so minuscule that it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, especially in the early game, right? He had a decent laning phase, got some help from his teammate.
Yeah.
They revisited the bot lane twice, and then the solo queue happened for Bunny. I think that's where it really starts to kind of shift for Nets. he realized he can't really 1v1 Bunny.
I suppose. I think that's what happened. Like what, prior to the 8-minute mark? Yeah. So he probably died off of the power spike from the feather here, and then that's when we see that the Divine Glaive gets picked up like a minute afterwards. So that's probably when he got back from base. It's tough to say. I have to watch the VOD one more time to get some better compensation for this. Because it's as much as I want to say, I keep rehashing this. This game is so very, very close, and there's got to be a minuscule like detail or advantage that we're missing out here to allow Vamos to stand up on top.
Probably the timing from early to mid. I think that's where the acceleration should come in. I know they had the Thunderbelt on Sapat, and then you compare that to Ripple, who could technically also go Thunderbelt, went straight for Radiant Armor. I think the focus was very different, right? Like for Vamos, it's about winning the lanes hard, but for RSG, they're setting up for a team fight. They're setting up for Ilham to find success, and then buy time for Bunny to come online.
But a lot of it took so long, right? Because the majority of the time you saw Sapat leave the lane first, and then Ripple comes following after him. Sometimes it's the other way around because Sapat had to come back from a recall or something of that sort. Sometimes even Zorn gets involved to help speed up that process. Same goes for Storm as well. That's why you saw Ripple and Storm working in tandem with each other. So it feels generally being able to kind of speed up that game. Sapat's 0-4 deaths. I think that also played a part in being able to sacrifice his life to not get an objective. But let's talk about the gold lanes here.
Got Bunny against Nets. Of course, hero pool-wise, Nets has just played his 11th unique hero, which I have no idea who it is. I just assume it's the Lunox. But in terms of average numbers, when it terms like average damage per go, it actually goes over to Bunny, right? KD-wise, of course, like Nets stays on top because Bunny hasn't played a full season. So that one is a bit skewed towards Nets.
Yeah, but the average damage and gold looks pretty good for him, right? I think generally that's a pretty good stat to have at any point of time, to be fair. Average KD not even close. The hero pool is so wild for Nets that it's already like going out of the graph. That's how unexpected that was.
That's too much for for data to handle. I mean, you fall back to the very few common ones anyways. Do you still think the gold lane matchup is going to be like the crucial matchup in this, or are we still looking at XP lane? Like for me, I've been looking at XP lane since the start of the series.
Yeah, no, same. I've basically been looking at the EXP lane as well. Hero pool ranking currently has been updated. A lot of 11s on the board, but only Storm holds the count of 12.
The most roamers this entire season. The Smooth Nets, Rasi, and Trap. Of course, gold laners. I'm surprised at. Well, even Trap has 11.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but then again, he played some weird ones, right?
Phoveus, a little bit CC here and there, you know? Never know what you're expecting from this man. Dude. This is a tough draft because I get where you're coming from when you're focusing on the EXP because it's so EXP centralized when you're talking about the draft, when we're talking about it in general, right? So much focus on getting the flex pick first, looking for that final pick at the very end, but still trying to check as many boxes as possible.
I think the contributing factor is also the second game bans from both teams. A lot of key heroes banned now. Kali, no Phoveus. And that kind of really shakes things up. Again, scan the QR code on the screen. M6 is coming to Malaysia, so yeah, get some pretty goodies. Relive the glory moments of the M1 at Axiata Arena.
Just pure nostalgia for those who were there, all the way from the beginning.
Yeah, a friend sent me a photo that I took during M1 on the carpet. I was like, wow, good old times. Still had my yellow bow tie, which
wait. Do you mean the carpet walking up to the stage?
Yeah. Because we had to reach there early, right? So we had time to walk the carpet.
Dang.
Oh, you weren't there that time when we took the photo.
Yeah, I wasn't there that time because I had a later day. My game was later down the day. Okay, all right. Now we got 18 more seconds until we start heading into the drafting phase of this game to conclude who's going to be walking away with 2 points. Is it going to be RSG who recently evened up the score, or is it going to be Team Vamos looking for their revenge? Let's jump right into it.
Just the thought of having another upset on the same day, makes me want to root for RSG a bit more. But again, let's take a look. Like you said, Matilda and Gatot banned out by Vamos, who are on blue side. RSG MY on red, banning out the Khalid and the Chip.
I feel like RSG is going to do the exact same thing, and then Vamos on that second phase is going to shake things up, which gives Coach Behave an opportunity to get some really powerful synergies. They can go like Ling Angela straight away because I'm expecting a Cho ban at some point.
So Vamos did ban out the high loss, which has been a big problem in the second game.
Oh, wait. High loss was a problem in that second game, so that means they don't have an opportunity. They either have to ban Cho or Phoveus or leave both open.
Maybe both open? I think you banned Phoveus, right? Yeah, they banned Phoveus, so Cho is open. Stone does play Cho, so does Vamos want to pick Cho first pick? I think that's the question.
I mean, Vamos, they got Zorn, it feels pretty notable for him, but at the same time, I would like to see whether or not Suppot is capable of doing it too, because that just brings so many more weapons to the Vamos arsenal.
Oh, no, they just take the Harif away.
Okay, that's interesting. So they don't necessarily have to go for the combo. They could go for another Ling pick here.
They could.
They could go Ling Lunox.
Do you think there's a chance we see the Angela on Vamos' side now that there's Harif?
That's a
I mean,
possibility.
Warlock does play. And the Valentina is still up.
Yeah. Ooh, this is an interesting one. But Pobs and Behave equally matched in their own ideologies of the draft.
Ooh, I mean, the XP lane really getting targeted hard. So you could pick Cho and a Ling. And then Vamos will probably pick Valentina. Right now, Angela is kind of like up in the air.
Yeah.
So they take Angela and Ling straight.
Okay, so they double down on the combination. This is what I was expecting Coach Behave to do before that final ban. So this is where Vamos picks up Cho, right? Come on.
And Valentina, right?
And I feel like the Valentina can be held. Is there a better flex pick that they have right now? Maybe an Arlet even? You know, Arlet Cho and then call it a day?
Cho plus jungler?
Cho
Julian?
Cho Suyo? And then change the build to Suyo to be more fighter?
You could do that. Or if you want more iframes against, like, in extended fight, I think isn't that bad.
He just goes back into Nolan. He did! He did! Oh my god!
Just keep it straightforward, right? Keep it simple.
Dude, I swear to god, MPL MY has the worst habits when it's like technically it doesn't have to be correct, but if you're good at it here and you're comfortable on it and we're at match point, we'll give it to you.
When all things go wrong, you go back to comfort picks.
Straight to comfort picks.
Matchup might not be the best, but at least I feel good playing it.
At least you feel comfortable. Again, big philosophy from Pops. He wants to give them the best tools possible and is within their comfort range so they can make sure that their executions and mechanics are usually clean. But this, I mean, no Suyo here, untouched by both sides. They've got their junglers locked in. That's so funny.
Let's see RSG. So the third pick, they pick the Grok.
Okay, I like it. Grok, very atypical matchup against the Cho here.
But could be a flex pick.
That's the thing. You never know.
Ripple did play the Grok XP before. I know Zeno played it too.
Both of them probably grew up in that meta, man, when Grok was just devastating people. He used to be Glue when Glue came out, where you just come up, just one shot the wave, punch him once, and you've won the game essentially.
And you know, there could still be. I'm not sure if like RSG MY wants to be that experimental, that adventurous, putting Ripple on Grok. But then Kaja doesn't look too bad, you know? Kaja, Kufra.
Kaja, Kufra?
If the Grok is in Rome, then who else? I mean, Arlen. Actually, you know what? I take it back. I think Ruby ain't that bad for Ripple.
Yeah, Ruby is really good now, in a matter of fact. Like especially against the Nolan as well. Wouldn't be too surprised if he picks it up. Then again, it also works as that flex pick that we're looking for anyways. So plenty of options, We see the Natan ban for the side of Vamos, right?
Okay. So what's that?
It's weird because you already have the Harith, right? Are you that worried about... Because as long as you take Purify, generally you win 90% of the matchups.
So what about the Lunox, right? Like, does Bunny play the Lunox?
It could be like a hard call from Vamos saying, hey Bunny, you clearly don't play Lunox, so we're not gonna ban it, I guess?
Supposed to. They probably would look at a Claude ban here. Let's take out the late game potential of RSG. But then again, there's already a Ling, right? Like, the Claude doesn't really matter too much.
Unless we see like a Yve come out from Vamos. I think that's like the only exception.
We could go down that route, or the Aurora, now that there's no Valentina and Vex.
I think the Aurora for sure, right?
I think the Fireman doesn't feel too good in this. No, doesn't feel too good in this draft.
Especially with the Wild Charge, with Tempest of Blades. There's just too many targets are going to get knocked up here.
Yeah, not the Loi either. Yeah, not much options for Vamos.
Ooh.
I suppose Aurora is one of the safer options. So they banned the carry instead.
I feel like...
Sabat Cho? You think that Zorn would just go for like a Tigreal or something?
There's that possibility as well. That's why I'm thinking whether or not they're going to like show Arlet or something that's a little bit flexible between the two. At the end of the day, Ling is going to be like the main person that Angela's going to target with the hard card anyways, unless we see like something crazy like Yuzong get picked up here. Then maybe there's an opportunity for Rippo.
Because a part of me do feel like this could set up for like what you ban a tank buster at the very end, right? When you have a matchup that favors you by default, maybe you just want Zorn to have a big setup. And Sepat can be the secondary one. If he's playing that sacrificial like he did in the previous game, it wouldn't be that bad of a choice.
Edith? I don't like the Edith. I like the Edith at all.
Man, I wanted the Ruby. I feel like the Ruby would have been a good one.
My thought process was either the Ruby or you go into like you could just go hard into it. You go into export, right? You never lose lane.
Or you just pick Yuzong, right? You just dumpster.
That one feels like a little bold. That feels very, very bold with what the meta requires of you now. As much as Yuzong is great at like finding those engage and getting into that backline, Harith blows him up.
Or you could just go back to Akai.
That too, but I feel like you don't need to. You don't need to right now. You got Edith, you got Grok, you're all good. You're set up, Rippo.
Yeah, I mean, you don't pick the Edith, but you pick the Akai instead, right? Might as well do it again. See. Final 2 picks from Vamos. It is going to be the Natalia and Fireman. So it is a Sapacho. Hey, playing very dirty right now, Vamos.
Dirty! What a feint!
Techniques.
Dude, Pops is getting good at this. He's getting good with the feints. I mean, good showing from Behave with a quick feint of his own in game number 2, but game number 3, Pops did not want to be outdone.
So really went for the Fireman, huh? I mean, vibes are looking good on RSG's side. Now this is the final pick. Who is it gonna be? Who is Bunny gonna get?
Grants you immortality.
Wow! Okay.
Just the worst.
So there is the smoke screen, but I don't think Alice cares about it.
Yeah, Alice genuinely doesn't care about it. This is a really dirty pick coming in from Bunny.
Coach BA picks it and just looks over at Pops.
Dude, this is such a wild draft. I love it. I love it. It really, we got to see the stops from Coach Behave, Coach Pao, as well as Pops just really going at it here. Man, I cannot say for certain who's going to win the game. If we're talking about like rough scaling, I feel like RSG generally does better. But then Vamos has some like high power spikes with the Harith, and I would argue even first item for Zorn. So good luck for the early game.
I mean, Vamos leaning back into a more execution-heavy draft. You know, it's a comfort zone with RSG MY. They also got their own surprises. So this would conclude in just a little bit. Game 3 kicking off. Team Vamos on blue side, RSG MY on red.
All right, let's see how this is going to play out here. This early game is so important for both teams. Ideally for RSG, they hold out on the early game and make picks of their own, while Vamos, they're looking for everything. Anybody who's low, anybody who can start a fight, just do it. It's about how much health you have, not how much you're going to lose from it.
Yeah, and Zorn's going to start leashing it for Chibi also. Speed it up. That's what the Natalia can bring to the table, right? Just, well, Fatal, Master Assassin, Lethal Ignition is all about damage. Zorn wants to carry the game as well.
Yep, and they're getting Storm to actually help out Ilham as well. Expecting to be fine in your jungle by yourself, especially with a Natalia, not the best option.
He's not hitting 4 anytime soon, not in this circumstance. Ilham gonna jump away, actually gets silenced. Now has to somehow escape from this. Slowed down by Sepat. Maima will save him. But RSG MY slowed down at the start.
Good defense. Good defense.
Shouldn't be a kill, right? Puppet on the string. That's first blood. Maima tie him down. Finds the first kill of the game.
Overextension coming in from Zorn there. Oh, this is really scary. I felt like even Ilham feels the nerves. He definitely could have forced Warlord out of there. He could have forced him to recall, maybe even get a Purify out of them for the extra movement speed just to run away from him. But Ilham understands that GB, at this stage of the game, he's looking for low targets, and the same goes for Zorn.
Yeah, remember we talked about Ripple playing that Grok XP? He has Impure Rage.
He wants to win out. He wants to win out against Sepat. He doesn't care about the third hit of G Kundo. All he wants to do, big damage, clear the wave, rotate.
Zorn does have to execute, so Bunny doesn't really feel too safe topside. Not with Nets winning out the lane like that.
Oh man, Ripple, you're so smart. You're so smart. You deny support level 4 off of this. Oh, you're so smart.
Bunny is probably gonna... I can't take it. He knows. He's dead. Hard guard late. And the execute takes care of the job.
Why was the hard guard so late? Mama! I mean, it's allowed to happen, right? Once or twice, a couple of times. But here comes the return.
Use it on Ilham. But I don't think he can catch Zorn. Not in that situation.
Big Sag.
Oh, the only consolation prize that Zorn didn't really get the did he get a cooldown reduction for the execute Q? Or did he was
no,
it late?
he did not.
No, he did not.
He did not.
Wow, the knockout was stolen. The buffer right there might cost the death for Zorn. They did bring Chibi in. Warlord also with the hard guard. Now Ilham needs to get out of it. The kick from Support keeps him in place. They do lose Zorn, but Bunny overcommitted, ends up going down. Vamos brought the whole team.
Nicely done from Vamos. That's what you want to see. Full-blown team fights in the early game. You got to commit hard to this because if they don't find this lead, this game is good as gone. So now we see that the rotations from the bottom side to the top side is already there. Now to start unlocking that mid lane just to ensure that this purple buff is in constant threat.
Man, Ilham is so far behind. He's 2 levels behind Chibi. Cannot peacefully take the orange buff. Total spawning in 40 seconds on the bottom side.
And Chibi just lets him have it, right? He just knows. He just knows. And Vamos have already scouted out the next area of which they might want to set up a potential ambush. We don't know whether this Link is going to run down this Harith one more time, but in the meantime, we're expecting a rotation here.
I think RSG MY knows that Zorn is going to be around. And the flicker into an Earth Shatter. Can they kill Zorn in time though? The magic damage from the Hard Guard and the Primal Wrath prevented by the Nether Realm. Zorn dashes away, gets tied up. Goes down to 10 HP, has just disappeared. Wow charge to stop Slipper in place. And Warlock gets jumped on, flipped back by the armors, uses the Purify. Ilha on the chase, takes him down, tempers the blaze, dodges the damage from Chibi, and manages to get out. RSG MY finding 2 kills.
Sneaks away. Good timings here. Team Vamos dropped the ball a little bit. Not everybody was prepared to fight for that. It looks like RSG MY took full advantage of this. Warlord, honestly, the fact that he's in there for so long to try and bail out his boy Zorn, yeah, at a certain point you gotta cut losses.
Yeah, just let him go down, right? Eventually he's gonna be able to get some damage, and Bunny's got Clock of Destiny, and RSG MY willingly surrenders the turtle. Can't fight without the hard guard.
But look at this setup on the top side here. There is a bit of a read though.
Oh, Warlord again. Primal Wrath used. Warlord, no ultimate. Ilham jumps in, finds the kill. Zorn could not execute him. Now Bunny is going to find a route onto both Zorn and Nets, but he is dying too fast. And Nets gets the trade back.
Yeah, Alice is just not strong in the early game here. She doesn't have the blood, she doesn't have like the stacks to worry about anymore. She gets double the amount of mana growth and mana regen anyways, so she just needs levels and items. Oh my god.
Got knocked off the wall.
Oh!
And he's dead. That's a weird position for RSG MY to be in.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's like, why? But why? But why though? Help! Help! Oh boy. Let's get Chibi at a 1.8k lead. Oh my goodness. This is unbearable to watch.
1.8?
Yeah. Dude, Ilham hasn't even finished Berserker's Fury at this point. Chibi is just that oppressive right now.
It even took his orange buff. Something has to change, right? If they want to buy time for Bunny, this is not the way to do it.
I think they've already botched that up, right? With 3.3k lead. I think that Team Vamos at this point, yeah, still having full control over the map. But if they wanted to fight for that purple buff, they absolutely can. And I think it's a pretty good idea to do so now.
So Ilham gets the protection of his full team just to get the buff. How do they keep that map kind of control? Because now Zorn he's roaming around the map.
Yeah.
Especially the top side.
I think right now, Team Vamos just need to break that mid-tier 1. That mid-tier 1 is causing them a lot of issues. Okay, Sabat, this is your moment. Do the thing. Not gonna do the thing? Alright, works as well. Back away. Majority of the reinforcements are here as well. But look at what Zorn is doing. He's just keeping tabs over Ilham.
Man, this is what being stalked feels like.
I think he figured it out. Yeah!
Knocked it off the wall. Oh my god, so much damage from Zorn.
He's dead!
The hard guard is just not used.
Oh my god. Guys, you guys are on comms. Come on, come on. This should not be a thing.
Gotta respect the damage from this Natalia, man.
Naughty boys. Hey, this is not gonna look good. Oh, whoa.
If they can get stuff, but it would be a... Wow, Zorn gets away. Finally goes down. Ripple flickers wild charge and really wants to get Warlord. Sabat finds the kick on the Storm. Uh-oh, Storm is going down. Chibi comes in for the flank. Rippo, the next to fall. And now the rest of RSG MY forced to retreat.
What was the plan there? I get Zorn dying. I get chasing him down was one thing, but to chase that hard, I'm not 100% sure about it. Even with Warlord, right? I would say that, like, in terms of the timing of which you wanted to save Zorn, kind of awkward because he himself did not have the Netherrealm. He only got it after Zorn died.
It's so. I mean, it's starting to slip away from RSG. They are getting a bit sloppy now.
Oh, how do they play this? Okay. So the most ideal scenario for RSG MY is that when...
Oh, not again. Look at Stornav. Only a blade of Heptasis. He's gonna get BOD next.
Yeah, he's most likely gonna get a BOD next. Oh, I mean, technically he can go like Malefic if he wanted to, but doesn't seem like there's a reason to as of yet.
If I want a one-shot, probably go BOD. Man, he's having a great time.
He's having the time of his life. Okay, I think for RSG MY to win out a full-blown fight, Bunny is going to need 3 items first. Most importantly, he needs a Winter Crown, because that's the only way he's going to be able to sustain the raw burst coming in from nets. I mean, some MR if he wanted to, but knowing how Malaysian players are, there's a very low likelihood of that.
I mean, Vamos can pick a draft like this. Why would I need defense, right? I just man-fight him.
Just man-fight him. Starlight Messiah already bought by Bunny. That second item, we're looking for that third before they start. Because it's Bunny goes in first, baits everybody in, Rippo goes with the wild charge, maybe even looks to cut off some exit points, because we need Warlord to pop that ult. Once he pops that ult, then RSG MY can go.
Man, Vamos have a 7.5 goal lead right now. They're gonna bring Warlord in.
Okay, Maima, don't fail me now. Don't fail me now,
You see this happening, Maima.
He's getting chased. Warlord's here.
Hard guard.
I have friends. Take that, Zorn. Stay back, demons. Dude, this is the only way you can play the game at this point. It's just too difficult. You want to split push, but Zorn is always going to be on top of you. And because you're so far behind, thanks to Chibi, no doubt, and Zorn, of course, not going to forget him, it's just what you got to do.
Yeah, he is still 4 levels behind Chibi, who has hit 15. Chibi 15 so fast. Oh my goodness.
Dude, I don't know how Chibi does it. I don't know how he just maintains like such a high...
Oh my god, what?
Dude, it wasn't even close. I blinked, I missed it. I blinked and missed it.
That is really bad news because Vamos can start taking structures now. How do you fight this? Good kick, that's Rippo. And that's just gonna jump in. Rippo can't even do much. Get the ball charge on the 2, but the damage is not there. Storm about to be blasted. RSG MY, they need 5 seconds on Bunny. They might not even have that. Vamos will just go straight for the crystal. All the effort from RSG MY, futile. Team Vamos wins 2-1.
An interesting composition for both teams. Really nicely played, really showing a little bit of innovation here. But Vamos, just a better team at the very end, making more proactive decisions, and RSG almost getting caught sleeping at the wheel.
Can never be too prepared for the Natalia. In this case, they were not prepared at all. Too many moments where Zorn got away with daylight murder, but that does cement Team Vamos' spot, I think, for top 2 if everything goes well. They still got 1 more series to go, even though it's not a full 3 points, but the upper bracket seems to be very likely, right? History might just repeat itself.
Yeah, it really does. It's looking great. But with that being said, let's have an interview with our winners. Team Vamos up on stage. Rose, what's going on?
2 berbalas 1 untuk pasukan Vamos. As of now, masih lagi belum secure upper bracket. Tapi, dorang ada 1 lagi perlawanan menentang Ray pada last game korang is Ahad kan?
Lawan tim
Ray? Ahad kan?
Yes,
First
betul.
match. Alright, so first of all, congratulations guys. Zorn, atas kemenangan 2-1 ni, korang masih lagi maintain nombor 2 di carta liga tapi belum lagi secure upper bracket. Now, lawan Ray nanti pada Ahad, first match, korang rasa dah ready ke untuk dapat upper bracket sekali lagi?
InsyaAllah kita orang ready untuk upper bracket lah, sebab kita orang memang dah sehabis baik buat untuk season ni.
Dan korang dah ready ke untuk lawan Ray nanti?
Tim Ray semestinya dah ready. Kan, ready kan?
Okay, Zorn, apa terjadi dalam game kedua tadi?
Game kedua kena tanya Pub.
Okay, Pubs, Coach, apa yang terjadi di game kedua tadi?
Game kedua tadi, tim RSG punya com tu agak menarik lah. Dia orang ada Link, ada Angela, lepas tu dia banyak counter initiate, dia boleh initiate dan juga dia main konsep protect the president lah. Dia orang protect Bunny untuk supaya Bunny boleh carry game.
Protect the king, protect the president punya game strat. Now coach, since the mic is with you, Dai nak tanya, kenapa sempat main hari ni?
Sebab saya bagilah dia main sebab duduk rumah macam tak ada fungsi, menghabiskan beras.
Makan banyak ke?
Ipah makan banyak sangat.
Cepat. Rindu ke main?
Apa?
Rindu ke main?
Rindu. Mestilah rindu.
So awak kalau tak main dekat rumah makan je?
Makan.
Lepas tu
tidur.
Memang apa ni, life of the sub kan?
Betul.
Life of sub.
L sub 2. Pengganti Gorgeous.
Oi. Dia ni kan. Okay, so macam mana rasa main sekali lagi?
Best. Alhamdulillah menang hari ni 2-1. Lawan pula dengan ex-roommate saya, Bunny.
Apa yang nak cakap kepada ex-roommate you, Bunny?
GG, nice game Bunny. Nanti claim ayam gunting
Oh, ayam gunting. Dia suka makan ayam gunting?
Betul.
Alright, sempat menang, sempat belanja di ayam gunting nanti. Alright guys, kita nampak perlawanan yang sengit. 2 membalas 1. Siapa yang MVP korang? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Chibi. Alright, Chibi, congratulations. Now, kita dah tahu korang dah secure playoffs. Now tak kisahlah apa bracket ke tak, pasukan mana yang korang nak rematch dekat playoffs nanti dan kenapa?
Pasukan mana kita nak rematch? Pasukan mana kita nak lawan?
I tanya dia tanya coach pandai.
Todak kot.
Todak, kenapa Todak?
Sebab Yanlot minta kita orang.
Ya. Yanlot minta. Ada apa-apa tak yang nak cakap kepada Yanlot? Yang cakap you beri?
Tak adalah, good luck have fun je lah.
Good luck have fun. You rasa kalau rematch boleh menang tak?
Kita orang Todak. Semestinya menang lah sebab kita orang kan. Kalau kita orang ni orang luar, tak tahulah kan. So kita orang menang lah insyaAllah.
Alright. Okay, Nets. Bunny dulu dalam Vamos juga kan?
Kan, betul.
Betul. Dua-dua gold laner. Hari ni you kalahkan Bunny, apa yang nak cakap kepada Bunny?
Last game je.
Come on lah, something lah. Dalam Melayu.
Nice game Bunny and menanglah lawan Homeboys.
Okay, now the mic is with you. Apa yang you nak cakap kepada orang yang datang?
Sponsor dulu.
Fan dulu.
Terima kasih untuk fans Forza Vamos dan fans RSG. Thank you untuk support and shout out to sponsor Kopi Saigon, Critical, Alpha Alpark, apa? PRJ, Critical, and Vamos and Chibi.
Alright, mungkin you nak ajak orang datang tengok game korang Ahad nanti last day regular season, ajak diorang datang?
Semua nak datang MPL, datang je. Sebab best tengok MPL.
Itu dia. Untuk semua orang yang nak datang je lah Best tengok MPL. So, congratulations to Team Vamos. And once again guys, give it up for Team Vamos. Alright, korang dah boleh celebrate korang punya victory. Thank you very much. Hari pertama tapi semua perlawanan yang sengit. So untuk korang semua, korang boleh scan QR code untuk rate performance favorite player korang yang main pada hari ini. And that wraps up hari pertama minggu ke-6. Tapi sebelum tu, mari let's show it to mic check untuk dengar macam mana Team Vamos communicate.
No ulti, no shadow.
Rush one.
L ada tak L? Aku play LTD dulu.
Aku datang.
Boleh mati ni. Kalau kau ready beritahu L.
Tak ada ibu sahabat, biar aku tolong.
Dah. Putih. Nice one. Dah berapa? Bawa guys.
Mari masuk.
Ada 3. Already.
Boleh tak guys?
Already.
3 orang.
Bunny no nature.
Dan nice ropan.
Rush one. Alhamdulillah. Next game. Lagi satu game boy.
Sekejap, tengah recall. Aku bagi dia KP aku.
Kau nak engage pun boleh guys. Dah.
Boleh lah guys.
Boleh Haris.
Ini dapat. Okey, dia flicker.
Abang
kan bagai. Akan duduk
Aku san.
Nice one.
Lagi.
Kenapa je?
Kita
Aku edit.
Kita cari kill dulu. Tak ini tak
Aku.
Kick. Nice ban. Nice. Ini.
Nice one.
Easy bro.
Aku growing first item guys.
Grow. Dah ulti. Nice. Sabar.
Go. Maju.
Ada lot, masih ada lot. Banyaknya lot tu.
Target guys.
Boleh end guys. End aja.
Penang tu.
End aja guys. Nice kan.
Alhamdulillah.
Congratulations once more to Team Vamos. A 2-1 victory over RSG MY. Doesn't cement them in top 2 just yet, but if everything goes well, they are most likely locked in.
I mean, things are looking great for them, and honestly, I gotta give it to Nets. He's been picking up the language over this past year, and now he's forming some like real sentences that are not scripted. Hats off to him.
Yeah.
Hats off to him.
Understands the language, can speak the language well, cohesive. Ah man, when is he getting a Malay name? That's what we want to know.
It's gonna be dude. I don't know. Based on the raw translations of some of our other import players that have earned the title of a Malaysian name, so I have to admit some of them I'm not okay with. I'm like I guess so, but not really. Coming into this game though, I will admit that Zorn had pretty much all the reason to deny Nets a simple high five because he's too busy just dunking on these kids.
Yeah, just too busy recalling, right? That is more important than a high five. I mean, what to do, right? It's his signature.
It's definitely his signature, but it just goes to show that Vamos, honestly, if the game is hard, you can see that there's a very different change of pace and mood in their reactions, but when they are relaxed, that's when you know that things can get a little funky, get a little weird.
But surprisingly enough, the comms were a lot more peaceful than I thought, right? Because usually you hear a lot of chibi.
The battle rap.
I don't even know how they understand his calls, but
I don't. Sometimes I can't even tell that it's him. Sometimes I just assume that it's like a crowd.
But if you hear the voice of someone with like half their nose blocked, that's chibi.
That's too accurate, okay? And I understand where Chibi is coming from because I have the same problem. So my brother in arms. Even so, Vamos played a very solid game. I think that as much as Game 2 was very much a draft issue, even Pops didn't expect that fate. But coming into Game 3, that fate was disgusting.
On blue side, right?
Yeah.
Like of all the places, of all the sides, blue side is a Faramis Natalia last pick. And I mean, this Natalia caused so much problems.
It did. It really did. But I love the response coming out from RSG. That Alice pick had so much potential to become something truly disgusting in this game had they kind of pre-planned how the rotations needed to go. Because unfortunately for Ilham, he shows up on the bottom side, he shows up on the orange side of the map, takes one fight, loses a little bit of tempo, and now every time he comes back down to the bottom side of the map, Bunny is already gone.
That, and also he goes bot side, can't do much. He goes top side, it's just a Natalia sitting in the bush.
Exactly, right?
You just get checkmate everywhere you go.
It's really tough once you get Zorn on that snowball. As soon as he got that Blade of Heptases, it's really, really difficult. It also doesn't help that his next power spike isn't even the second item C Halberd. It's when his dire hit activates.
Yeah, that and also a few missed hard guard moments from RSG that really put the brakes on what they wanted to do, right? Like there was one failed one on Bunny. That kind of sucked. And then Ilham getting solo kill in his own jungle.
Twice
with the hard guard indicator on top of him. And Maima still didn't die this whole game.
Maybe he had the third eye open. He's like, I could save Ilham, but at what cost? He's probably still gonna die anyways, and then I'm gonna join him.
He's the almighty. He's the future.
But it's a really tough game for RSG. I think they had some like really good concepts here. However, how do you abuse these concepts? Maybe if Ilham wasn't locked in on this Ling, because the one issue about Ling is that he needs items to become relevant. Once he has 2 items, he is ready to fight. Even prior to that, his burst is a much shorter period of time, but longer fights is where he truly excels when he gets those 2 items.
And didn't really get to make use of the Ripple Grok in any meaningful way, right? Like it's not exactly the easiest to trade with Sabat, let alone join these fights when Vamos is snowballing.
Exactly. So here's my second biggest problem with the composition. I think that Edith should have been put in the EXP lane because that lane is gone. Give Stoem what he's comfortable with. I know he's comfortable with both, but at least with the Grok, he can use the Nature's Barrier to manipulate the waves.
Yeah, that too, and also you play a slightly better man-to-man defense, right?
Yes.
Against Sapat, against Chibi and Zorn. I don't know. They could even put Ripple on again. I still am thinking
Put him on
about
the Ruby, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Ruby.
I don't know. I do not know, but I think that the response was okay considering the situation. Like, Behave already kind of set it up for him, and he's like, oh man, I only have one pick to turn this all around, and I think the Alice was probably his best bet.
Yeah, probably. But you do give up a lot of that early game because Bunny did not have fun at all.
He did not have fun. He really didn't. The poor guy, dude. I mean, his Harith is kind of nasty. I'll give it to him. The Alice is just, it's really difficult playing in this
It's just
matchup.
a hero thing, you know?
Yeah, I think 90% of the games we've seen here today is like a hero thing.
That you cannot trade. Ness just eats up your damage with his shield.
Yep.
Zorn shows up and you just die.
Yep. I mean, what can you really do about that, right? It doesn't help that even Sapat is willing to he leaves the lane so fast and Ripple can't rotate as quickly that Sapat is able to make a gank on the top side, recall, and still come back into the lane.
Like, Vamos was able to bring the full team to the top jungle.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a bit of an... I thought that was a potential overextension there, but considering that Vamos did it so early on in that game, and by the way, Sapat wasn't even level 4 at that time. He was level 3 on the first turtle fight.
Yeah, that too. Man, this game was like a 10-minute game. It was so fast, but it's such a Vamos flavored draft, right? The moment they get the snowball going, you just cannot stop them.
Yeah, you really can't.
Just die at every corner.
Ah, man, it's so hard. It's so hard to deal. It's so hard to respond to Natalia because it forces your draft. It forces you to play in a certain way, and you also need a draft that actually is able to like walk in and face check for you, or at the very least, like something that has some decent AOE, right? No point and click, nothing.
Yeah,
you don't need to be a target, just like in the area.
You don't. She cannot be the primary target, right? She just needs to be collateral.
Yes, that's the main idea. I don't know. I think that RSG. I think this is one of the better showings. One of the better showings. They didn't go into autopilot straight away, but they eventually did, but not as quickly as their previous matches.
Oh my God, look at look at Chibi's GPM.
I hate
Is it the highest this season?
I think this is one of the highest.
One of the highest, right?
Yeah, it's 10. Dude, it's 1,073. That's ridiculous.
It is the highest.
It's legit. It's so ridiculous, right? Because what does it take for such a short game to get you 1,073? It means he had to make decisions solely based off of farm, pick up kills, and go straight back into the farming, right? No downtime.
So if it's 1,073 gold per minute, he has so much net worth.
I don't know.
I think he's full item.
Yeah, he is. He was full items at the end of that game. It's ridiculous. I don't know. Chibi is one of the few junglers who are capable of doing this, right? Like Sakai's, there's a lot of intention with his movements, but with Chibi, you look away for a second to look at a fight, you look back at him, and you're like, what the heck? How did he get 2 levels?
Yeah, he one-shots you, and you're just like, what?
Whoa! It's surprising. Honestly, I do feel like we should probably just sit down and watch his pathing. Just to know.
It's not even full items yet.
Just to know. How's he not full items? I mean, yeah, there wasn't enough time to get the rest of them, and to be fair, it slowed down.
If he gets if he is full slaughtered, he would break the global record for GPM.
Whoa, how much actually, now that I think about it, how much GPM do you need to get full items pre like 12, 11 minutes?
1.1k. Because wait, yeah, 1.1k, right? Because that would give you an extra. Wait, not really.
It depends on the item. It depends on the item.
I mean, if you want your last item, like if it's actually even if it's last item, it has to be at least 1.2. 1.2
emo.
11 minutes, right? Like
yeah.
Like if it's 10 minutes, it needs to be 1.3. Yeah,
so
it's a very high bar to clear. No
what
way.
the heck?
No way,
math
man.
hurts. It hurts. You know, the funny part about it is that his average GPM is like 300. It's like this is one of the few games that we see Chibi truly unshackle the weights, drops it down like Rock Lee, and it's like you never had a chance to begin with, buddy.
Yeah, last season he also he shattered the record for highest GPM with Nolan.
Yeah,
and he did it again this season.
It's something with him and Nolan. I don't know what it is. It's disgusting, and I'm not okay with it because even if we start comparing some of the other stats here, okay, this is something doesn't seem right about this one. GB's it gives the impression that Ilham doesn't have as high of an average turtle kill, but it's literally 0.5%, but they make it look like it's gigantic.
I mean, to be fair, Ilham came in like halfway through the season, right? Like both the comparison we had were on RSG's MY side were players who came in halfway through.
Yeah.
So it's pretty skewed, you know, like you're not doing Ilham or Bunny justice.
Yeah, really. But at least when it comes down to the average KDAs, 3.2 to 4.6, you can tell that even for Team Vamos here, there are a couple of times where people get under their skin, which has been like a very big problem for Vamos even beforehand, right? Even with the homeboys, it's dominating, but the games that they lose, you're like, but how, what, why?
You can judge the state of their mind. The state of the mind by the amount of recalls you see, right? If you don't see recalls, you know they're having a rougher time.
They're signaling to the crowd, we need some help. With that being said, this rounds up day number 1, week number 6, our very final week with Team Vamos. Technically, do they secure it for sure? I mean,
they need one more, right?
They need one more.
Yeah, like if this was a 2-0, I think they lock in playoff. They lock in upper bracket straight. But it's 2-1, so they need one more. And honestly, they don't even need to do much. They can lose the series. They just need 1 point.
They just need 1
right, because like 17 is the cap or point. Well, to be fair, unless Monster Vicious 2, okay, now they need a 2-1. I think they need a 2-1.
There's still the head-to-head that they have to worry about. Oh wait, no, but the algorithm. Oh wait, no, that would change. Yeah. It's
because they lose the head-to-head. You look at head-to-head before aggregate points, right?
Yes.
So they lose the head-to-head to Monster Vicious. Yeah, so they gotta get a 2-1.
They have to get a 2-1. They can't lose. Woo! Thank God. Oh man. Oh, the Team Vamos fan. What was the fan account again? I can't remember.
Team Vamos fans.
Team Vamos fan, the TikTok one that created the song for Zorn.
Is it called Team Vamos fans?
Yes, Team Vamos fans.
Yeah,
that's
Team
the one.
Vamos fans.
Shout out to you guys there, who run the TikTok account. You guys are sick.
Yeah, they did a song for Zorn.
Yes.
But what about everyone else?
Well, they'll get onto it. One at a time.
All our music producers showing up. Yeah.
That's another. I'll talk about it after the broadcast. But even so, a very exciting day, especially with the introduction of Suyos. We're seeing a lot of shifts in terms of priorities, but a lot of teams, it feels like they're either prepared to play it or they're prepared to play around it.
Yeah, we've seen teams dominate with Suyo, but we've also seen teams deal with Suyo, right? Like appropriately. And I think probably it would take some time for them to figure out where's the limit with this hero. I don't want to say this right now, but I mean, going to playoffs, I don't even know if there's a patch coming up. If there's a one, it changes the playoffs dynamic.
Oh, don't do us dirty. Don't do us dirty like that.
I'm just gonna say I like where we are at right now with the amount of versatility.
Yeah.
It does get a bit tough for red side bands, but there have been solutions around it, right?
I agree.
So yeah, I keep this until after playoffs. You want to do a big patch, drop it after playoffs before M6, right? That's all I hope for.
If you want to hotfix Suyo by reducing from 20 to maybe like, I don't know, 12, 13, something a little bit more reasonable here compared to everybody else, Monton, I'm down for it. Just throwing out suggestions to game devs out there. Suggestions.
If you're worried about complaints, do it 15, right? Do it by intervals of 5, right?
Yeah.
15 would be good.
Keep it reasonable. We don't want the straight away, you only get an extra 5%, and then it's like, this hero sucks now.
Playoff brackets on your screen right now. Play-ins all the way until upper bracket semi-final, upper bracket and lower bracket finals will be best of 5s, and grand finals would be a best of 7. We're following the franchise format. If you guys watch any MPL ID in Philippines, this is exactly the same playoffs format we get. Again, if you are top 2 by the end of regular season, you get the bye straight into the double elims format, and you slot yourself in upper bracket semis.
Honestly, I think these best of 5s are going to be really good for our teams here in MPL MY. So far, none of them have been really, only few of them have been tested in terms of true metal in a best of 7. But even in best of 5s, right, it gives the coaches an opportunity to maybe right some of the wrongs in the previous game, right? Because I think if this particular match went a little bit longer for both Coach Behave and as well as Pobs, I think we will get some pretty interesting results.
Yeah, you can throw back to season 12 when Homeboys play RSG MY, right? Those best of 5s will stick. And by the way, at least for this Vamos lineup, they played two best of 7s essentially, right? Like the one that they won was the first ever best of 7 we got, and then they finished second in also a best of 7. So if you want to talk about best of 7 experience, they actually got the most best of 7 experience in MPL MY.
That's so ironic. So very, very ironic. But for those of you who are excited and interested about knowing about tomorrow's matches here at Day 2 at MPL MY, Todak faces off against Red Esports. Homeboys must take on RSG MY, and MV will take on JP Niners.
And it is the most important series for both RSG MY and Homeboys because they are one is in 8th, one is in 7th, 8th, one is in 10th spot, right? So winner essentially has a chance to get out of 10th spot and not get relegated. But I'm looking forward to see how Monster Vicious takes on JP Niners because of what MV showed us today, right? If MV can take down SRG like that, I wonder how much further they can push JP Niners.
Yeah, I really hope. That's the thing, right? I feel like both JP and as well as MV, they're both going to coin flip, and whoever is going to be doing badly might have a chance of actually winning the game.
So Uni against Max, that's what I'm looking forward to, right?
Ooh,
both
dude.
the power junglers.
Suyo versus Roger, dude, that'd be epic. Straight up out of a kung fu movie.
The Suyo versus Roger, that would be good. I mean, Max has been playing plenty of Link. But I mean, and Uni has dunked on Sakai's Link today. Let's see if it will be different tomorrow for Max. Ooh, pretty exciting stuff. I mean, they're both going to playoffs anyways.
I mean, yes, technically there aren't too many stakes involved for the teams who are already qualified for playoffs, but hopefully we do see a pretty decent match and showing for those who, well, won't be able to go to Johor this time round.
You know what would be funny?
What?
If JP beats MV enough, maybe like a 2-1. And then JP in form, and then MV drops out, and then they play in the plays again. That would be. And then the best part, winner plays SRG.
Winner. You're right.
Yeah,
that's
this is the second bracket.
Disgusting. Wait a minute. There's too many possibilities on this one for playoffs. Maybe the seeding does matter here. I take it back.
MV would pray to stay in 3rd place because at least you get potentially Vamos, right? Or Red. It depends on how the weekend goes. I mean, Red Esports still has one more series left. Tomorrow looks pretty good for them.
Just jack Vamos' spot. Just steal their spot. Don't have to worry about SRG at that point.
That would be interesting to see Vamos run the gauntlet. But for now, that's the end of Friday. We'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early, for more MLBB action. Goodbye.